Hello and welcome to the June 2026 Infinity All Factions post-Mazebreaker tier list. I'm joined by Jordan from the Australian Infinity podcast Loss of Lieutenant, and we'll be ranking every faction in Infinity on the classic S to D scale. This is, as always, mostly just an excuse to talk about every faction in the context of every other faction, and because this is a tier list, to therefore start some fights. This tier list is coming relatively hot off the Mazebreaker update, which makes this a ripe time to have discussion, but also just to give some thoughts on this update beforehand. The point that I would make, and which I'll also ask Jordan about and give him a moment to speak in a second, is that Mazebreaker wasn't really a balance update. From my perspective at least, Mazebreaker was just the update that released the updates for Mazebreaker. We saw Corregidor and Nomads and Aleph and OSS see significant updates, but not really balance changes. And in particular, I think a balance change that everyone is kind of waiting for is some kind of scattergun nerf to flyers, and probably some other changes as well. And when that comes, if that comes, that will see changes to factions and how we rank them. And I at least intend to talk about this a little bit as we go, but it does mean we'll probably just do another tier list in future if or when that finally arrives. Jordan, pause for breath. Any thoughts on Mazebreaker as an update before we jump into how the rankings work and then start cracking on?
I mean, in terms of like a faction update to like Aleph and Nomads as a whole, really fucking good, honestly. Like a lot of really cool stuff was added. There's a few things that stand out as like, oh man, someone was having a lot of fun in the design room when they decided to push this. Some stuff that came was really unexpected. I think, Pilot X being introduced along with the racer bots has been a shot in the arm for several factions, maybe a little bit of a step too far. I thought we were done with pitches, but now we have racer bots moving 30 inches up the table to place deployable repeaters.
There is this thing that I have noticed that Corvus Belli do, and they've done this multiple times in the past, where something emerges in the game as like, hey, this is a powerful mechanic. In fact, maybe just slightly too powerful. And so the design team like consciously winds it back a little bit over the course of multiple updates, but they can't fucking help themselves but put something back into the game that kind of duplicates the effect. And I feel like it's not a coincidence that we saw the update in October that changed pitcher range bands and was like, okay, it's more difficult now to establish hacking networks. The zero range band on pitches means that you really have to either just funnel orders through them with a plan to reload or treat them as opportunistic, or have them linked, or all three. And then as soon as we get that update, someone on the design team is like, okay, cool, deployable repeaters are good now. Let's put deployable repeaters on an 8-inch move fucking model that is regular order and is easy to unlock and has other upside. So yes, okay, we just seen the pitcher nerf, and here he comes. Here comes Speed Racer. He's a deployable repeater on wheels, and Infinity goes through the cycle again.
Time is a flat
Time
circle.
is a flat circle. So yeah, basically, I'm of pretty similar opinion. Like a lot of the things, especially from the Nomad perspective, I had been, and we'll get to this in more detail when we get to Nomads as a faction, I had been missing playing Nomads. I liked Nomads. I played a bunch of Nomads in previous editions, and I didn't feel enormously attracted to them in N5. And this update from the Corregidor side made Corregidor very interesting, but then also slammed a bunch of models into Nomads, and it's like, sick. That's cool. That's interesting. So there's a lot of like positive takeaway about Mazebreaker, but it's not a balance update. And if we see
No.
a October 2025 style balance update happen about once a year, that's the kind of thing I'm sort of still expecting to happen this year, and I'm hoping happens this year. I would love to get to like October or November and have this year's update come and address every single fucking
Yeah.
flyer in the game down to the Fequan, frankly.
Yeah. What is your like scattergun nerf for fly? Is it just a movement adjustment?
Just a
Because I
move.
feel like
It
just a
90%.
movement adjustment, yeah.
So the most of the stats, like there are a few flyers where you look at it and you go, wow, that rule is really good. Wow, the red eye has armor 6, etc. The fact that like the red eye has like armor 6 and dodge -3 means that trying to kill it in active turn is sometimes way harder than you expect. But that's
Yeah.
fine. It pays points for that. what has emerged as the thing about vehicles is that it is frankly just difficult to balance a model that can move perfectly three-dimensionally 11 inches in a single order. And in a
Yeah.
game where plunging fire and getting line of fire is enormously powerful, like locally, we have already begun to adjust how we do table creation to like manage it a little bit. But even then, like I put a flyer on the table and one game in two games in three, there's some like gratuitous plunging fire shot that I can take that just no other model outside of a Garuda could possibly accomplish. And
Yeah,
because, like,
and
here you go.
yeah, and I think part of the straw that's breaking the camel's back here is that CB did in this update decide to just introduce what is maybe the best flyer in the game.
Very
But
possibly, yeah. So you have this thing that occurs with flyers where a player, particularly like if you haven't played, even if you have played against them a bunch, just finding those lines of sight, like Infinity teaches us to pay lots and lots of attention to the table and line of sight and how that works. But it literally, it's a like exponentially more calculation has to be made about what a model could see when you aren't just paying attention to the table surface, but also this enormous bubble around every terrain piece that a vehicle can hover off of and then move back to. It is so much more. Like if you imagine every building is like 5.5 inches taller. Actually, it's more than that because there's the height of the silhouette as well. Like every building is 6.5, 7 inches taller that your opponent might be able to access to and shoot you from. Having to like hold that in your head and visualize it. There is a point at which you can basically say, no, at this point, the game is asking too much of its players. Some people can model that in their head and visualize it and understand it, but like take the foot off of that particular accelerator, bring vehicles back to like you could easily just make them 6-4 move in those super jump bonus. They'd still be moving 12 inches in an order. They'd still be very fast. They'd scoot around the board, but it would take that leash, like it would wind that leash back for how far they can go in a single order. And because every reduction, like every 1 inch of movement that you take off of the super jump and like put into the second short skill move is an a because how radius and area works, it is a significant decrease. As you decrease the radius of
yeah,
a sphere, you decrease the volume of a sphere significantly. So that would be
yeah.
what I would
As soon as you take
expect.
it out of 3D space, it's
Yeah.
like, okay, cool. Now you actually have to obey the rules of the fucking table.
So that's a long, balanced discussion about an update that didn't actually happen. What we got instead was OSS and Corregidor and associated other factions and the fucking LinkedIn Optimates, etc. Overall, good update. Good time to do a tier list, but we expect more changes to come in future.
Yeah.
All right. Quick note on how the rankings will work. This is just super vibes based, S to D, S being the best, D being the worst, and we are mostly just going to rank factions according to how we feel about them and relative to one another. S doesn't mean anything in particular other than it's better than A, B, C, or D. So if you have an S tier faction and you're fighting an A tier faction, you might enjoy some small advantage, but it would be a small advantage, maybe not even noticeable in an individual game. But if you have an S tier faction fighting a C tier faction, you'd expect to see that reasonably consistently. None of these matchups, there is no faction in the game that cannot, at least theoretically, reasonably often beat every single other faction because of how Infinity plays. But S is the strongest, D is the weakest. And with that,
I have some feelings about Starco, but sure.
even there is I think that Starco could, under the right conditions, with the right dice and the right player, beat every single other faction in Infinity.
Rob, that was the most derogatory meme about Starco I've ever seen in my fucking life that you sent me.
Starco, I didn't even make that meme. That meme was made by a
No, you
local
didn't.
player getting into Starco who is having a great time. Um, the meme specifically was, if I am writing Starco fire teams, do not interrupt me. I know exactly what I'm doing and I'm having a fantastic time. On the topic of players who have
Oh,
fantastic times, let's start. We're going through this in the order in which factions are presented in Infinity Army. We're starting with PanOceania, probably on a high note. Jordan, tell me what you're the Pano
equal
player.
attention cake. Equal attention cake. Yeah, I don't know why Pano got equal attention cake in the Aleph and Nomads update. So Vanilla Pano was already in like an exceptional position inside of the post-October update world. The blocker losing pitches on the hacker is a substantial change, but instead of taking the blocker as your one hacker now, you take Pilot X and two racer bots. And part of what that means is previously Vanilla Pano had a thing of you were playing a red eye list. Now you just get to play a list with a red eye in it. The ducks at the park are free. You can just take them home with you. It is an S tier faction.
I want to talk before I'm forced reluctantly to agree with that position. I do want to talk about some strengths and some weaknesses, and also about Racer
Yes.
X. So I think everything about generic PanOceania is very good, except one of the few limits of the faction I would note is that they do still have that modestly PanOceanian weakness of after they have killed many things, they do still have to deliver a specialist to the midfield in some missions. And as missions get more
Yeah.
complicated, like the classic for a long time in N5 has been no worries, bruh, the Pathfinder's got this. And we see more and more missions where it's like, you'd need more than just a Pathfinder to do this. That is the closest thing to a chink, I think, in PanOceania's
Yeah.
armor, because they have cheap ballistic skill 12 disco, which means that they got fantastic visibility control. They've got every piece of PanOceanian gunfighting, including they've got the best PanOceanian ARO. They've got in one list, they've got all the good stuff from Varuna, or pretty much all the good stuff from Varuna, and all the good stuff from Neoterra, who are the two best ARO factions. The only thing that they might be considered to be missing is the midfield jackals, and they still get magistrates. They've got a selection of incredible
Yeah.
lieutenants. And the thing that Racer X has brought them, and this was a phenomenon we were discussing off air, is that people have looked at Racer X because it came out, and I'm like, this thing's fucking good, and people read the rules and were like, yeah, but bro, it costs points, and the racer bots are 8 points. That's more. That costs more than a Fugazi drone bot.
It's the hacker cost fallacy, right? Where like a hacker is dead as soon as you put it on the table, so why are you putting a hacker in your list?
There's an incredible amount of value in having, like, many lists want just one hacker. They just want one hacker who sits at the back and is ideally slightly annoying to kill, so that all of your repeaters are live, because repeaters being live rather than inert makes a huge difference to your defensive game. And Racer X is, I think, the best just this one hacker bro in the entire game. He has everything that
Yeah.
you want. He has other upside because he's a REM driver, and he's got zero pain. And his SWC cost is reasonable. His points costs are reasonable, and so he, as an addition, he's better, right? He and Racerbots is better than the blocker ever was, and the
Yes.
blocker was good.
Yes.
Um,
Absolutely.
and so even though
So you
that's
can, because you can still do the guided shenanigans. Like you can still go, I will spend 3 orders on a racer bot and I will put a deployable repeater outside your DZ.
I I probably wouldn't, but you absolutely could.
You certainly can.
So yeah, there are just Panoceania is a faction that is just swimming in an absolute wealth of options. There are, like, we're going to get to some factions down the line where I will say things like, for example, this faction is outstanding, and it's outstanding off the back of perhaps one lieutenant choice. Panoceanian's
Yeah.
lieutenant options are broad. They got everything
Yeah.
from you might play for a magistrate chain of command, all the way up to Joan, all the way up to the recently buffed Maximus Optimat, who went from being a model that had very clear strengths and very clear weaknesses to let's never mind about those weaknesses. There's
Yep.
just they have Panoceania was already a faction that was like extremely well fed, and they just randomly turned
Yeah.
out to be one of the biggest winners of the Mazebreaker update. So yeah,
Yeah. I will push back very slightly on the delivering a specialist just because the Banshee does exist and it
it's
is only
outstanding. Yep.
22 points.
Yeah, it is,
Like,
but it's an airborne trooper, and there are like it's the same thing, right? It's like the Pathfinder, where the Banshee lands, and then it has to make its way from the edge of the table to the middle of the table, or you try and raw dog that roll. It's like compared to Haqqislam, for example, who's
counterpoint, super jump jet propulsion.
yeah, like, absolutely. But I've had games where that's been the point of weakness, right? Where the Swiss Guard has appeared, and I've gone, I ain't fighting that shit. I spent the rest of the game smoking away from it, and just been like, yep, cool. The Swiss Guard got his one kill, and now I'm not looking at it for the rest of the game. And in that environment, you keep your shit in the midfield alive. The Banshee, the Pathfinder, etc. They aren't things that they can have that as a limitation where it's like you've got to actually put the
Yeah.
effort in to go from I
To
have
get the
firepower
dude there.
superiority to my specialist is on the objective.
Yep.
That's all I've
I
got. That's
think
the only weakness of this faction.
I know. I think if anyone's like, oh, but is like the ARO really that good? It's like, so you're just a generic Pano list now. Your ARO can consist of a Swizzle, two Helots, and a BS-13 TR bot, while you still have a red eye and a tag in the list.
You can fit Bolt Duo in that same
Yes,
list
you can.
relatively easily, and Bolt Duo is a mix of active and reactive firepower. So you've got Visor, Marksmanship, Thermoptic Camouflage, Hidden Deployment, Camouflaged ARO pieces. Yeah, it's very, very good. It's a very good faction. Military orders. You had sort of some interesting vibes on this. I have some specific thoughts.
I think Military Orders is a faction which has produced surprising results. Like, I was pretty high on them in the October update, and I kind of expected to come down on them. But then I just saw people doing well with Military Orders more so than I was expecting, and there was a variety of lists that were doing well as well. Like, I wasn't seeing Mendoza in every list. I wasn't seeing like a Tikbalang in every list. I was seeing a lot of different things doing well, which has kind of led me to feel like we maybe rated them pretty well at A.
I actually, so my experience has been very different, where I've had the chance to play against like a weird number of military orders lists, and I am now moving them down. I feel like they're more of a, I think they're a
Okay.
B tier faction. Specifically, what I have found with them is that the update arrived, and the big splash was Deferson with Trinity +1 special
Right,
dice.
but yeah, Deferson. I said Mendoza. Sorry, Deferson.
I did wonder about. I mean, Mendoza is quite. I wondered if there was something that you knew that I didn't. I'm like, I like Mendoza, but, um, and
No,
Deferson is a
no, I meant Deferson.
fire team in a can. He's a do everything trooper. He's a specialist. He's a hacker that's very difficult to kill. But military orders is still a faction where one of the things that has this tendency, right? One of the things that often is the difference between a good faction and a great faction is whether or not they have like the infrastructure that lets their cool pieces flourish. Whether they've got cheap shit with upside. And one of the things that would have cracked, just for example, what would have cracked military orders wide the fuck open is Racer X, because please,
Yeah.
two 8 point, holy shit, that would have been
uh,
exceptional, just as well that they didn't get it.
no.
But
Fucking no.
but
No.
Deferson doesn't carry a faction by himself, and what I've kind of found with military orders is they've got some pieces that are very nice, but building a list is still challenging, and I increasingly find military orders lists, like I write them, or I help a mate write them, and I reach this point where I'm like, there's fuck all guns in there, I am desperately hanging everything off of the single 23-point disco ball profile in the faction, so that I get to use all of the cool things that I think are strong about theirs. All right, well, let's
Are
wind
there
that
like
back.
two? Are there like two disco ballers? There's
Uh,
Constantinos and the Crusader Brethren, right?
there is a Crusader, yeah, but like,
Yeah.
okay, let's not treat that too seriously. Um, but it's yeah, there is the Crusader Brethren. However, it's a good, genuinely actually a good profile. Military Order's got
Yes.
tons of profiles that are like 23 points, awesome, up to the 30, up to the 40. The underlying infrastructure isn't there. Anyway, point being, I build a list that has all of the things that I think are really cool, and I just about fit them, and it ends up being this shit, there's no guns. And then you go and try to include guns, and you're like, I thought this was a Pan-Oceanian faction. Where's my fucking weapons?
Yeah.
Where's my
Okay,
where's
I
my
can understand that.
and you're like, well, I've got, and there's like there's an MSV HMG that's a line infantry I actually don't hate, or you've got the Knight of the Sepulchre who's like, God, I hope that surprise attack once per round pays off. And then you've got the Nomads ballistic skill 15 Seraph, and it's like shit, they just don't have firepower superiority in N5. They're just
I think the Seraph has definitely been a bit overrated.
it's very, very good, but it exists in a faction where it sucks the oxygen out of, like, you put a list that's got a Seraph and Deferson in it, and that's it. That's like half of your list at a glance. So, all right, well, we cut Deferson. What else do we put? It's
Yeah.
expensive.
I
And
think you're like a little. I think you might be a little low on them. I think I'm happy to put them in B, but I don't think they. I think they sit at the top of B or like second from the top.
so like a B tier faction is not bad, but a B tier faction has to accommodate its strengths and its limitations. And military orders are a faction that I'm like, there are two really big limitations that in any other situation would be a death knell, but military orders has got loads of cool shit that you still want to take and include. But
Yeah.
there is that, like, you have to compromise. You have to compromise in a military orders list, and it's very difficult. I think the best way to put it is, I've never had a military orders list that I'm like, yeah, that slaps and I'm comfortable with it. They have to work for it. Even when you're doing
Sure.
things like you've got the Montesa Knights, which are one of the best pieces in the game. You've got Kyle Hawkins, who's one of the best door kickers in the game. But then you're like, my line infantry are 13 points, and I can only take so many remotes, and you hit those points where it's like, okay, this holds the faction back from being generic PanOceania.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, what do you think about Neoterra?
I mean, I think I have a knee-jerk reaction to rate them lower than they probably should, just because I hear so much complaining about Neoterra, and then people show me a list, and it is like it's an Ulan and 14 wounds sometimes,
Yep,
and then other times they've like shaved a whole bunch of shit off of everything and gone, "I fit an Ulan and a Swizzle in there. Are you proud of me?"
and then there's nothing else. Yep, I think they're a
And it's like,
very good faction.
yes, agreed. They're probably an A tier faction. I
Yeah,
don't know where they're going to sit in A tier by the end of this. I think again, I think I can understand why there are still things in there that frustrate people. Like the Feuerback Ulan should probably be a few more points. I don't know how many. It should probably be a few though.
yeah, it should be slightly more than 70, but
Yeah,
it's very good.
it is.
I,
NCA is just really good. I think the blocker nerf was like a nice little touch up. Like you aren't just like jamming that into every list now without thinking about it. There is like a real cost there.
I think the way I would describe Neoterra is like, look, I fucking love me Auxilla. I love me Auxilla. I've loved them since I started playing the game in N3. But with this pretty much the sole exception of Auxilla,
When you add like
Neoterra
a
is
third auxiliary to a list, I start having questions for
I
you.
think Neoterra is just a worse version of vanilla Panoceania. You compare the two, and with the exception of the Ulan, and there's plenty of stuff that makes up for the Ulan's absence, Neoterra, you can
Yeah.
just get the things that you want from Neoterra in generic Panoceania, plus so much fucking other stuff. So much other stuff.
I
And that,
think I think Max is cool.
yeah, he's
Like
also in
when
generic
like Max is
Panoceania.
cool. Yep. No, but in NCA's got the inspiring leadership.
They do.
Max.
They do have the inspiring leadership max. Which actually legitimately is very good. That is very good.
It
It is a
is.
point of differentiation. But I
Anytime a model has inspiring leadership, you need to look at it and be like,
yeah,
What can I do with this coordinated order?"
motherfucker is 84 points, but inspiring leadership is one of the strongest skills in the game. Even setting
Yeah.
aside the like, yeah, you were right. Coordinated orders are the actual thing. I will have shit to
Yep.
say about coordinated orders in about 40 minutes, probably.
Yeah, I was about to say we're gonna get
We're
there.
gonna
There's
get
gonna be
there.
some strong
Yeah.
feelings.
Look, I love Auxilla, I love Bolts, I love Swiss Guard, I love the Ulan. I begrudgingly like Max. That's mostly just a anchoring fallacy thing.
Yeah.
And then
Oh,
we
we
kind
flipped on Max immediately. The entire Loss of Lieutenant chat saw new Max, and we flipped immediately. We were like, hell yeah.
yeah, he's really strong. I don't like that he's really strong, which means that I also hate him as a character, but that's
You're,
just
you're
me.
welcome. You're welcome, Maximus players. Loss of Lieutenant got Max buffed. We complained about it enough. We got him buffed.
Models should have strengths and limitations, please. Points cost is a limitation. But you
Points
get
cost is a limitation. He costs like true main battle tag
he
costs now for what you
genuinely
get.
does cost real money, yeah. And you get to the
Yeah.
other things in Neoterra that are unique from generic Panoceania, and it's like locusts are they're good. I'm not dying in a ditch over them. They're good. The Garuda is good.
Yeah.
The Red Eye exists in this
Yeah.
faction. Aquila Guard
Yeah.
are astoundingly difficult to easily to include in a list. Hannibal is
Just
okay.
just mods are so good, man. Like you just want mods. It's all you want.
All of that
PSV on
sounds
its
like we're
own just
damning
isn't.
them with faint praise, but it is also like the good shit that's in generic Panoceania also exists in military orders. It
Yeah.
is impossible for a
I think
faction with a Swiss missile launcher and a bolt duo as the starting point to be bad.
yeah. I think regardless of what we say, one of the things you take away is that we both think that the Ulan needs to be touched up a bit. I think we're just not as doomerist about NCA as I think a lot of the online space is at times.
It's easy to look at things like event results and go,
Yeah.
oh, like so. When we get to next wave, we're going to talk about, for example, Border Bash, where they were very heavily represented and won. And one of the things that shits me is people who look at tournament results and then go, "Fuck, this faction is so powerful." It's like, bitch, players win events, and I know the players who took next wave to Border Bash, And yeah, absolutely, they played well and they had interesting ideas. And there are some other factors as well in terms of that faction that contribute to wins. One of them is opponent inexperience with certain things. That matters. Next Wave has this weird,
Oh yeah.
like, dark horse kind of advantage to it at the moment, which is kind of funny. But yeah,
We should talk about next wave when we get to next
we should
wave.
talk about next when we get to Next Wave. Neoterra, excellent faction, A tier, not quite S. Uh,
Absolutely.
Now you have some
Oh no,
opinions
they're
on
gonna be
Svalorheimer Winter Force.
mad at me again. It's still C tier. Like it hasn't. I think they got racer bots. Did they get Pilot X as well, or just racer bots?
We can check in real time, which makes for fantastic
We can
audio.
check in real
They
time.
got Pilot X.
Ah,
Pilot X is very good. They got
okay.
Pilot X. They got the one SWC version.
Pilot X is very good. I don't think it gets them. Like I've been exchanging some lists back. I got sent some lists from people. I got talked at by some people about how I was wrong about Svalaheimer. I don't. When I see a list and they're like, "Oh yeah, this is my Kahu fallback, and this is my redundant Kahu fallback for when the first one shits the bed and dies."
Can I just say that a Mimetism 3 MSV1 Ballistic Skill 13 model is not actually, like, it's not hot shit. It's that's quite nice. I feel about Kahu in N5 the way I felt about Bagmarie in N3 and N4, which is to say, that's fine. But the era in which Kahu were like, wow, that's a really good fucking gun, that left the game when Albedo became a real skill and was given to many pieces. Kahu are, they're okay. Many things in Svalaheimer are okay. I borderline, like, I had a list that someone sent me the other day, and genuinely my response was cut one of those Kahu and add a Varga, because a Varga has
Yeah,
a bunch of rules that are useful, including visibility control. Get that shit in there.
it does. I can't help it. I look at Sval and there's just not. It just doesn't. It does not spark joy to me as a faction. I've tried. I've tried. Sval players. I've tried. I've been sent lists. I've built lists. I'm just not. I just don't get it.
I feel like every time I try to build a Svalaheimer list, my brain is too wrinkly, and it's just like I'm not well suited to this. I
I
need a
think
nice aerodynamic brain to build for this faction.
I think the joke I made with Lockie at CanCon was I was like, man, the best Valheimer player in the country bought NCA to CanCon.
It's not even necessarily like putting Svalaheimer. I'm willing to put Svalaheimer in C because half of the purpose of a tier list is to start fights. Um, there's nothing that is objectively bad about them, but God, I just bounce off trying to write lists for them. I end up trying to do like Hospitaller things because I like Knights Hospitaller thematically, and just
Mm.
making the whole thing fucking work is like, oh God, you have these like elite single
Trying,
wound teams and heavy infantry that's not quite there, and
yeah.
like the Yotum is.
I think trying to anchor a list around like the Knight of Justice missile launcher is like, okay, like it's BS14, no mods. Like,
It's burst. Look, the Knight of I will barrack for any Svalaheimer player should at least experiment with the KOJ missile launcher because
oh yeah,
it is such a fucking brick to just put down and have as an anchor piece. Um, but it's not even egregiously costed for what it's doing, which is spending most of the game having your opponent throw down smoke grenades. And if you
yep,
compare it in points cost to a Swiss missile launcher, assuming that you've got a couple of Fusiliers to have the Knight of Justice hang out with, who you would probably have taken already, Swiss Missile Launcher is like 20 points, 15 to 20 points more expensive. And
something like that.
those points on the Swiss Missile Launcher pay for a kill. That's the difference. Is that Knight of Justice, probably most games, it should not regularly get kills because people should avoid it, which is exactly what you do with the Swiss Guard after the Swiss Guard has revealed. And so 15 to 20 points on a Swiss Guard pays for a kill. It pays, emphasis, for a kill, and then Unjustice has the rest of the capability, which is very, very cool, but I don't know, I struggle to I write a list for Svalheimer Winter Force, and what almost invariably ends up happening is that the pieces that I expect to do consistent work over the course of the game are single wound pieces. And that's really weird in a faction where you look at the high watermark stuff and it's tough as bricks, but a Knight of Justice doesn't leave the deployment zone particularly often, and a Jotun is predominantly a fire support piece. And then I've got to move forward with something. and it's difficult to move forward with a team. Like, how easy is it to get fucking Kyle Hawkins into one of these teams? Please tell me that it's slightly easier, but no, it's probably very difficult.
What is your obsession with Kyle Hawkins right
He's
now?
so good. He's so good. And I can link him with fucking nothing. I can link him with Kahu if I take 2 Kahu. He's really good.
That's some desperation shit.
Yeah. And even then I need to have 5 superiority before he can move forward. So I think they're very high C. Are they better or worse than military? Like, because for me, military orders and
No,
really,
no, I'm not. I'm going to be bullish on this one. I don't think so.
I'm going to cede this, but I will argue the point in like 3 factions time when we get to vanilla Yuching.
Okay,
Kestrel Colonial Force. Do you think it's better or worse than Neoterra?
better.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Is it S tier or A tier?
Look, I think I would still put them in S tier. Like things have definitely moved around a lot since the last tier list. I think that the fact that it's a faction that has a true variety of excellent lists, even if a lot of them start the same way, you aren't constricted by the points cost of your army. You're constricted by the number of slots you get to play with.
I have observed that I think for me, Kestrel are somewhere between A and S. They're very good. The high watermark of power for them, though, like very often I'll see a Kestrel list and I'll go, yep, I know what that gun does, I know what that gun does, and I know what that gun does. And each of them is fearsome, but doesn't feel. I guess they're so much in Kestrel is like, that's really good, but doesn't feel unfair. But you can put so much of it into a list that it's like, yeah, that's a really good list. Doesn't, apart from Jackals, apart from fucking Jackal EM grenade launchers.
I think when your entire list is A's, like when you're a faction that regularly doesn't have to reach for your fucking Fugazi drone bot,
Yeah, that's
it
that's
says a lot.
basically that's the question, right? Where if you have a faction that is full to the brim of A tier elements, is the faction an A tier element, or is the faction A or is the faction S? That's the Kestrel
I
question.
think they will end up the bottom of S tier personally. I don't think they'll be. I think they'll end up the bottom of the factions we have in S tier, but I believe they deserve a place there, and we can revisit at the end.
Yep. I think if you took the grand arc of history and you compared their like maximal performance and all of the games that they've had played since after turrets got nerfed, that was probably one of the biggest
Yes.
things. Like when turrets were as turrets were, having the only mine layer turret in the game was like, yeah, there's your fucking S tier piece. But with that
What an
gone,
obnoxious thing.
that was very, very, very good. I I think I'm probably we can come back and potentially revisit. We'll see how
Yeah,
fat S gets, but
I
they're
think.
they're in they're
Yeah,
in this space.
I think part of it as well is like I said with Pano after getting Racer X, Kestrel doesn't build red eye lists. It builds a list with a red eye in it because you just get to have
Yep.
that.
Yeah, and that's the fundamental architecture. Fennecs are fantastic. Having just the part of why generic PanOceania is here is because they've got access to Fennec disco balls, among other things. So
Yep,
fair.
and
Sh-
Kestrel gets to link it.
yep. Shock Army of Acontecimento.
I like Shock Army. I think I sent you a Shock Army list recently, and you and I both went,
Yeah, it's
"That's
that's
nice.
nice. Yeah.
That's
I
nice."
they feel B tier. I like them
Yeah, I think
considerably
so.
more than Winter Force. I personally think I like them very slightly more than military
I
orders,
mean, because
but it's close.
they got a bunch of Mazebreaker stuff. Like they got new Nagas, they got the new Dart.
Yep,
Um,
that's
they
all,
have
but they got
access to
those.
one of the. Yeah, that's important though.
Yep.
They have access to one of the few +2 damage trinities in the game now. I don't think there's many of them now that the
No,
Asuras
that's
dropped
that
it.
high damage Trinity is rare, and it does still exist on Scylla.
I I have opinions about OSS when we get to OSS, and that losing that is a big part of it.
Um, there is a really noticeable weakness about a Acontecimento that I'm not willing to put. Actually, it's kind of the mirror to military orders, where you have military orders, and I look at them and I go, "Fuck, I wish they had guns, but at least they have disco." I look at Acontecimento and I go, "Fuck, I wish that had disco, but at least it has guns."
Are they one of the factions that's like, oh boy, I hope Quinn can put the game on his back?
It's
Or do
do
they just
they?
have no disco?
I think they might just have. Look, I keep looking for eclipse
Because they've got
grenades, and it's
the
just
Garuda,
yeah.
right?
They have
Yeah.
they have no. The only visibility control in the entire faction is the Oxbot on the Garda de Assalto.
Yeah.
They have no disc. They have nothing. They have the least, or just about the least, access to visibility control in the
I
entire game.
I know that a heavy infantry is like pretty bordering on mediocre when I get a message from Ivory saying I'm really excited to try and break this heavy infantry.
Garda de Assalto is really good. However,
However,
ah, here's a philosophical question for you. Of those two positions, fuck I'd love disco, but at least I have guns, or fuck I'd love guns, but at least I have disco. Which of the two would you prefer?
guns.
Okay, then a Condismente goes above military orders.
Yep. I like
And
guns. Like
as the
it's
as the
I,
last, sorry, you say something?
no, I just like being able to
Yep.
solve an issue and like deal with it.
As the last Pan-Oceanian faction, we have the Knight of Montesa Immediate Reaction Division, sometimes also
Yep.
called the Varuna Immediate Reaction Division. Whereabouts would you put them?
Fucking I feel like I was too low on them in the previous tier list. I think they're very good. I don't know if they go to in A or if they're like the top of B. How do you feel about them? Because I've been building lists. Like when you aren't building a cutter list, there's a lot of stuff you can do.
I I'm almost not quite. I'm very close to ranking them as higher than Neoterra. I think it's
Okay.
probably wrong to do so, but I enormously value just having a clean defensive plan. Even if in a lot of the cases my clean defensive plan is you can't possibly kill all 15 of these troops and all of them can do something. Often that's my
Your clean defensive plan is we're gonna play the most rat fuck infinity that you've ever seen in your entire life.
yeah, and part of that is having 15 troops, all of whom can contribute to the mission, so that 17 casualties is what it takes to kill me. But um, having a clean, just like I know how I'm going to defend, and it will work. Varuna is still one of the, no pun intended, high watermark factions for that, and it's and that's not just they have helots; it's the fucking Foot Knight of Montesa, for which they have
Why is it
AVA.
2 wounds? Like, why
It's
is it two
why is it
wounds?
AVA two? Um,
Why
I
is it a pure link? Why does it
I
have a keyword?
I had and oh, they link the fact that they just is it is Kamau? Hang on, let me just look at this. Yeah, so Knight of Montesa plus fucking anything is a pure duo of which you have unlimited. You can just be like, oh yeah, I mean it's a paramedic, so it's a specialist. Kamau HMG, Orc gun, another Knight of Montesa. A fucking machinist? Who the fuck cares? It's got duo bonuses, and now it's one of the best defensive pieces in the game.
Yeah, it's wild.
Um,
It's genuine. It is one of those pieces that I am baffled is not on the list to get touched up.
it's like you fight the thing and you're like, oh, so that's like a 34, 35 point model. Like, no, bro, that's 20 points. Um, so the fact that you can just windmill,
The fact that it gets 2 Blitzens that it throws 3 dice at you with.
yeah, with mimetism and oh, I hit it. It's like again, if you explained the profile to me, I'd be like, oh, that's an armor 3 BTS 3 heavy infantry, right? No, it's armor 4 BTS 6 with limited cover, so it's still just it's just wow, that's very good. I fought one of them recently, and I had this moment of hubris, of absolute hubris, where I'm like, this is fine. A linked Asawira shotgun will take care of this problem. Fucking no, it won't. Jesus Christ. Um,
Just pinged off its fucking dick.
I was lucky to not lose the face-to-face roll because I had to break cover to get inside range, and that bitch still has mimetism. Um, so
And then does it have it has a +1 burst boarding shotgun as well, doesn't
plus
it?
one special
Or is it
die,
plus
which means that I was fighting.
okay.
I was firing 4 dice, and he was firing 3, and he had better numbers. So anyway,
So
very
stupid.
very good profile. And then the rest
Yeah.
of the faction has I don't know how long that multi-marksman Zulu Cobra has existed, but I'm hot for it. The Squalloss and Cutters are a great pair of tags to have. It does
Yeah.
begin. I think probably why it is slightly behind Neoterra is that after that, it's like we're running out of gas in the tank after that. There's fine selections, there's good stuff here. but it's like
Yeah,
I've
I built a Swallows list recently because it's where you get a lot more like toys to play with,
mm,
and it's like, oh man, this is like all really cool, but it feels outside of the Montesa, it feels very fair.
yeah, yeah, I think that's reasonable, but holy shit, the Montesa does not feel remotely fair.
No,
And having that defensive comfort is just immediately is like, yep, this is sound.
yep,
Um, so
absolutely.
all right, that is a comfortable spread. We are going to make some people quite angry about that Svalaheimer rating, but that's okay. They're big boys
Ugh,
and they'll be fine. Um, I'm going to continue the trend of
George, you
throwing
don't
to you, but in this
understand.
case, I will disagree. You have opinions on Yuching.
So I think they are extremely good. I
Mhm.
understand that you are not going to let me put them in S tier.
I'm not. No.
Think the racer. I think getting Mark II racer bots is genuinely kind of transformative for the faction. And they shoot dogs really good now, which is awesome.
I do like Major Luna.
Uh, I do like Major Luna a lot. I think I'm building better lists now than I was uh, at CanCon. I think the lists I'm building now are better than the ones I took to CanCon. I also think that you are maybe overlooking the Daofei potentially just a little bit. The Daofei Spitfire because it's a specialist operative, so you get a 2-for-1. I think if you're not going to let me put them in S, they have to sit at the top of A.
There is like a list of like red flag comments that tell me that someone has gone off the deep end about something.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Usually it's just anything that Val from Melbourne has said is good is like where someone just seriously repeats that. You're like, tell me more, while you're
Hmm.
frantically pressing like the red button under your desk to summon security. But I think you're overrating the Dao Fei is one of those comments because it's like, yeah, and that this model that you're really keen on, it's like 30, 35 points. How many points is a Dao
It
Fei
does
Spitfire?
cost a lot. 51, I think.
It is. I'm trying to find the damn thing. Whereabouts fucking are you, Daffy? You're not a skirmisher, even though you look like one.
It's a heavy
Yeah, it's one of
infantry.
these infinite numbers of yellow and orange fucking icons. Um,
Yeah.
God, why do they all look the same? There it is, Daffy Tactical Section. Holy fuck, it's 52
Hey.
points.
Yeah.
Thank goodness it's got CC19.
The CC19 is like that makes me laugh,
I
honestly.
I have absolutely been cracked wide open like a hog on a spit by a good quality mimetism Spitfire. I am very familiar with what oh shit that camo marker has a real fucking gun can accomplish. Um, but yeah, I'm not going to let you put Yu Ching as an S tier.
No, I've accepted that I'm not going to get the toys. I'm not going to get what I want on this one.
Yep.
They will sit at the top of A, and I will bullishly refuse to let you put anything above them.
Here's a question. Do you think that Kestrel is actually better than Vanilla Yu Ching? Because I don't know if I think they are.
I don't know. Is God's honest answer
It's
on that one?
really fucking close.
Um, I really like it. I really like you know how much I like Vanilla Yujing.
Yeah.
Love me monks. Love me Yanho. Simple as.
Yep.
And much in the same way that Pano lists just get to have a red eye now. Every Vanilla Yujing list just gets to run the Hideout plus Moang duo just for free
Yep.
because of the stupid racer bots.
I think probably the way that I would put this is if this was a tier list that was not trying to assess like because we're both competition players. I like
Sure.
if you just were like Rob, what do you want to play this week? Do you want to play Kestrel or do you want to play Yuching or play Vanilla Yuching? There's like the ratio in favor of Vanilla Yuching there is fucking extreme. Vanilla Yuching is
Yeah,
my
just
jam
because
as
you
well.
want to make the fucking shooting dogs little joke.
There are many reasons. Yuching's defense, I think, is cleaner than Kestrel's because they've got like
Yeah.
tons of stuff under camouflage that then includes now they've got
Well, yeah,
some.
because with the racer bots, you do just sort of get to take a second Zentra if you feel like it now.
What? Sorry, what is the fucking like? I mean, the racer bots are just another. Yeah, I mean they're another good. There's mobility kill templates at close range in Vanilla Yuching. That you've got the zappers, you've got the. God,
Yeah,
remember
it's
when
just
Long Yao
another.
were good?
I do. It's just another regular order is such a big thing.
Yep.
Like, because they have the one flash pulse spot, and you don't want to take like two pangolins. God forbid you don't want to take two pangolins, Rob.
No. I
uh,
I never struggled to fit regular orders. I mean, look, this is a faction in which Guangxi do still exist. I think I would describe Yuqing as the faction in which having access to just one racer bot in some lists is this really nice. Like that's nice. That's a nice change. I don't think I'd often take two.
yeah, I don't think you take two every time. I think it fills a gap really nicely in terms of the last like 10 points in your list,
Yeah. Yeah,
and it has sort of opened you up to
you're looking for one more regular order. You've already taken your state issued Weibing. You've already taken your Flash
yeah,
Pulse remote. You don't want a third Shaolin monk, and you're like, oh, there's a thing that costs 9 points and has a bunch of
there
upside.
9 points.
Yep.
Yeah, it's that. It's like again, being able to just sometimes take a second Zensha now, and it doesn't feel like you're like hurting the list. Because being able to go like Zensha Hacker, Zensha Mind Layer 2, and your midfield is now 4 camo markers and then 2 Gudard behind that.
Yeah. Yep. That is a very clean way to avoid ever having to put a Guilang in your list, which I approve of significantly.
Fucking don't get the Guilang people on me again.
Oh no, I've roused the Guilang enjoyers. I would
The
even just
Guilang enjoyers.
make a quick note that I am increasingly a fan of the Faikwan tactical wing. It's just
Yes, you
it
quite like it.
it just does flyer shit. Like you can take the meme picture version and it's very fun, but the 27.0 SWC multi rifle is
The
like
multi rifle,
shit.
yeah,
That's cheap as hell. It costs no SWC and it's a model that can like peek over a corner and kill McMurrow or something. Maybe sometimes.
yeah.
Um,
Look at him do a thing.
Yep. And it's at exactly that points cost where like we've been talking about how one of the big strengths of like PanOceania and Kestrel is that you get to have a list with a red eye that isn't a list built to accommodate a red eye. And that is a luxury of those two factions. Frequan being as cheap as it is like I
Yeah.
had the points spare and I have a flyer in this list now, and flyers are
I had the
very
points and
strong.
Swick spare because it's free on Swick.
It's zero SWC. Yep. It's a faction that still has
Oh,
access to Libertos. It's one of the best factions for taking. Like, Libertos are not a game defining piece anymore. This is N5. But having a model that generates.
I think you have you are anchoring Libertos very hard in N5 still.
I still like them a lot. But the point being in Yuqing is that you have that paying 8 points in 1 SWC for one more mimetism marker that looks like a Gudan and one more mimetism marker that looks like a Zensha. You just get to. It's a. You don't take it in every list, but it's a way of scaling up your
No.
camouflage really easily, and that's nice. Um,
Yes it is.
and God fucking is Johnny Cow any good actually? Like
Oh,
probably
I
not.
don't ever want to put one of the fucking Optimates that isn't Pilot X into a list, please, Rob.
I have a theory. Actually, when we get to White Banner, let me talk about Johnny Cow because I think that might be where he gets played. But yeah,
Okay.
A tier, and I can't really think of any faction I'd call an A tier that is better.
Yep.
Imperial Service, who praise fucking be, have their dick pals back.
Got Oh my god. Could you imagine if they just did not get them back?
I would have been sad because I enjoy Imperial Service in the way that like I enjoy. I'm trying to think of an example here that's like appropriate. Um,
No, just do
making
the
Imperial
inappropriate
Service
one.
work is the like feeling you get after doing some kind of like piece of yard work that you didn't quite think you had the tools to accomplish, and you're like, oh shit, that worked, fucking cool. And dick pals were a big part of that.
Yeah, I think they're excellent.
I should stop calling them
Like
that.
you got that no, Dick Pal. No, Dick Pal is the correct name. That's the correct name.
Dick pal attack
CB knew what
bots.
they were doing.
Yeah.
CB knew what they were doing.
And all of the rest of so they are in the strictest sense, Imperial Service are a faction that have only been buffed relative to pre-Mazebreaker because they are a major recipient of Major Luna's makeover, which is she's not
Oh
game
yeah,
defining, but she's very solid.
you just take her now.
I
Like
think
before,
so.
you weren't really going to take her, and I think you just put her in lists now. And I don't think you're only unhappy if you're playing against OSS.
She's 90% of an intruder sniper for 10 points less. Thumbs up.
Yep,
Now,
absolutely.
they are still a faction that has OSS are this faction that's got like this enormously wide roster, and you're like, I can't take all of that or even half of it. But there's still plenty that is going on. Where do we put them?
Adila mod is very good.
Yeah, like there's lots of the
Also,
probably
we haven't mentioned it yet, Rob. The Long Wang. The update.
Yes, it's a tag now. It has graduated to a tag. It's nice.
Yeah,
It's nice to have a
a
tag in a
very
faction.
yeah, it's a very good tag.
It's a tag.
Say it, Rob. Come on.
I. You know what? I am a long wang enjoyer. Just leave that clip
The
in the
first
video. That's
list this
fine.
man sent me, the first vanilla Jing list this man sent me after Mazebreaker had a fucking long wang in
Yeah,
it.
and then I cut it.
You
The
did.
thing about the long wang that is the reason I always enjoyed it hasn't changed, which is that it is 90% of a main battle tag for about main battle tag cost, but more importantly on a silhouette 6. And it is still that,
Yeah, a
except that
silhouette
now
6 is huge.
well, actually, I would say sorry. It was previously 80% of a main battle tag on a silhouette 6. Now it is 90% of a main battle tag on a silhouette 6
Yeah.
because it's armor 7. It's actual got real armor numbers. It's not armor 6 with immunity. It's not armor 6 with a wing and a prayer. It's armor 7, which means that it's just like combi rifles and shit, all of this stuff. So I still
Need not
think
apply.
I it's got the Dick Powell and David teams. It's got the hacking network. Koga Ninjas, one of my I'm gonna say
Hogan is
favorite.
just so good.
I have many favorite units in Infinity, but Koga Ninjas are one of my favorite units in Infinity. Um,
The name is excellent too for them. Like when the name is excellent, you're like, oh yeah, all right.
so where do we put them though?
Do you think there's somewhere in B?
I I think so. I don't think they're high B. I personally don't rate military orders enormously highly, for example. I think military orders are okay. I would rather play Imperial Service than military orders. But I think this is a very close comparison. It's like these two sit very close to one another for similar reasons: strengths, weaknesses, limitations. Factions that they definitely deserve this middle of the pack. This is a good faction that you can win
Yeah.
with, but you have to make it work.
You can just staple them next to each other.
Yeah. Um, I am going to put ISS above military orders because I think military orders
Okay.
got mostly as a knee-jerk response to I think when the Deferson update dropped, everyone lost their fucking minds and shouldn't have. And I think military orders have reemerged as this is a good middle of the road faction that you have to make work. And I'm gonna put them low because everyone put them
It's
high.
not a trap anymore, and that's all I care about.
Yes. I no longer have to tell military orders players not to play military orders. Excellent. Thank fucking God, because they were power armored knights, and do you know how hard it is to dissuade someone from that?
Yep.
All right, Invincible Army D tier. Moving on to White Banner. um, I don't even know where to put these. They're fine. I just dislike them. They are antithetical to
I
everything I
know.
like about the game.
Yeah, they're antithetical to how everything you like about the game. Like you played against them in the finals of CanCon. Like they're doing well.
I thought that was a vanilla Yuching army.
Nope, that was
Was Jimmy playing
fucking
in Imperial Army?
Invincibles.
He was.
Yeah, he was because he had the hideout. Because he had the hideout
Oh yeah,
team.
he did. He did. Yeah, yeah. That like genuinely, I just went. I looked at that. No, yeah, he was 100%. He was 100% playing Invincible Army. He was playing Invincible Army that was virtually indistinguishable from vanilla Yuching, except a
Well,
little
that's
bit
well
less
again
cool.
that hideout. I think that it's like how highly do you rate that hideout team basically? Because I think it's really good.
I don't rate it highly at all. I think it's fine.
Really?
I
Okay.
think this is a faction that has so many disadvantages relative to vanilla Yuching in little ways. It's got it's got mostly the same. In fact, it's got the same midfield, but it has less architecture
Yes.
underneath it. Not by a lot, but it has a bit less architecture underneath it. It's got a bit less going at the top end, and it has no Shaolin monks. That all makes a big difference.
Sure. I think they're quite good. I think they're probably the best Eugene sectoral personally.
Oh, you might be right. Hang on, I'm gonna army filter by disco balls. Disco balls, we got it on something, right? On the mowing. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's fine
Yeah,
then.
it's better to say the Moe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's cool. That's cool. Jimmy didn't take a mowing.
No. They're probably better than fucking Shock Army.
They are probably better than Shockami Cemento. Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if they sit at the top of B tier at the end of this personally.
they have 90% of the guns of Shock Army. In some respects, if you really build for it, they actually have more. and they have disco on a good quality
The
NCO that's easy
fucking
to
the
take.
Yarn Hoe is just such a piece of it's just such a cunt, Rob.
It's one less ballistic skill than Edric Owl, and is obviously one less wound and less armor and like half the fucking price. So yeah, yeah.
Don't try and link a multi HMG one with two pangolins.
I why do people do that? Why do people read the fire team's chart and take it as like, oh, I should do that, like pangolin FTO. Oh, please don't. You don't need to do this. It's okay. Um, this goes against every historic bone in my body, but I am a man capable of changing his mind in response to changing circumstances.
You have had to be dragged kicking and screaming when it comes to IA.
I have, but I think
You
I,
need to play. You need to actually go play them. Like do a battle report with them.
the problem is that I write a list and then go, I could just turn this into a vanilla Yuching list by adding.
Yeah, you need to just go play. You need to actually go play a game with them.
Um, I would just write a vanilla Yuching list instead. There's no unique value
No.
proposition apart from linkable, apart from the vaguely interesting linkable hideout and some AVA stuff. But 90%, 80% of vanilla Yuching is still, that's very good. It's got a clean defensive plan.
Yep.
It's got a decent enough. That's the big thing about them these days. That's the big thing that has actually changed over time, is that the
It's the
support
real. It's
infrastructure.
real defense.
Yeah, you've got
Like
real
two
defense.
Gunans, 1 to 2
Yeah.
Zenches, a Libertos.
God, I do remember the days where Invincible Army players were like, "I am the Invincible Army. Fuck, I hope I go first because this fire team is not going to survive McMurrough running across the field, and I have no arrows." And that's
No,
not
it
the
is not.
that's not the case anymore. Genuinely, they are well rounded. Yeah, I think
I did get to live the dream at CanCon of McMurrow failing a dodge in front of a Gudan.
mm, that doesn't happen. I mean, look, it happens to me. What my experience with McMurrough, is that like an improbable amount of the time he will fail the dodge and pass the saves. Um,
Yeah.
just like I had this happen. I've had this happen so many times that in my last game that I used McMurrough, I literally just face tanked a mine, and before rolling the dice, I looked my opponent in the eyes and confidently said, "But because it's McMurrough, he'll pass both saves." And then I rolled them, face tanked the EM mine, and just carried on with the attack. And it was like, I
Yep.
shouldn't have been able to do that, but sometimes the universe just tells you what's going to occur.
The universe just sometimes knows.
It's McMurrough that's making these saves. All right, white
Yep.
white banner.
Just so low on White Banner, man.
I am prepared to concede that I've never really quite made them work, but it's a faction that on paper should really be fine.
It's
Should
just once you have to reach outside that fire team. It's like, how good is that fire team at holding up an entire faction?
this the interesting thing is that every time I do, it's fine. That's the weird thing. Where like every
Yep.
time I've had a game against someone running just a random Shangji duo, those fuckers pop off like a frog in a sock. Um, every time, what was the last thing I had to like? Someone set a challenge that I played, and it was like, why the fuck did this work? But it did. There was
Was it
something.
Tiger Soldiers?
No, it was fucking Yimao infantry duoed with Silver
Oh,
Snakes,
okay.
and it's like, oh shit, they were fine. That just worked. Fuck, what's going on? This is mimetism, multispectral vice level 1, albedo, and a pair of guns and specialists in a easy to access fire team. But I guess that's okay. Like it has always consistently just worked, even though it's not the big boy fire team that everyone leapt on when the faction dropped.
Yeah. It's very this is fine.
I think it's I don't know. I feel like White Banner is a faction where if someone really like they're very difficult to just tourist into, um, because there's
Yeah.
plenty of stuff in there that is totally okay, but it's not a faction. It's just whenever I play the stuff that looks like
The
it's
problem
first
is, right,
order.
the deeper someone gets into White Banner, the more often you get messages from them concerning things like, maybe I should put a second Daofei in this list.
Weren't you just saying good things about that?
I was saying good things about one Daofei, not the
Yeah.
second Daofei.
Defense, even with the Gudan troops, it is probably the thinnest, and in fact, it is the thinnest defense of any Yuching army.
Yes, it is objectively.
That's not the same as saying it is a bad defense. Like like White Banner, probably it defends more easily than military orders, for example. Um,
Yes.
but it is the thinnest defense of any faction in Yucheng.
Do
Do
you
I
think
think?
they sit to the right of? I think they sit to either side of ISS and military orders, and I think it's the right.
Yeah. And not as an indictment. Like there are enough tools and enough interesting things, and every time I go off reservation with them, they just keep working anyway. But they're like, how they feel more than anything is, how Kestrel can like roll its face across the keyboard and end up with an A tier list no
Yeah.
matter what. White Banner can roll its face across the keyboard and the list will look like dog shit, but it will be just fine.
You know the way you're describing them right now, it sounds like the way you used to talk about Druze in N4. Not
I
Druze, what is it? Dashat. Dashat.
Does it? I have no memory
It
of this
does. That's
place.
it. That's how it sounds to me. Because you're like, it just works, you know? It's just like home brand, it just works. It just
It's
works.
not. So that's not what I'm intending to. What I'm sort of the point I'm intending to make is that they feel like not off-brand Infinity. They feel like off-brand Kestrel, and
Yeah.
off-brand Kestrel is actually like, oh, that's at least a B tier, right? Yeah, it's 100% at least a B tier. It's at least a B
It is
tier.
at least a B tier.
But you put together a White Banner list, kind of just randomly slapping things into a list, and you end up with a list that looks like a Kestrel list, except everything has one less ballistic skill and one less wound, like here and there. You're like, oh, that's all
Yep.
right, that'll play. I do think if there's anywhere that Johnny Cow does anything, it's in this fire team.
Yeah,
Um,
please explain to me
so
this
here's
Johnny Cow fire team.
here is the basic idea. The 30. I don't know where he goes. It might even be like Lang Kai, a Shaolin monk, and Johnny Cow. But
Uh-huh.
he's a 36 point ballistic skill 13 mimetism X visor plasma carbine. Now it's just a plasma carbine, not a rifle, but he has
Yes.
two true wounds and 3 dice on 13s with plasma with an X visor and mimetism is like, fuck, that's still 3 dice with plasma with 13's mimetism.
It is.
It's plasma. And he's fast enough to keep up with them as well. Like he's moving in many cases. He's actually more quick. He's quicker off the jump
Then the monk,
than the
right?
monks. Yeah, I would not take any of his other fucking profiles. I absolutely will not take the 42 point arm turret plasma carbine because yes, it says plasma, but that's a burst 2 turret. It's a burst 2 turret.
The number of people who turned around to me and were like, Jordan, turrets are good again. And I'm like, no, they're not.
No, it's not. Like the it's difficult if you excluded all of the points and you're like, an armed turret plasma carbine. Well, he is trading down. Like multi-rifle to plasma carbine, I will take the plasma carbine if I've got the ability to get to 3 dice every day of the week. 100%.
Oh yeah.
Multi-rifle is not nearly as good. But there are 6 fucking points of difference between Johnny Cow with and without that armed turret before the downgrade to the multi-rifle. I am not taking that fucking profile. I'm taking the cheapest profile and
No.
nothing else.
Yeah. Yeah. Turrets are still in a sad place. I think there is maybe a universe where they are revisited at some point. Again, I personally think if you just make it so an engineer can have one turret down at a time,
It's
so
difficult.
that way you can like reload it.
I am of the opinion that it is probably best to leave turrets unreloadable. Probably, I would have been happy with you can only ever maintain one turret at a time per character with turrets, but I think
Yes.
they just need to be way fucking cheaper. They need to be way cheaper, and there needs to be more mine layers, and then you're fine. Like if a turret, because
Yeah,
like it,
if you just staple mine layer onto all of the arm turret profiles.
so not all of, but here's a really good example. The Steeljaw in Next Wave. If I have 1 point, I will upgrade to the turret profile because you're choosing between an
Yeah,
armed turret on one hand and viral mines and a sensor on another, and that's genuinely interesting and compelling, and it's just 1 point. But too many profiles have now, the sensor and the viral mines adding to the cost, which is doing all of these things, etc. But there are too many
yeah,
profiles where it's like armed turret costs 1 million fucking points and it's an order to deploy them. You have to make them super light to get into a list and get into play. And if you do that, the fact that they're single use, ballistic skill, nothing, and die, that's fine.
hurts less.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
it hurts less.
let them reduce the friction to getting them into a list and played, and you can keep their power level very low as a non-reloadable deployable.
This all to say, we are deeply enthused about White Banner.
Yeah.
We are
Bottom. Look, I'll
whelmed.
take it.
We are whelmed.
We are whelmed. We are thoroughly whelmed with White Banner. I will play them over Svalhammer Winterforce.
Yep.
But yeah,
Absolutely, I would.
they're B tier. They're middle of the road. They can work well. They work surprisingly well when doing things that look like they shouldn't function. But yeah, B tier. All right.
They're a great challenge list faction.
They actually, so genuinely, they are. If you want to meme and still win games more than you expect, White Banner are a faction
Yeah.
where you like. If you, they would almost be. I'm by saying it, I will curse this forever, and he will never play them. But they are almost the perfect Val faction because
They are, yeah.
you can, and there's like this is Val is like the perennial hipster. He was the person who was born unable to do anything that anyone else says is cool and good, and as a result finds things that are interesting. And if you could just convince him that everyone thought White Banner was bad, he would like flourish with this faction because it's still hipster bullshit. No one would ever fucking
Out of spite. He would do it out of spite.
no one would discount that. Like when I played multiple Yimao Silver Snake links, I'm like, this has got to be trash. And then it was like, holy fuck, that worked and was interesting. I'm not going to play it again because it's not that good, but like, there is shockingly
I'm never
some.
doing this again. But you know what? Okay.
But you know what? I didn't mind it at all the one time. It was genuine. They're a great challenge, a great stretch yourself, a great list request.
Dude did like acid once in college. It's like I'm never doing that again. But
Yeah,
that's
right.
That one time.
White Banner are perfect for being the Infinity equivalent of gentle drug experimentation. Yep, that's going to fucking demonetize this particular video, but that's okay.
We're like an hour in. It's fine.
Yep. Vanilla Ariadna. I think they are
This is
A
your
tier.
faction, Rob.
Yeah.
I think they're excellent.
I want to put them above Neoterra. I think people will disagree with that. They probably shouldn't go above.
I don't have a horse in this race.
Yeah. I am going to
Do you
put
think they
them.
go above Varuna?
I do. I do think they are above Varuna. Not a lot, but they are. I will rank them very slightly above Varuna. Vanilla Ariadna. Okay, I have actually consulted with my expert in the US, and I have some
The
opinions.
oracles.
There's some opinions I'm going to pass on from Carez in the US that are a surprise to me, but him having expounded on them is a like, you know what, actually that could be right. But one of the things I think is probably non-controversial is that Ariadna's age in darkness at the beginning of this edition has passed, and
God, yes, absolutely.
They still have many of the like limitations of Ariadna. This is not a hacking faction. This is a faction that has certain things that are issues for them, but their strengths are clear, and they are strengths that are archetypical of Ariadna. The Tank Hunter change was like, fuck yes. This is a camouflage marker. That means every other camouflage marker is sitting on ramparts in your deployment zone. Your opponent has to at least care about and potentially shit themselves with regards to. They've got
it's made them threatening. Instead of just there's nothing under here. I can just walk forward.
Yeah. I had a game. Actually, it was a game against Tartary Army Corps, but there's not a lot of air between Tartary and Vanilla Ariadna. Vanilla Ariadna is better. And I had like my first game playing into that ARO presence. And I remember just sitting there being like, fuck, I have to respect those camouflage markers. God damn it. And I did, and it was the correct thing to do.
It feels insulting, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It feels so insulting.
Especially when like
damn it.
one of them reveals, and it's you do the SWC account, and you're like, you motherfucker, I know you can only have one Tank Hunter autocannon. And there are 3 camouflage markers there. And then one of them like spends the lieutenant order, and you're just like, you fucking prick.
It is genuinely insulting when you're like, I have to respect this garbage.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I have to respect the Vasily Plushenko decoy.
Because the one game that you don't, that Tank Hunter is going to drop out of ARO, and it's going to roll like, oh, that's a crit. I mean, not even a crit, just a hit. Like, you'll be like, oh shit, evasive maneuvers. You dodge like on a 2, and it's like, oh yeah, there's a 6. And you're like, okay. 3 saves, armor piercing.
PS4 or something, isn't it?
It's very high. It is a very, very good gun. They're
just deeply silly as a
To note,
faction.
right? Vanilla Ariadna are not just the faction of tank hunters, but the faction of Vistrals, the faction of Scout Mine Layers. You still have the incredible Dynamo duo, and because it's Vanilla Ariadna,
Yep.
you have lots of the like. Your opponent before deployment has to respect the existence of Equip Mirage 5 and Van
Yep.
Zant. And the Chernobog does still exist in this faction if that's something that you're particularly interested in, but I would never personally take, or very rarely.
It's absolute. That is an aesthetic choice for people playing Ariadna.
It's a very nice model. It's an inner sphere catapult, and we can all appreciate that. But yeah, like the
Yeah.
fact that it's most of the best things about Tartary Army Corps. Plus, it's got a Vistral, and it's got very easy to access to engineers. It's got the Kibervolk Patrol, which is fantastic. Doesn't have Climbing Plus, but is fantastic. It's got access to Equip Mirage 5, which means people just have to respect that shit. And yeah, it's. I think we probably can't put it above Neoterra, but it's very good and it's fun to play. And when you get to like use it's in that one of the things about A tier is like the feel of an A tier faction is that when you get to use its strengths, it's like the gears engaging and that just like like the engine turns over in that satisfying way and you're like, fuck yeah, this shit is
Yeah.
good. And
This is working. Oh my god.
the first time I had a game where someone bounced off of a Vistral in my reactive turn, and then I just revealed the Tank Hunter from ARO in active turn and fired off the 3 dice and blew something the fuck out, was just like, this is good. This is
The
like
dopamine has
the,
hit. The
you get to
dopamine is hitting.
yeah, you get to have that like, please take 6 saves, armor piercing, and your opponent's just like, oh yeah, okay. And they roll the dice, and you're like, ooh, that's a lot of successes there. Your model's still dead as shit, but that's a good roll. Like being able to do that, have that moment where you're like, that's a good roll to someone who has just still seen something absolutely fucking explode. And dynamos are
Yeah.
fantastic. They're swimming like Ariadna should never have the question of how the fuck do I accomplish mission objectives in the midfield? This is a faction that's still got Strelix. Yeah, so um, I think I honestly I think they are very close to Neoterran Capitoline Army. I took them to CanCon over Neoterra because they were easy to make judgment calls with respect to how well they fit into the meta.
If you put them over Neoterra, there are people who are going to be furious with you.
So you're saying that I should do that then?
I,
I
I look. I think I'm happy to default to your preference on this one. I don't have strong opinions on Neoterra.
I don't think I think these two are incredibly close. I think they're incredibly close, and I think anyone who says that Neoterra is better is not
Blows
really
it
thinking
out.
it.
Yeah.
Well, they're not thinking about the entire picture. They're thinking about
No.
the game where
They need
they
to
go.
play the matchup. They need to
Um,
actually play that matchup.
well, you need to play the game against Ariadna like 3 times, where your opponent is like, one of these 3 games I'm going to be playing taking Equip Mirage 5, one of them I'm going to be taking Van Zandt, and one of them I'm not going to be taking any of those. Then we'll play it a 4th time, and you tell me how you feel about the matchup when all you can see is nothing about my order pool and a million camouflage markers. Your fucking move.
Yeah.
But it's not a
It's only
faction.
2 tank hunters in vanilla, right?
Yeah, it is. They're hard to
Yeah.
fit 2 of
The
them, but
fact
you
you
can.
yeah, it's the fact that can be 2 of them though,
Yeah.
right? Like
It's not a faction with a Swiss Guard. I think we're going to make some decisions that do probably frustrate people. I might come back and change this at the last minute, but it's probably stronger to have
okay.
Neoterra over Ariadna. Now,
Okay.
our surprise pick for
This is your surprise pick. I don't have strong feelings about this.
Merovingian Rapid Response Force have made it into B tier.
Oh, okay. This is way higher than I thought you were
Yeah,
going to put
right. It
them.
is fucking.
Is this a shit post?
No, it's not, because this is a faction with access to Vistrals and Couriers.
Right.
And it turns out that those AVA2 Vistrals and Couriers, and it turns out that those are really fucking good. I don't know if have you had an experience against Tractor Mule Couriers yet?
I was a Geelong player, so yes, I have.
Okay. Couriers are one of those models where it looks innocuous, and then someone who has actually particularly if you find someone who has had like 3 or 4 games against Tractor Mule Couriers, I get fucking visceral, not directed at me, but visceral hate posts about Tractor Mule Couriers in my comments, and they are not unreasonable. I love tractor mule couriers. I will ruthlessly
Yeah.
fucking kill them when I play against them because you have to, but they are the best spec fire piece in the game, and it's like, okay, so what? It's spec
Are
fire.
they?
Yeah, no, they are. Genuinely, they are. They
Okay.
have
Okay.
they have
Okay.
positive range bands out to 24. They fire double action ammo, and they have ballistic skill attack -3. They are enormously difficult to
Wait,
dodge.
is that
Yeah,
their spec fire has positive range bands out to 24?
their spec fire has good range bands, yes, which means that they're
Oh, okay.
hitting their spec fire most of the time. So if you line it up correctly, for example, if you're playing a power pack deployment scenario, um, don't ever power pack should be gone
Uh-huh.
from the game from ever. But like in a
Yeah.
lot of situations, even in radial deployment, right? In radial deployment, 24 inches from the front of your deployment reaches quite a long way into your opponent's DZ. And so on those rolls, a courier is rolling spec fire with double action rounds on 8s, and you're dodging at -6. And
Yeah.
and they're a mine layer, and they're baggage, and they cost 15 points. Um,
It's a lot. It's a
yeah,
lot of, and they are like a rem pres thing with actual armor too.
yep, Armor 2, BTS 0. I've occasionally used the fucking things as ARO pieces of last resort. They're even a warhorse, which is fucking hilarious because if there was ever a model that you don't need warhorse on, it's the best spec fire platform in the game because you're like, oh, I'm loss of lieutenant. Can this model spend its order productively? Boy, fucking howdy, can it? But
Boy, fucking howdy.
randomly, they're warhorse. Nerf tractor
Yep.
mules.
Okay.
Remove warhorse. And anyway, the general point being,
So what about everything else in the faction?
everything else in the
Like, what are you
faction
filling the rest of this list out with?
is surprisingly okay. So you start with a full-on trailer park. You start with 2 Vistrals, you add 1 tractor mule courier, and then you think about whether or not this is
Do they get
equipped.
to link the Vistrals?
They don't, and that's why they're not as good
Okay.
as Tartary Army Corps, and they're definitely not as good as Vanilla Ariadna. But they have crept
Mm.
up into B tier off the back of like, yeah, shit, I can make the rest of the list work. Now,
Sure, sure, sure.
Zouaves and Lugaroos and Briscards are
I was about to say, this is where you're sort of losing
very.
me. Is like the actual,
This
is
is
the
where you're
meaty
like,
bodies.
this is where you begin to like, oh, okay, all right. This is why they're not higher than like the bottom of B tier. Um, but it is why they
I
are.
this is such a.
I was surprised too.
I think you can have them at the top of C. I don't think they sit in B when you're not excited to take any of the actual dudes. Your entire plan can't be the trailer park.
It kind of the disgusting thing is okay. All right, look, I will accept this. I will accept that they are. There we
Yeah.
go. This is going to make. Wow. Yeah, I think if we just put them next to Spellheimer, it's actually worse. But
I was gonna say, how many angry DMs do you think you're gonna get?
I think I have justified my position. Well, does Spellheimer have Equip Mirage 5? No, it doesn't. It doesn't have a single fucking drop troop.
Does
Spellheimer has.
Svalaheimer have careers? Don't fucking think
Yeah,
so.
don't think so. It's got Knight of Justice. Do you know what I would prefer to take over a Knight of Justice? 2 couriers. Sorry, two Vistrals. Like genuinely, like I like a Knight of Justice, but I'm not taking a Knight of Justice and 2 Fusiliers
No,
over 2 couriers.
the Vistrals are genuinely
Vistrals,
one of
fuck.
the most, like, if you do not have the exact answer for it, it is one of the most just obnoxious little shitheads in the game.
There are lots of answers to a Vistral, but it's 23
Yeah,
points, a half as SWC, and it says this is my plan for surviving turn 1, and it works. And sometimes it kills a fucking thing, and you're like, oh god, I've got to put it down again
it
now.
does. Because
Um,
you would think with the number of people on there who are like, no, no, they're terrible. It's like, no, no, they're not. Like you're just doing it wrong.
So yeah, congratulations, French Merovingia. You've made it up into C tier, and there are still
Congrats.
handbrakes
Well
on the faction.
deserved.
But yeah, um,
Well deserved, guys. Big
Tartary
claps.
Tartary Army Corps, probably low A, I think.
Okay.
Um, Not as good as Vanilla Ariadna, but only just, and there are points of differentiation. It does
There
make a
are.
big difference having access to the things in Vanilla that Vanilla gets. Um,
The fact that Vanilla has the additional access of what if it's Equip Mirage 5 is a lot.
mhm. Here's the big thing is initially, like on the October update, I looked at Tartary and went, hot fucking damn, linked linked Vistrals. That's awesome.
Mm.
In practice, what happens is that the Vistral will begin the game linked, and your opponent will put their biggest fucking gun into it, and like something will put the Vistral down. And at that point, you're like, you've got to repair it. You end up having to reroll. You just don't have that many command tokens. Reforming the link is difficult. And because the Vistral doesn't leave the link in the turn it's repaired, it doesn't rejoin automatically. And so
No, it doesn't.
and the second time a Vistral has to be fought, it's way easier because it probably isn't back in Sapper state. It doesn't have mimetism. It's still got its neurokinetics, but it's just the second time around. The thing about the Vistral is that you still have to fight it the second time around after it gets repaired, and that is a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Um,
So you're saying like the investment of the piece for the Link team isn't worth it when it's only good for the one turn.
I think linking Vistrals is 100% worth it, but you have to be realistic about the payoff. And the
Yeah.
payoff is not quite as much as you might think. It's not just holy shit, this Vistral will always be linked. That's incredible. It's this Vistral will be linked until the first time it goes down, and then it might be able to rejoin the link. And
Sure.
that's like that's a meaningful difference. That's a point to note that is one of the reasons why compared to Ariadna, which is like it's not linked, but it's going to be once the Vistral is fighting the second time, it's the same as a Tatari Core Vistral. Um,
Yep.
Otherwise, most of the things that
That makes
exist in
sense.
vanilla Ariadna, many of the good things, you get the Dynamo duos, you get access to a linked Frontovnik, but there isn't a lot that's particularly unique. There is the Courier. The appearance of the Courier in Tatari Core is a point of distinction. I was really huffing two tank hunters incredibly hard, and so could never fit a courier, even though I should have, and that was what led me to vanilla, and I just specified with dog warriors instead, which was fine. But they are a good Tatari Core are a good faction. I think they're not as good as Varuna,
Yes.
but they're good.
I don't think they're as good as Verona.
Our next Ariadnan faction is Cosmo Flotilla. And my expert that I have been speaking to about this is of the opinion that Cosmo Flotilla and French Merovingia these days are very, very close together. Now, they rate couriers and Vistrals very, very highly, and the absence of both is one of the defining things about Cosmo Flotilla, but there's some cool
I
shit
agree.
in Cosmoflot. Um,
Yes.
the fucking Volkolak assault troopers are awesome. Cosmo Soldat are awesome. Den McConnelly is very good. We do start to run out of cool stuff to talk about.
Yeah,
William
I was
Wallace,
about to say you named three things and you already sound like you're having a tough time.
Wallace Lieutenant is really good, and you do begin
Yes, he
to
is.
Keeper Volk Patrol are sick. You do begin to run out of cool stuff after that. Patches are good, not as good as they used to be, but they're still good. And then it's like you look at some of the other things, and you're like, haha, the Unknown Ranger. I remember when he used to be good. He's not anymore.
Yep.
Um,
No,
the
he's not.
the big challenge with Cosmo Flotilla is that your defense is not a certain thing. It's not clear how
No,
to
it's not.
defend, and so much of the time you have a Cosmo Soldat that's like, buddy, it's up to you. I fucking hope the opponent does not have a Warhorse Albedo troop.
It's especially now that you can't rely on the Volkolak missile launcher like you used to be
Mhm.
able to.
It is
Again,
worth
thank God.
noting,
Thank
yep,
God they fucked off N4 links.
like Volkolak, and I want to like Volkolak. I really like, but I really like them in the role they should kind of always have been, which is they're a Wolver style troop. They're this like violent dickhead close assault piece that is terrifying when it gets up inside of those range bands and fights in a way that a close assault piece should. And
Yeah.
that's awesome. Like I would just run a duo of the paramedics and not give a fuck and push them around, but they're not defensive elements. You don't want to be holding line with those guys at point blank against an attack run that your opponent has been able to like calculate and plan. And so
Yeah.
there's legitimately this where do they sit, and it's actually in some cases I think it's probably unfair. Like I personally think that the middleweight in Cosmo Flotilla isn't enormously better than Merovingia. Like I can talk about Stranic Outer Patrol with all of the same enthusiasm as I can talk about Briscards. So
Yeah, it's true.
like the top end, the the thing that you can get in Cosmoflot is you can get some cool multi-wound duos that move out and do stuff. The active turn is unquestionably better than it is in Merovingia. The reactive in Merovingia is better than it is in Cosmoflotilla.
Yes, it is. Like, unquestionably better.
So these two are, it's really just a where do we, like, they're very, very close together.
I think it's funnier to have the French on top.
Yeah, yeah. Equip Mirage is in both factions, but they are harder to
Yep.
afford in Cosmoflot. You make some, because you have to, basically you have to take a Cosmosoldat to defend. You have to have a linked Cosmosoldat as an ARO piece if you want to realistically hold off certain pieces that would otherwise come and just step on your neck. And because of that, finding the points to afford stuff like Equip Mirage, whereas in French Merovingia, you're like, nope, 2 Vistrals should be right, or 1 Vistral, however many Vistrals they can
Yeah,
take.
in French Merovingia, all the other meats are fucking dumb as shit.
Yep.
So
So I'll put
we
in.
can afford it.
So yeah, okay, but again, to emphasize, these are very, very close together.
Yeah.
All right.
Where do you have Caledonia, Rob?
I is C tier.
Yep.
But I think it is better. I think it is better than. I think it is better than French Merovingia, but
I think it probably is as well.
it's very important to note that Caledonia's defense. Now, these three are all very close together. Keres, the person I talked to about Ariadna in the US, actually ranks Caledonia as the lowest. And they rank them as
Okay.
the lowest because Caledonia's have fucking nothing. They have nothing for defense unless you start investing in camouflaged ARO pieces. Now, I have seen some lists come out of Loki that are like, yeah, no, fuck it. I've just taken a bunch of dangerous ARO pieces. I've seen a list that still fits the cool Alpha Strike shit, but which has 2. What are the bloody kilted?
How many Scots Guard?
None. Thank fuck for that. He is definitely painting a bunch of them. I think Scots Guard are bad.
Oh, do you mean does he have
Catarans.
Catarans
And
in there or
it's like 2
something? Oh,
Catarans, 2
okay.
Beast Hunters, and some SAS. And because it's French, because it's Caledonia, and everything is 20 fucking points, he's still got a Mormea. And so it's a defense. It's a defense that relies on
Yeah.
sacrificing Beast Hunters and sacrificing Catarans. But okay, that's fine. There'll be enough shit left in the tank. And the
Well, they're all the
offense.
regular orders too, right?
Oh
Like,
yeah, because it's Wallace list, 100%. Actually, you can almost run that as not a Wallace list, but I'm pretty sure it's a Wallace list. The
oh, okay, sure.
the thing about the reason why they are close together, and which I'm going to rate Caledonia as high because I value this, is that if you do not respect the Caledonian offense, it will blow you the fuck out faster than almost anything in the game.
Oh yeah,
If
you will get your back blown out by this shit immediately if you
if
don't respect it.
if you just null deploy against Caledonia thinking it will be fine, there will be 2 dogs in amongst, like, 2 dogs and other stuff in your deployment zone, like, before you can blink. Now, one of the things that we've been talking about throughout this so far is that one of the things that makes a good faction is a faction having a good defensive plan. And so the second you're like, oh no, I've got a plan for this. I've got these camouflage markers in the midfield, and these things have zappers, and I've got this ARO piece. Caledonia goes, okay. Yeah, you got me. Well played. All right. And then they have to play the game normally. If you disrespect
Anyway,
them.
beers.
So, some very definite strengths, some definite weaknesses. I am going to put them above both
I'm happy with this lineup.
French and Cosmosoldat because I have seen some people emerge with, like, making the sacrifices to get the defense in. And that
And you know
means I'm
what?
like,
I'm
yep.
not seeing those sacrifices from Svalaheimer players.
And then finally we have US Ariadna, who I think are
Yep, still. Yep.
our first D
Yep.
tier of the
There's
episode.
still probably one of the worst factions in the game,
They are.
unfortunately.
Now, it is worth noting that US Ariadna bad means a lot less than it did 1, 2, 3 years ago. They are less bad than they have ever been. But the thing about US Ariadna today is that you have a defensive plan. It's the Minuteman with the 3 dice missile launcher. And he has 1 wound and no mods, and when he dies, you're fucked.
He has 1 wound in a fucking dream.
He can, like, at his points cost, the Minuteman the Minuteman missile launcher can 100% blow games out if he's lucky. Sometimes, and then he's not, and then you lose.
Yeah.
They are they are more, and it's almost like I've seen some people espouse opinions about like October was probably the high point of balance in the edition. So far, I would like to see more high points reached, and that the
Yeah.
Mazebreaker release has been
Absolutely. There's
like
a lot of N5 still to play
it's
out. Like, there's a lot of N5 to play
ooh,
still.
there's some fucking shit in Mazebreaker that is good, and we're in that topsy turvy period, and I always feel that way.
Yeah.
I like you can make any change in the world, and I will spend 2 weeks being
So
like,
this was
go.
this was the first time in Infinity to, like, I guess, to talk about Mazebreaker for a little bit, because it's dead air after US Ariadna for a little bit. um I'm sorry, I couldn't help it.
That's okay. Go.
Um, there was a this was like the first time, for me at least, in Infinity, where I've played. There's been a major event directly after a balance update, and it was really interesting watching just this insane amount of like list diversity among those factions.
What did you find? Because I obviously wasn't at Border Bash. What was your experience?
Again, it was a lot of next wave in the room. A lot of different next wave lists as well. Like, there was definitely not everyone playing the same stuff. Like, one player just wasn't bringing Tusa. Everyone did have an Achilles list because of the mission lineup, of course,
Yes.
right? There's oh boy, I get a Cheops. Okay, Achilles, off you go, buddy. There's a lot of next wave. There was a lot of OSS, and like all the OSS players were doing different things as well. There were a couple of people really high on the Asura. Though I think everyone was playing at least one list with the flyer, but what they were accompanying it with was really different.
Hmm.
I saw like one dart, like Ivory, I think was the only person with dart, I think. And they were playing like dog dart as well. And there was one, I think there was two, sorry, there was two vanilla Aleph players, God bless their hearts, before they got the Apsara Lieutenant.
That made a significant difference.
It
Um,
made a significant difference.
when we just to mention this now, by the way, so we will probably mention maybe a couple of factions in the context of an event in Australia called Border Bash that happened like a week ago at this stage, where, among other things, Next Wave was very heavily represented. It is worth noting you can find the Border Bash scenario breakdown. I did a full video about it. It's on this channel. There were 2 scenarios of the 5 with the Cheops rule, which is holy fuck the Achilles and a half scenario mix.
Holy crap, why does Achilles dodge on 18s and why does he have 3 orders?
Yeah, it was just so grossly powerful for anyone with an Achilles style piece, and Achilles is the best Achilles style piece in the game. There are a small number of things that come close. Like Sheshkin is one of them, but it
Yep.
was there has never been a scenario lineup more favorable to Achilles, and so Next Wave fucking ate at Border Bash. But anyone who did well with Next Wave still had to accommodate the other 3 missions. So if we mention Border Bash, just keep that in mind. Maybe go back and have a look at the mission lineup that was
If
played
I
in.
think if you go and have a look, there is the top 10, the top breakdown is on there as well on Facebook. You just need to go have a look for it, basically.
Next Wave and OSS were both very heavily represented, and Dante
Yep,
from Infinity the Dante came first. Go and check out his channel.
he did. He was very good.
This has all been a ton
All
of
right,
time
Rob.
not talking about US Ariadna. We should really give them that. They are better than they have ever been. They are still a D
Still
tier
D tier.
faction. And where I was going with this was, I think the fact that US Ariadna is a D tier faction, but they are stronger than they have ever been, is a note to 2 things. The first is that the power level of the game in Infinity has increased in N5. Armies are more powerful than N4 armies, mostly due to good
Yeah.
pieces being made more available. Um, but then also, if you are stopping and thinking about how balanced is the game in N5, the fact that like US Ariadna, look, setting everything else aside, US Ariadna is still better than it has ever been. Okay, cool. There is a tighter bound between S tier and D tier than at some other times. Now,
I
Jordan.
struggle to think of a list taking Ariadna list taking games off of Vanilla Pano, but I can see it. Anyway.
So if Vpano plays against US Ariadna, what can happen is that they PanOceania lose, and it's specifically just fuck, I just couldn't kill the Minuteman. It just rolled well.
The Minuteman just crits like 3 times.
Yeah,
You're
and
like,
you're like,
oh
well,
shit.
fucking PanOceania player's dead in the water now. Um,
Yep.
Jordan, I would
All right.
like to ask
Hackers.
you your opinion on Vanilla Haqqislam.
I think they're really good.
Yeah, I agree.
I think we were quite conservative with how we placed them in the post October update. You were very high on them. I was very high on them. I think they're very good. I think that they are a symptomatic child of man. Flyers are a little bit pushed. Hey,
Um, I yes. I have put them here at the top of S currently. There may be some things that overtake them. There is no faction more exposed. Actually, that's not true. Next Wave and OSS might be slightly more exposed to flyer nerfs than Haqqislam, but simply by the fact that Haqqislam is the only faction in the game that can take 2 flyers makes them more exposed. They are more likely to move, although I think even if flyers get nerfed into the absolute ground, which I don't expect, I would still put them as
no,
higher than Kestrel. Uh,
yeah.
for
I
me,
believe the quote from one person was, "If flyers would double the points cost, they would still be broken." It's like, no,
no,
no, hang on.
that's a bad take. I don't know who that was, so I can confidently say, um, it will take very little to rein flyers in because flyers have got some significant fundamental weaknesses, but they do need
They do.
to just be pulled back slightly. Um, I have put Haqqislam at the top
You
of
played a
S.
lot of Vanilla Haqqislam
I have
since
played a
October.
fuck ton of vanilla Haqqislam, and the specifically, this is a combination of a few things, some of which I do think need to change. What I think needs to change is flyers. What I don't think needs to change, and which I'm happy about, is how good Saladin feels in the faction. And he has been a transformative change to them. They are still a faction where so many of the pieces that you put in a list are like pretty fundamentally fair. I have a list with a Magariba Guard. I challenge anyone to say that the Magariba Guard is busted. I'm running, unlinked shotgun-armed Asawira, a variety of bikers. The bikers are probably worse than they have been at points historic, but they're still very good. Matawiya are
Some
very solid.
breeds.
I've even had some games with the Sundukbud, for example. All of those pieces are fine. They're good, even. In many cases, they're good. Like a Mukhtar, I would say in N5 that there are things that do the Mukhtar's job better than the Mukhtar, actually by probably a solid margin, but Mukhtar's still a very good piece.
Yes.
What happens with Vanilla Haqqislam is how well all of that works together when you, one, slot in Saladin. Unsurprisingly, he's an inspiring leadership lieutenant with extra things. But then two, learn how to play the fucking coordinated order game. And the more I have played with them, and this is, I am probably overrating them slightly, or possibly more than slightly, because of how interesting and mentally engaging that learning process has been. But I have had games where it's just like, holy fuck, that felt so strong, where you get it just right, where you're like, coordinated order, like you do 3 or 4 coordinated orders in a turn, and most of that is just spent moving, bearing in mind that most of what you do in Infinity is move. For every offensive action you take, you're probably doing 2 or 3 movements as part of that to get there
Yeah.
or to get away. You get so much just extra movement, extra reliability on your smoke, extra reliability on your button pressing. You get to do things with coordinated orders in vanilla Haqqislam because the faction, firstly, Saladin enables that. 5 command tokens inspiring leadership. And secondly, the faction just fundamentally coordinate their piece as well. You can easily put 3 or 4 models with smoke grenades or smoke grenade launchers, which are very good at providing crossfire support because of the range bands in a single
Yeah.
combat group. You can have pieces that are just like this model. If I can just, like an Asawira with a shotgun and a disco ball. If that model gets 3 free moves during a turn because you're just randomly coordinating it as part of other moves around the field, you have these turns where you go, this thing presses a button and then needs like Hunzakut presses a button in provisioning and then needs to move away. Some things need to lay smoke during that time, and so I'm going to do a series of coordinated orders. The Hunzakut will first press a button, that's one order, and then where the Hunzakut would previously have spent, say, 2 orders moving backwards, now there'll be 2 coordinated orders. Those and like maybe one thing lays smoke for it to get out, and then 2 orders moving backwards. Those 3 things become coordinated orders, coordinated smoke, which now doesn't fail because you get 3 rolls at it because of 3 different pieces, and then a move. And so cool. I've spent the 1 order on the Hunsrück to press the button, and I've spent the 2 or 3 orders to exfiltrate it in provisioning to get back to my zone. But as part of doing that, I have laid the smoke for an attack separately, and an Asawira has just moved 18 inches. And so now I'm 4
Yeah.
orders deep in a counterintelligence turn with a combat group that has 5 or 6 orders left, and what would previously have been I would not have been able to make the attack run. The Asawira now gets to go because it's adjacent enemy's deployment zone, and there's a ballistic skill 14 regeneration, martial arts, berserk, burst 3, shotgun model that's killing things and has disco balls if it needs it. And you get so many of these occasions in Haqqislam where every turn feels like if you do it just right, and it is so hard sometimes to do it just right. You've got to see the future in ways that are like because you
You
have
have
to.
to see them. It is a I am seeing the Matrix faction. Like
But
you are
if
seeing the
on those
Matrix.
turns, I am not there yet, but on those turns where you get it, and I get that like once a game, you get to feel like you've played a turn and a half inside a turn,
Yeah.
sometimes multiple times a game. And that is just like I've not found anything else in the game that can do that. I have not found a faction where
I
when it works that way, it works. And that shouldn't be possible in an army that otherwise is like, what's your best hacker? It's Layla Sharif. She's just fine.
yeah.
Um,
I do think you are overrating them a little bit because of
Probably,
that
yeah.
potentially, which is fine. But to put it in perspective for people, just how much extra you get from inspiring leadership, Saladin on his own, with swapping a troop for free and generating a free coordinated order every turn, gives you, over the course of the game, 6 extra command tokens.
Yep. Plus the one that he starts with. So seven
Plus the one he
command
starts with.
tokens. Yep. 7 command
So
tokens worth of
Saladin on
stuff.
his own generates 7 command tokens worth of value on his own. Now, granted, the coordinated orders he is a part of, he is sitting in a corner rocking back and forth screaming and not doing anything,
He's
but the
not.
other 3 troopers are doing a fair bit.
Can I make a note? He's not on turn
Okay.
3. On turn 3, if you go first,
Okay.
and Saladin is like, well, I've done my part, everyone. Now I go to join my forefathers in the sky because I am an Albedo 6 no wound incapacitation emitter who can absolutely ARO. I forget to do
He's
that.
standing up.
This is one of the things I
Yeah.
forget to do, but the fact that on turn 3 you can just be like, oh, now Saladin stands up, and your opponent goes, why is he standing up? And then you're like, oh yeah, Albedo and an emitter and no wounding cap. And it's like, oh
Oh, for fuck's
fuck.
sake, yeah. I
Okay
think I
then.
think because you are doing those things with command tokens, and you could also randomly like thread in, oh, I guess I'll move my vehicle with it as well.
Yep. You can't super jump, but a vehicle
Do
still moves 8.
no.
Like you can play an entire ass turn and then coincidentally deliver one of the bikers to the opponent deployment zone with 3 or 4 orders left to spend,
Yep.
which
I think
is
it's really good. Are
yeah.
you finding that 2 vehicles is sort of the default, or are
No,
you taking one and being
100%,
pretty happy with
100%
it?
not. I am taking
Yep.
one most of the time. Um,
And it's usually the Zabek, right? You like that one more?
it is the Zabek for 2 reasons. First reason is so 3 reasons. The first reason is that I'm mostly taking smoke with very little disco. There's not a lot of disco. There is actually some reasonably good quality, but you have to flex a little bit to get disco into Haqqislam, whereas smoke is very easy. The Zabek has smoke, among other things. So an
Yep.
albedo piece gives me something to engage MSV ARO pieces. The second reason is that the Zabek is just durable and has this tendency to hold onto its orders. You still, like, Haqqislam, one of the limitations of Haqqislam is that there's not a lot of tactical awareness. You have to get your order pools happening with those coordinated orders, where other factions would be like, I got 3 tack aware and 2 lieutenant orders. You can't do that in Haqqislam. So you have to preserve your order pools, and Azebek does
No,
that.
you can't.
And the third reason is that between the Zabek and the Haytham, the Zabek is actually a little bit better at predatory attacks, where you're going after someone who is fucked and trying to dodge or something, because ballistic skill attack -3 and armor piercing on the Spitfire. In fights you are
Yeah.
going to win anyway. The Zabek is just a bit better at being a predator piece. And so those collectively, I mean, it fits into the army better for me than the Haytham. But the double vehicle, I actually don't think is fantastic. I think you're accepting too many weaknesses when you do that.
Oh boy.
Because if you
I can
don't
hear
go
the comments
first,
now.
Um, and your opponent draws a bead on one or both. It's still good. Like the double vehicle list
Yeah.
is very good, but I don't
I
think
think
it's the.
part of it as well is that there's a breadth of list building options in vanilla Haqqislam. Like it's the list that I sent you when it was like Noakes asked me to build a double flyer Maggie list, and I'm like, here you go. Like I just
Yep.
pressed a bunch of buttons, and you were like, yep, I built this list before.
The fact that you can fit a Magari Bagard into the faction because you've got these good quality Saladin is Saladin plus the irregulars is subsidizing things. Um,
Yes.
you can build like one of the things that surprised me actually was when I did the how to collect Haqqislam, starting with the Hassassin Baram box. I built a list with a Bokdar and a Sundukbut, and it was like that looks fucking good. Actually, I'd play that as a list. Um, so this this position here is
I
very.
think it probably sits to the right of vanilla Pano personally. I think you are overrating it a fair bit, but that is just me. And I can understand why you are excited about vanilla Hack Islam.
I think you are probably right. I think this is very. These two are very close.
Yeah, I think sometimes with vanilla Hack Islam, you won't like Pano yourself potentially, but you can sort of just suffer a loss where it's like, oh, I've hit a bit of a wall with this one.
I haven't found that with my most recent list versions. But
Okay.
what you can do is you can build yourself into a level of defensive fragility that you're like, the Matawiya will be fine. And then the Matawiya are insufficiently fine.
The Talia were not fine.
Yeah. Um, so, like I want to put Haqqislam to the left of PanOceania
I know.
just because Haqqislamite players are like morally superior to crude PanOceanians. Um, but
It's
if
true.
if we're
It's true.
talking
It's
about like
true.
raw power, this yeah.
I
Yeah.
think on your unwillingness to like coin flip events, right? I don't think it's gonna beat Pano in that regard, right? Like Pano just being like, I'm just gonna coin flip this and it'll be fine. And then a lot of the time it just ends up being fine.
There are some vulnerabilities in vanilla PanOceania that vanilla Haqqislam that feel like they don't quite exist in the same way because ultimately I think probably we have to settle it like this because vanilla Pano has potentially two helots and a Swiss Guard in most lists, and so your defense is just
Yes.
really clean. And so while technically both
Yeah.
of these factions can be vulnerable to a decapitation strike, Saladin's not easy to kill, but I'm not taking Chain of Command because it's pointless in vanilla Haqqislam.
Well, yeah.
It's like,
It's the
oh,
fact that it's two helots, a Swissel, and probably a BS13 TR bot as well, if you can make an excuse for it.
and a zero pain hacker and etc.
Yep.
So realistically, yeah, it's probably this. I would love just for the sake of like mildly shitting people off, but I think realistically it is that. But I think that this position for Haqqislam is off the back
Is
of
excellent.
it's off the back of those. If you do not if you think Haqqislam is a double flyer faction and you don't know how coordinated orders work, then this is not where Haqqislam should be sitting. But Haqqislam, once you begin to see the fucking matrix with coordinated orders, it will teach you things about
Yeah.
other factions that are
When
strong.
one model unlocks list building to this extent and also provides 7 command tokens worth of value over the course of a game, like you need to be looking at it from that angle and not just, oh man, flyers are pretty good, aren't they?
I think if flyers get nerfed and it's relatively sharp, I think we start seeing something like this, for example. Um,
Sure.
but not it's not a big drop, but it is a drop. But yeah, love. I'm very happy with. I'm. This is a. I am putting Haqqislam here. Sometimes something in S tier can be like, ooh, and it's a problem. This is S tier positive connotation. I'm so happy with Vanilla Haqqislam. They're so interesting to
S
play now.
tier positive connotation. I
Yep,
love it.
yep. As opposed to maybe certain other things. Okay, Hassassin Baram. Oh fuck, I
Well,
don't
you
know.
played a bunch of Assassin's Baram for the narrative campaign.
Yeah, I
How
did.
did they feel?
Oh, mid. They're fine.
They're mid.
Yeah, they're B tier.
Remember when they were like an A plus faction? I remember that.
Yeah, they're they're very close to Imperial Service. Actually, they're very close to Imperial Service for very similar reasons. Any
Yeah.
given Sunday, it's one of these two.
The long wang shits all over the fucking Shakush though.
Oh yeah, Hassassin Baram, God gunfighting with them is so like you don't have to. There was So the experience I had recently with Hassassin Baram was just wild because it was the first one was me doing that awful list request to play two Bokdars, which sucks
The
every
double
ounce of
box
oxygen
stars.
out of like Boktar are good, but two Boktar is seriously an issue.
Two Boktar is a lot of Boktar.
And then as soon as I was able to just cut that back, it was like, oh, I would have run zero Boktar, except that the third mission in the narrative campaign was like, bitch, you don't get any forward deployment or infiltration or impersonation. Like, well, I guess I'm just running 5 heavy infantry then. 4, but anyway.
Yes.
Um, but
That was a very divisive mission from what I understood.
yes, it was. The phrase I have used is narrative over design. It was all with the
Yeah.
best of intentions and very creative. But it was that like the first time someone's doing a dungeon master thing and they're very enthusiastic, and it's like, nah, you needed to be just wind the design dial back to a much simpler place and let players tell the story. Now, my mission was called ball busteringly, so soberingly difficult, or like ball bustingly sober, which is like, yeah, I just wrote an ITS mission. I didn't fucking know what I was doing in terms of like narrative gimmicks. Should have just submitted.
I have not stopped giving Tristan, Nick, and Josh props for Raid the Kazarebu. They did so well on that mission.
It was the right amount of zany, and I get zany positive connotation, where just like wild
Yeah.
shit happens and then the players have to react. The big
They
thing
have
about
adjusted it to ITS as
yeah
well, which
the
is I think the ITS adjustments are really good.
they changed it to be just a single eclipse zone. What other changes did they make?
So it's two, yeah, so it's one eclipse zone each, and
Yep.
they've made it sort of clearer about like you remove the HVTs after scoring just to sort of streamline the process.
Is it still the fully random HVTs any given turn?
Yes, it is still the fully
Yep.
random HVTs.
I think that's probably more. So that is probably slightly more zany than I would normally have an ITS mission or a mission submitted to ITS be, but it's still pretty manageable. I wouldn't. It's a scenario. The best way I would describe Raid the Kazuraibu, modified slightly for ITS, is it's a first round scenario. Um, you
It's also it's like it's a riff on cryogenics to an extent as
Yep,
well.
yep. Um, what are
And
we talking
cryogenics
about?
is one
Oh
of the
yeah,
best
so
ITS missions ever.
Hassas-
Hussison's Baran.
Hassassin
Sorry.
Baram, and that experience was night and day. But they're a hard faction to gunfight with. So they've got this like ambush style and defense and hidden deployment and like lots of cool and technical stuff. And then McMurray randomly, they just drug and drop out of a
Yeah,
helicopter.
just a fucking dog.
Um, and so for like the compromises I feel I have to make with Imperial Service feel similar to Hassassin Baram. Hassassin Baram's strengths are very solid, but just the fundamental fact that like there is a similar amount of defense between these two factions. And ISS
Mm.
is like, we've got some guns. You can put a Sien warrior in this list and it'll shoot. Whereas Hassassin
Yeah,
Baram is
you've
like,
got like a Dill, you've got like a Shen Warrior, you've
yeah,
got like Wu Ming at the bottom end, you've got Wu Ming,
ISS has a
and you've
flyer.
got the Long Wang at the top end.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, have a
Yeah.
flyer.
I think Hassassin Baram and military orders kind of appropriately sit very close to one another. Um,
Yeah,
these
I like
three,
military orders a bit more, but that's just me.
I think that's probably reasonable. Like they're very, very close.
I look, I think military orders and ISS are stapled together. I don't think that
Okay.
Assassin's Ram and ISS are stapled together.
Yep. Um, certainly, I'm comfortable with Hassassin Baram to the left of White Banner, and I think they're fine to
Yep,
the
I
right
like
of
that.
these. Have you played against
Yep, that
Kapukalki
feels
much in
fine to me.
N5?
I haven't, but I've watched games of Kapu Kalki happening to people,
Yep.
and it seems like remarkably like competent in the same way of like a Rube Goldberg machine.
The issue so I've had a few games with them, and it's like, oh, I really like them. And then I noticed that like I've gone first every game, and you have a game where you go second, and you're just
Yeah.
like, oh fuck, there's no defense. Jesus Christ.
What am I doing?
Um, I think they fit in B tier still. Like there is a wide. In fact, they might even be to the left of White Banner. The White Banner and Kapukaki feel very close together. Um,
I can see it.
Kapukaki has got like fundamentally wide array of capabilities. You've got an
Yes.
iguana, which is fantastic. You've got some interesting hacking. You've
A
got good
tag with the
access.
most wounds in the game.
Yep, the tag with the most wounds in the game. Yes. Probably not
Yes.
the model with the most wounds in the game, but if we're going to get conditional there, then technically
No.
Sheshkin has always existed. So, um,
Yeah, okay, Rob.
but the Kwapu Kalki get this, like, it's got this whole checklist of things that's like, oh cool, it can do that and it can do this, and you get to smoke shooting and you're like, ah yes, the Jan Bazan, history's most ballistic skill 12 model, but the Jan Bazan is still
I'm
smoke shooting.
never that is something I am never gonna stop giving Diomedes shit for. Is him going in N4, a Jan Bazan is basically a Yao Gap.
Just I'm just working my way through that as a statement. Um, so if I understand that correctly, the line is basically a burst 3 multi sniper is basically a HMG, or HMG is basically a burst 3 multi sniper, which is
No, no, a Yao Gap MSR.
yeah,
Like the
that's
Yao
but
Gap MSR and yeah.
the Jambazan HMG. He's not saying the Jambazan sniper is basically a
No, he's
yeah.
saying that he said the sniper.
Oh, well, it's just wrong. Then that's not how that works at all.
I'm gonna get a grumpy DM after this. I
Yeah,
can already feel
like
it.
so I will. The Jambazan sniper is fortunately at least a little inexpensive, but it's still difficult to
It
find those
is.
points. Jambazan, so the Kwapukaki's got this interesting, like, it's got this, it can afford and play an iguana, which is an iguana which fucking rocks, and then you get like a hacking
Yeah.
device plus and a killer hacker.
Didn't the iguana get BS Tech -3 in the update as
You
well?
have to trade out the
Or was
mine
that
dispenser. Your mileage may vary as to.
oh
I think that's genuinely a choice. I think which one you have the points for.
I think it is a choice. I think it's a choice that I like my clocking of that is you just do it personally,
It's
but I could be wrong.
4 points and you lose the mine dispenser. I think
Yeah,
the
but BS14 plus BS Tech
it's
-3,
very
like I
good.
just
Yeah.
like winning face-to-face rolls.
Um,
I just like winning face-to-face rolls.
I I think how I will typically write my Kapu calculus is I will start with the BS stack -3, and then I will just see if at some point during the game, at some point during the list construction, I have to be like, oh,
Yeah.
I really need 4 points.
There's a lot of profiles like that where I will start with something at this, and then I will cut it back to this if I need to.
Um, it's
Like
a
Dart with her dog is the most like bougie
yeah,
fucking model in the game.
yeah. Fuck, I could really use 6 points. All right, dog, back to the pound. But where
Fuck yeah.
Kwapukalki run into issues is that you invariably end up having to do something uncomfortable to defend. Where it's like you take
Yeah.
those awful fucking Al Hawam mine layer profiles, or you put something that is just fundamentally not designed to be an ARO piece on ARO. And for that reason, it's like, yeah, okay, it's B tier because of
Yep.
that kind of limitation. But everything else about the
Mm.
faction is like, fuck, there's a bunch of toys in there. There's a bunch of like
Man,
fun
you
things to
remember
play.
when they sat next to fucking French in D tier? I
I do.
remember.
I remember how times
What a
have
good time.
changed.
What a time.
Yep. Rama Task Force, however, can suck my ass. Fucking, I hate them so much. I tried to
Why do
in
you hate them so much?
because they can't do anything. Like nothing in Rama Task Force is good. Um, Everything comes loaded with some crippling. So, uh,
Is in light of the Mazebreaker update, boy howdy has a Janissary never looked more overpriced in my life.
yeah, I there is a degree of personal prejudice here, but
Sure.
their defense is terrible. They none of their fire teams are enormously appealing. You can do a Mukhtar team, and that's fine. And if you're doing
Yep.
a Mukhtar team, play fucking
They
Haqqislam.
they were a faction who was particularly hit by the N5 fire teams update and just haven't come back around.
Like you can still do. Here's a different. Like I would actually. I'm going to make this argument slightly differently. In N4,
Okay.
the duo of a Gulam and a Zayadan was like, I could do something with that. Not perfect, but it's kind of interesting. But what has happened is that around that kind of piece, the rest of the game has changed. Being multi-wound, especially if you're multi-wound and hackable, is cheaper than it has ever been. And so what were
Yeah.
previously, and being no wound incapacitation and unhackable is now really not materially different in terms of price point. So and this is something when we get to Tohaa we'll find as well, is that it used to be in previous editions that you kind of cheated the system a little bit and got efficient troopers by having no wound incapacitation. And now, being hackable is a points discount, and so no wound and cap hackable heavy infantry, or just no wound or heavy infantry generally, lots of stuff at the top end of the game is more available. It's a little cheaper, it's a little better,
Yeah.
and in that environment, everything that Rama Task Force is hanging its hat on has just fallen behind. Namur were never
Yep.
particularly good, and today they're
Or
like,
until
look,
to Kev.
you can do the close assault thing with them, where you're like, bitch, I am forking an EMARAT and an EMCCW with good burst. And I'm like, cool, that model was 41 points. It took you so many fucking orders to get that number across the table because it's 6-2. I'm like, have your 6 orders deep and get your kill on my random thing. Get your, not even a kill, it's just all right, I'll just punch you and force you to EMARAT me, and then you have to kill me the other way. It's not even a
Yep.
particularly good fork because it's an EMARAT and I hit you. So you have to face roll it. Like, there are so many things in Rama Task Force that are just mid. Its defense is bad. Its midfield is like, I like Hunzakuts when they have inspiring leadership. Otherwise, they have all the problems that they've always had. Tuareg are
Rob,
solid.
please don't get the Hunzakut people on us again.
I've taken Hunzakuts in many lists. They consider me a. I've
Yep.
adapted to their
When they're a
environment.
regular order. When they're
Yeah,
a regular
yeah.
order.
Regular Hunzakuts are excellent. Like
Uh-huh.
just Nahab Aero Mobile Team, or like even God bless, people really love the red turbans, and they're just Quarij are so expensive. Quarij are like, they're not terrible. They're a 6-2 super jump. They've got interesting close combat. They've actually got quite viable close combat, trading on viral a bit.
Yeah.
But it's still like, these things are 30-point single wound armor 2 BTS 6 profiles. And
I think we're perfectly happy with Rama Task Force just at the bottom of C by the
oh,
sounds of it.
I want to put it in D because it personally, it's like, I write a list and I experience pure fucking agony.
So what things do people say? Because I assume you've talked to people about Rama. What do people about say to you about Rama?
The most
Trying
common
like
thing someone says to me about Rama is, please tell me why Rama Task Force is good. And I'm like, fucking. So I did a faction focus for them in response to a request and to try and be optimistic. And there are some things about them that are neat and interesting. But it's a struggle faction. It's really a struggle faction.
okay.
And we were like, often we would
Do
put
you
struggle
want to put
factions.
them at the top of D then?
I want to, but I'm going to put them at the bottom of C.
Okay.
But it's like it. Can I make a fact? Can I just put an E tier in here just to put?
No, you're not allowed to make an E
Not allowed
tier.
to make an E
Otherwise,
tier.
I
Just
get to make a tier as well.
yeah. What would be the tier that you would make?
I would probably reintroduce A plus if I'm being perfectly honest, but that's fine.
I almost want to have a tier that is between S and A, that is like S until flyers are nerfed.
Yeah, sure.
But then, if actually, I might.
No.
Because, listen, where
Okay, we
else
could
am I?
how about we
This it would take two. It would take.
we'll revisit at the end of the episode. How does that sound?
Yeah,
Because then
there's
people are gonna have to like actually watch till the end of the thing.
yeah. There are 3 factions that I almost want to put in, like, or 2 factions
The
at least that
holding zone.
I want to put in the
A
like
waiting flyer nerf holding zone.
S until flyers are nerfed. Although I don't
Yeah,
actually think
yeah,
that's
yeah. Totally.
um
Totally.
we actually probably
Can
has
we
to
talk
not
about
be S
Timu
or
Sky?
yeah. It's like, it's not
Can we
S
talk
or
about Timu
A.
Skynet now?
Yeah, it's not S or, oh yeah, Nomads. They're fucking sick. I really like them in post update.
I've become deeply personally attached to your Timu Skynet. No.
What?
No.
I think it's pro reason.
Swap those around.
um,
Absolutely not.
I don't. So I actually don't know where. I think Nomads sit in A tier,
I don't either.
but I don't
Nomads
know
have a
where.
lot of Nomads have a lot of experimentation to do to
Yep.
figure out what the actual like best thing to do in them right now is. Because
I
like you immediately went to an extreme end of the spectrum and went, I'm gonna take 22 bodies.
Oh yeah, that was so good. I mean, so good in a like the
Did you run
list.
into deployment problems with that?
No, not even because 3 of those bodies were pupniks, and you don't give a fuck about them.
That's true.
it's genuinely fine. And then two of them forward deploy, etc. I actually genuinely
Yeah,
do not
yeah.
know. I do not know where Nomads sit. I have written lists with them, and I've gone, fuck, that looks really cool. And then I play it, and it's like, that's
Are
pretty good.
you are you putting an intruder multi-sniper in all the
Oh yeah,
lists, or is that a
every
sometimes
single
food?
list,
Every list? Yeah.
absolutely, yeah. The surprise overperformer for me, Bearcat as well, if I can fit it. The
Yeah,
surprise
Bearcat.
overperformer has been the
The killer
Coyote.
hacker, right?
Oh yeah, there's only one Bearcat profile. Um, the surprise overperformer has
Oh,
been the
tell me the Coyote's good. Tell me it's good.
it, it
I was fucking saying it was good and I was getting yelled at.
Oh, it did. So it put the game on its. So I had a game. The definitive game for Nomads for me so far has been Axial Interference, which is again a little bit of it's a slightly warping experience. And I fit a Bearcat, and the Bearcat landed. And on the first order after it landed, it one tapped my opponent's lieutenant. And on the second order after it landed, it did one wound to a Diablos. And on the third order after it landed, it got crit by grenade and died from that same fucking Diablos. And I'm like, well, it's probably still fine that it has done 10, like, I think it did 14 points of damage, technically speaking, but Eternal Lost Lieutenant is Eternal Lost Lieutenant. And then the Coyote is like,
Yeah.
don't fucking worry, I've got this, boss. And the Coyote having just being by itself a good gunfighter, doing some weird fork shit with the Bamba bot. Now, this is a point actually that I had some arguments with people in the comment section about, and I have a position on, but it is worth noting that it might be a check with your TO thing. Bamba bots are forward observers. Some people have said that
Oh yeah.
you can't declare ballistic skill attack with the Coyote and forward observer with the Bamba bot. I hold that you can. When you read both of those pages on the wiki, ballistic skill attack says make an attack with a weapon or skill that lets you do a ballistic skill attack, and forward observer says it's a skill that lets you do a ballistic skill attack. They're very clearly meant to work together and functionally be the same thing, which is why forward observer often also appears in weapon charts, etc.
What has your malicious rules genie said?
Uh, my take is that you can 100% declare that forward observer is a ballistic skill attack, and that you can have a Coyote declare shoot with his marksman and Bambabot forward observe. And because you can do that, that's just one extra little thing, but it gives you this really interesting fork, because forward observer, even at whip 12, is weirdly easy to succeed with. And then there's a missile bot hanging out in
Who
the back,
dies?
just ready to fire off the fucking
Who dies with
missile.
no save?
And because all you have to do is succeed, and often, even if it's like a target with mimetism, that's still two chances to roll a 6, because cover does apply,
Yep.
and that's fine. That's two 30% chances, which is points. It's better than 50% to succeed that, just
Yep.
barely better than 50%. And then the
Yep.
Coyote himself,
We
and
have
then the actual secret sauce is the fact that they are two models who are specialists, and there are so many cases in the game where just getting two models
yeah.
that are specialist onto an objective, and in fucking axial interference, where it's just like boom, two rolls on the antenna, just continuously succeeding. I don't actually even think. I think I should actually fuck. I didn't play it this way, but I'm pretty sure that two successes on the antenna is two successes on the antenna. You can do the thing twice. So like you could cancel.
Uh, that might
Yeah.
be a check with your TO
No,
one.
that one's pretty. I think that one's pretty clear. Is that you can anyway. For most of the time, it will be
Okay.
trying to press a button to like flip an objective or take a panoply. Like
Yep. Yep. Yep.
in provisioning, you can 100% take two provisions out of the central
That's
console
true. Yeah.
in one go. And so yeah, it's a single wound model. It's not it can dodge chain rifles quite well, but you still don't want to be in a position where you're doing that. But it AROs well, it's very hard to put negative mods on. Albedo is really the only thing that does anything to it. I have really had a good time with the Coyote. And the Coyote is unquestionably not the best thing about the update. That's the Bearcat or the Intruder or Territorials or the fact that everything else in Vanilla Nomad still exists. But yeah,
Yeah. Vanilla Nomads absolutely feasted on this update from Corregidor.
um, I think it's probably correct to put them somewhere around Ariadna. Um,
I can feel that.
like
Do you what do you think that the final version of that list actually looks like? Because surely it's not 22 models,
no,
right?
it's not.
Or is that just
It's 100%
yeah?
not. After a little bit of play, I do like going back to my Interventor Lieutenant, Interventor Killer Hacker as the hacking package. That works really
Yep,
nicely. Puppet bots are still good.
it's just good.
The intruder is still excellent. What around that is, I'm not sure about, because it's increasingly weirdly a list where I want a doctor almost, because you have like territorials in the
Oh,
intruder,
sure. Yeah,
and
yeah,
these
yeah,
like
yeah.
incredibly high quality single wound medium infantry, which is like,
Yeah,
is this a
Nomad. I appreciate that Nomad's identity really does seem to be I'm good medium infantry,
um?
and also here is Timu Skynet.
Why do you keep saying Timu Skynet? What does that mean? All the fucking
It's like
puppets and
Skynet from Team. Yeah, it's like Skynet from Timu.
all
It's a
right.
bunch of evil robots that are
Yep.
coming to get you.
Um. Now, compared to Neoterra, the difference between Nomads and Neoterra here is the thing about like these three factions is that
And here's the thing.
I know what a good Ariadna list looks like. I know what a good Neoterra
Yes.
list looks like. I don't know what a good Nomad list looks like yet, but I'm fucking excited. Um,
Yep.
that would lead me to overposition them, and I think it is incorrect to do so. But the conservative pick is probably better than Verena, definitely better than TAC.
Yeah. No, Nomad's position is like there and variable like 2 spaces to the
Yep.
left.
Yep. This is going to shake out somewhere in here. It's not going to break into S, but it's going to shake out somewhere
No,
in here.
no, Nomad's going to be real happy if flyers get nerfed.
I mean, do you know how many rusted on Nomad players are to this day
Still
convinced that
taking a
the
go
GoPod
pod.
is the best flyer in the game? It's very solid. The
Look,
multi-rifle is seeing play now, which is nice.
thank goodness.
Yeah. I mean
They're allowed to think that. I'm
the
not going to
the
judge someone for liking a go pod.
I should play the GoPod with multi-rifle, because I will put the multi-rifle Fequan
You
in
will.
Jing occasionally, and the GoPod is just that with a peripheral, which makes it
Yep.
more expensive, and therefore I'm not actually sure the peripheral is ideal there, to be perfectly honest. That means that
I
one
could
piece
not
takes a
tell you.
lot more points with it. But anyway. Jurisdictional command of Corregidor. Where have you landed on these guys?
Fuck. I don't know. Deep Space is better than I thought it was. It came
hmm
fourth at Border Bash.
Um, there was I would make the argument that that was predominantly a factor of practice,
Luke Henry
um,
being fucking excellent.
and the player in question, the player in question being good and practiced, and those are things that produce results in Infinity. But
Mm.
Deep Space is at least viable, and Surface is certainly good. I think they are worse than Nomads, but I don't know where they sit otherwise.
Do you think they're in A tier or do you think they are in B tier?
Where would you peg them relative to Invincible Army?
Oh, that's really hard. I don't know. I like Invincible Army a lot. I like Second Wounds a lot. Like, I like having access to a second wound. Um,
There's a lot
Two
of
Bandits feels really good.
it's very irregular. I would note that there's a lot of third wounds in Corregidor.
There's a lot of
So
NWI, right? But not all
there's
of it is shock
well, it's
immune.
just Corregidor is secretly a tag faction. Like there are so many ways to run viable tag loadouts in Corregidor.
Do you because Dante, Infinity the Dante of Infinity the Dante, clocked he copped a lot of flack for saying that the Evader plus Gecko duo was dog shit. How do you feel about that duo, Rob?
Are we saying what kind of Evader and what kind of Gecko?
I believe it's the Evader AP Spitfire with the Vulcan shotgun Gecko.
I would not be reaching for that personally. I would, however, play the Gecko with an Evader stapled, an Evader like support Evader stapled to it. I think that would be fine. Um, I'm not, I'm not reaching for
No,
a
the AP Spitfire is an engineer.
yeah. That's a 35-point profile with Ballistic Skill
Yeah, I
13,
know.
hoping for Albedo. But like the specialist operative, I would genuinely go that 23-point specialist operative because it's got +1
Yep.
SD and the tin bot. 23 points for that is totally serviceable. Staple that to a Gecko, probably with the multi-marksman. Probably, it's very close. Just whatever you
Mm-hmm.
personally prefer. And at that point, you've got pretty much like that is the Nomad version of that.
Of a Squalos with a Pathfinder.
Well, I was going to say of a Moang with a Hideowl. Of that like
Oh, true.
utility team, except that the Gecko is rolling out with 5 dice on those shots, and then if the Vader gets delivered to close range, he's very dangerous, and they're somewhat resistant to hacking because of the Tinbot, and they're order independent, etc. But I would not run the Evader Spitfire just as an excuse to run that 49-point Vulcan shotgun Gecko profile. That is a very funny profile. It's very funny. I am excited to play it. I don't think that Vulcan shotgun Gecko profile is like faction definingly good. It's just very funny.
Okay. Sure.
But when you have a faction that also has an iguana and also has gators and has really fucking good, like if you want to subsidize expensive stuff, then like in the old days of like, oh yes, the Quang Shi is a good cheap order. You know what's a good cheap fucking order? A Lobos teamed with some Diablos, because Diablos as
Oh,
like
the Diablos are so fucking
those
good now,
things are like
man.
that's a good way to spend 8 points. Jesus Christ! And then you've still got 2 Masai
I
Morans.
watched a Diablos berserk and take Agamemnon unconscious. Just fucking donked him.
I mean, like I told you my experience against those things, which was that I took 1 wound
Yeah.
off of one, and then it just pegged me with a fucking grenade, and I lost 2 wounds on the Bearcat and died.
Yeah, you're like, oh shit.
It is still a faction with McMurrough. It's a faction with 2 Masai Morans. Some of the complaints that I have heard is the like, all we have for hacking is jazz, and it's like, bitch, shut the fuck up. Corregidor is not a
Jazz is
hacking
excellent.
faction. Corregidor is like we talked about this with Pilot X, where
Yeah.
having
It's a
the
one hacker
one
faction.
hacker just to make all of your hacking live, because Masai Morans are still 15-point mine layer, crazy koala, forward observer, boarding shotgun, mimetism troops. Masai
Crazy
Morans don't
Koalas are fucking obnoxious though.
Masai Morans don't need further justification, but coincidentally they're a repeater. One hacker to turn those repeaters on. Jazz is the best one, probably the best one hacker in the game, because she is Trinity hacking device plus. Like fuck it, that's it. That's all you need.
Yeah.
She's not expensive, and then you get everything else. I think they're better than Invincible Army. I don't know if they. I don't.
Sure.
Do I think they can jump into A tier? Bearcats are really fucking strong. McMurrow is really
You
strong.
like Bearcats a lot.
Everyone
You,
likes
you can't
Bearcats.
take Bearcats and McMurrow in the same list though.
Can't you? Yes, you can.
I think isn't McMurrow Deep Space?
Nope. 100% not. He's
I thought
available to
McMurrow
both.
was I thought McMurrow was Deep Space.
No, very few of the things actually have. So Gators are locked behind Deep Space.
Yeah.
Um,
And so are Evaders and Sombras and
yeah.
Hellcats and Tomcats
And
and
then all of
Carlotta.
yeah. Oh, she's a Hellcat. I think they're better than Tartary. I think Corregidor and Tartary Army Corps deserve to be close together. That
Sure.
sort of feels like about the same kind of
You know
level of
what?
power.
I am glad that I get to retire being Corregidor's biggest hater.
Yeah. Varuna Immediate Reaction Division.
I think Veruna's better than them.
It's very close. It's very close. These two are neck and neck. Out of a sense of conservatism, I think we put Corregidor to the left of Varuna, because the anchoring fallacy is pushing me to have this ranked higher just because it had changes. So I'm comparing it to old Corregidor, but it's
Yeah.
probably not as good
Again,
as
old Corregidor was really fucking bad. Like,
it was.
really bad.
It wasn't, but it wasn't an A tier faction. Um, where do you put?
Well, do you want to put them conservatively at the top of B then? Or do you want them at the bottom of A? You can
I don't.
go either way.
I don't. Yeah, I think it's very, very difficult to say. The Intruder is outstanding.
Conservatively at the top of B feels okay to me.
Nomads might be
Like, I
being
can't see them
overrated
going
though.
lower than that.
No, they're certainly
Potentially. You can.
they're better than Invincible Army. They
Yep.
are they're very, very close to Tartary Army Corps. Like it's this zone here. And I think because I'm not sure if they're better or worse than
Yeah.
Tartary, that like I don't think we can quite put them top of B.
Okay.
But
Hell yeah.
possibly they should be. Maybe we go there and we leave it at that. Where would you
Okay.
put Bakunin?
I don't know.
Neither do I
I
anymore.
really don't. I think Do you think like adding the mobile regatta actually does anything?
Oh
Because
no,
I
not
think it's funny. I don't think it does
it
anything.
doesn't move the needle on it. It's there are occasionally going to be some lists that use it, but it broadens the faction by the tiniest percentage.
Yeah, I think Bakunin's fine. I'm just not enthused. Look, a Mim 6 ARO piece is a Mim 6 ARO piece, right?
It
Like it's a
is,
good Mim 6 ARO piece. It's one you can't really CC either because
but
it punches you back on pretty.
Jordan, as Infinity the Dante told us so many moons ago, the Intruder multi-sniper is very good against the Mimetism 6 ARO pieces in Bakunin.
Do you understand how many Corregidor players have come to me and gone, Jordan, it's good now? And I'm like, yeah, crazy. It turns out when you give it one of the best fucking ballistic skill abilities in the game
Um,
and get rid of its fucking X visor.
I'm just looking at Bakunin.
Yeah.
Morlocks are good.
Yes.
Den McConnelly is good. Goatpods
Yes.
are okay. Lizards are
Cenobites
good.
are good.
Cenobites are good.
The
They
Penitent,
certainly
the S5 is good.
they I think they are better than Imperial Service, but
Sure.
Invincible Army rather, but it's very
Yep.
close.
And you don't think they're better than Corregidor.
They're they're much easier to solve. They feel like they have Achilles. So if I compare them to Corregidor, and it's not actually difficult to solve a Cenobite. Most factions will have some like, yep, here's how I'm going to deal with that, whether it is smoke shooting or smoke. Um,
Yep.
the defenses for Bakunin as a result are thinner. Like, zeros are not a midfield defense. They're very cheap utilitarian
They're
midfield
not.
pieces. And so it's very easy to, and like you get to like, you have the hacking presence in Bakunin. And like, if you're running I like Custodias, but they're vulnerable. And so
They
you
are very
have,
vulnerable.
like, you have the Stigmata. Now, Lord knows I have sunk a whole fucking turn trying to
They
Trinity a
They
Stigmata
are
before.
maybe less vulnerable now that sort of like a lot like you can't hunt them as effectively with pitches is sort of the only pushback I
There's
would give
also a
there.
lot less stuff that can actually meaningfully, like, an Asura fighting a Stigmata is still like, oh, we're gonna be here for a while. Um,
I think Tristan of course he ran the math with the fucking mobile regatta 10 bot staple to it. And he's like, yeah, the Asura is gonna spend an entire turn and not deal with this.
I think was he just doing the math on the just trying to Trinity the Stigmata down?
Yeah, he
Because
was, yeah.
you 100% Oblivion out one of those pieces first.
Yeah, you have to.
Quick pause. The 100% you Oblivion Oblivion either of
Yeah.
those two pieces before you try and take that fight through a 10 bot 6. And even then, Oblivion is.
That's what like the glory of like out of game hindsight. In the game, everyone will try and Trinity that at least a couple of times first.
Not me, I'm built different. But
Yeah, you are built different.
I just wouldn't even fucking try. I look at that 10 bot 6 and go like, oh, I've got trauma trying to fight Stigmatas. Even if it's just
Yep.
just shoot the fucking thing. I don't
Yeah.
know. I feel like I'm Bakunin, it's mostly just that they are a solved problem and that they present primarily solved problems. They present all of those solved problems perfectly serviceably. It's a good, solid faction with a breadth of ability, some interesting ARO pieces, some good warbands, some decent enough access to mid. You start running into you start having to compromise where you're like, what is the midfield shit that I actually accomplish objectives with, or how do I get there? But even that's
Yeah.
pretty doable. The fact that the Stigmata is itself a specialist makes a difference.
Yes, it
Um,
does.
but they feel, I feel like today, if someone goes, I'm playing Bakunin, I go, okay, cool, I know how to deal with that. And it's just to like,
Yeah,
yep,
I know.
cool.
I know basically everything you're going to put on the table.
Um, and that's it's a weird thing that happens where it's the opposite of power creep, just as knowledge sets in, as it's like, yep, I Bakunin
Which is what I think is going to happen to next wave.
100% it's what's going to happen to next wave. But it has not happened yet, and so people are shitting themselves. But that is that's check back within us moment, check
Next,
back with us soon. I think B for them is fair. There are many things to like about Bakunin, but it's there's like even What is the medium infantry that's not a Cenobite called that is Silhouette 5? The heavy infantry, rather. The
Oh,
Penitent.
yeah, the
The
penitent.
Penitent, not definitely the Penitent engine. Very nice piece.
No,
Slightly awkward list options, but link options, but very solid. But
the fact that
yeah,
it can't duo and has to Harris is awkward.
it is. Yeah, I mean, you can do the. This is a Harris where someone now leaves. It's not the worst Harris in the world. It's fine, and it's a
No,
good
no, it's
piece.
not the worst
The
Harris in the world.
37-point Penitent Observer is like that's a very good 37-point troop.
The continuous damage AP
Yeah,
Spitfire.
yep, that's a
Yeah,
clean
yep.
37-point trooper,
That is
which
a
is
that is
good.
a problem.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think slightly to the left of Invincible Army, slightly behind Corregidor, not too much in it.
Now
Tunguska
we
sits
saw how a friend of ours rated Tunguska, and you had some strong pushback on that.
incorrectly. That's fine. People are allowed to be wrong. There are good things in Tunguska. Triggermen are fine. Rouse Spectre is very good. Interventors are good. Puppet Bots are good. And I really don't know how the fuck I defend effectively with this faction because is it Triggermen? Is it Triggermen? Like the neuro I hate taking fucking neurokinetics. So I probably don't. So it's the +1 special dice Triggerman who shits
Holy
the
Man
absolute.
missile launcher.
Yeah, I feel like the time of the Hollow Man has somewhat passed. Perhaps that's unfair. They are still all of those profiles are less than 30 points.
They're still deeply efficient.
Yeah, it's easy to forget how fucking cheap Hollow Men actually are. They are
Yeah, they
very
are.
fucking
Yeah,
cheap.
they are a
Um,
brain in a fucking jar.
yep. Rouse Spectre is excellent. The middleweight stuff, I don't care how the Grenzer fire team links change. A Grenzer is just a bolt who's been fired for underperformance. Um, Salamanders are the finest. They are the most adequate tag.
I think you could just give it Tackleware back and it'd be fine.
100%, absolutely would. Uh,
I feel like there are several of those tags that lost Tackleware where you could just give it back at this point and it'd be fine.
Tunguska to me feel very Kwapu Kalki-esque. They
They feel
feel,
very military orders.
yeah, yep. Like there's some good, strong things about them, but they're in this like era of the game. They're around military orders and Hassassin Baram and
Yeah,
Kwapu
then
Kalki.
they're not as good at hacking as military orders is, but everyone's got to go somewhere. You got to start somewhere.
You are baiting me with that comment, and you are
I have,
incorrect.
yeah.
You are, in fact, incorrect. Um, but you are reflecting the zeitgeist, however incorrect the zeitgeist might be.
I
Uh,
am reflecting the
and if,
zeitgeist.
we must acknowledge that Tunguska did receive a buff with the
Mhm.
the update. They got the fancy new ballistic skill 12 Thunderbolt +1 burst Templars on, which
They did.
is
Their fire team's chart got a bit of an update too.
what changed there.
Rounders got a keyword, I think, so you can now like keyword rounders more
Rounders
easily.
counter Securitate, which would be
Yep,
much nicer if you could duo that fire team, but it's still
be much
fine.
nicer if Securitate were worth taking.
Securitate Paramedic is not the worst thing in the world. It is extremely
No, it's
fucking
not.
expensive for what it does. It's a 15-point Paramedic, but
Oh,
um,
sir, it is.
Spectre is very
Are
good.
you happy? Are you happy with them there?
I think so. I think it would probably be
Okay.
unfair to rate them lower. There are still good things about them, but it's in this vein. It's in this like zone of the bottom half of B. Um, I'm trying to
Yeah, like
find.
last tier list we had like the vegetables delta. This tier
Yeah,
list we have the MO zone.
they look. You know what? They've got puppet bots because they have puppet bots in addition to everything else. I'm comfortable putting them above Hassassin, Baram, and Kapu Kalki. But it's that kind of little like, yep, okay, cool. This they have a
Yeah,
way to cheat. They have a way to cheat. Maybe not the order count, although Lord knows. Hang on, what can Stemplazons link within this faction? The FTO restriction. Oh god, this the fucking Stemplar FTO restriction. But God, that's so cruel. It's so cruel that like no
it's
one else
so
has to deal
funny.
with that.
It's
It's just
so
like
funny.
the
It's so
sh- the
funny.
shitty non-tact. They don't even get the tactical awareness Thunderbolt one. That's
It's
so
so funny,
unkind.
Rob. It's so
Um,
funny.
but they still have puppet bots. Yeah, it's in
Yep.
and around this space. I think
Yep.
any given Sunday, they're to the left or right of Hassassin Baram.
That's fine by me.
And now we get to combined army.
Yep.
I think they have snuck back up into S tier.
Why? You can't just
because
say Krakos. You're not allowed to
oh no
just say
no. So here,
Krakos.
okay, look. Here is the reason why I'm currently thinking they're there. It's because I have spent the last 4 fucking months playing border bash scenarios, which means I've been playing scenarios that have got 2 of the 5 missions with fucking Keops, and there is only one faction with a meteor Keops selection, then just take Achilles in next wave, which is just take your choice of Achilles or Sheshkin in combined army. And that has been heavily fucking influential on me.
Yeah, I think you need to divorce yourself from that and ask if like the Rodok duos and stuff get you over the line on combined army.
So the list of things I like in VCA is long and pretty reasonable. It's
Yep.
got even today, it's still got a good low end. It's got a good selection of things that sit between like 6 and 14 points that all of
Yeah.
them can at
Two
least be.
two Imitrons, yeah, two Imitrons, two Echidrons, and an R drone is what? That's 22,
It
34,
you
41
spend
points.
a little bit more and you go 2 Imitrons, 1 Ichadron if you need it, and then you shovel that Arazi into the furnace until you have as many as you can take inside the limits. Because that Arazi are
we've
14 points. 14 points.
we've shoveled Datarazzi into the furnace.
Yep. And that's when you're order generating, when you're like, yes, 14, like normally I would recoil at the idea of 14-point order generators, but it's Datarazi. So
Yeah,
actually
Datarazzi
that's
are excellent.
totally fine. And
The
then
best warband in the game, probably.
you pick your, once you've done that, you pick your lieutenant, and there is a wide variety of choices. I'm currently on a big Sheshkin kick, but that's because
Yep.
of the Border Bash lists.
Border Bash, yes.
But I had a game against a vanilla Haqqislam player earlier this week. I had it on Tabletop Simulator, and they were like, "Yep, playing Haqqislam. It's a list that I just about wrote with them." And so it's Saladin. It's all of the
Wait,
trimmings that you.
I thought it was the other way around. I thought they were playing combined army and you were the Haqqislam
No, no,
player.
no. That image that I sent you of Sheshkin rounding a corner
Oh, you're
on
fucking
Saladin.
evil then.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were suffering.
No, no,
That's so unfair.
absolutely not. I was being a fucking bully because, like, the Haqqislam defense, where you're like, all of the Haqqislam defense comes together to just be like, just be enough, and then Sheshkin's like, I've got stealth. I'm just gonna walk. I'm not even gonna give a fuck about a random ARO. I'm gonna walk into melee with the Ghazi Matawiya, and when it tries to jam me, I will oppose it with 2 dice on 27s. I will
Yeah.
come out of that
I'll
fight with
punch it
4 wounds.
really hard in the head.
And I just went through. I think she killed 10 models by the end of the game or something like that.
Sure.
And it's like, oh yeah, she's really fucking good. The extra
Yeah.
with this, it's ballistic skill 12, but it's mimetism plasma sniper that can be linked.
Yeah, the
The
Vector.
the hacking profiles are very nice. I'm not even running any of the aspects particularly much these days, and I am even
Are
my
you running
vanity.
like Rodox?
Some lists, yes. I think Rodox are very good. My
Okay.
my current vanity pick duo is actually an overdrawn Batroid linked with a Legate hacker, um, which
That
just
is such a vanity link.
it just keeps working. It just keeps being like, oh, that was fucking cool.
How badly do you want Samaritans back in vanilla?
I have made my peace with their absence, with the emergence of the Umbra Legate as a like, oh shit, this model has tactical awareness. This model is so good
Yeah.
with tactical awareness, in the sense of like the productive irregular question, because a tactical awareness order is an irregular
Yeah.
order. And it's like, what will I do with tactical awareness on this model with a hacking device plus, a pitcher, good close combat, specialist? Like, oh, I guess I'll just cyber mask this turn, or I guess I'll just. So there is
There's
certainly,
a lot there.
certainly, vanilla combined is not what they were. But once we got over the
No.
shock of changes, and you just rebalance the lists, you figure out what fits, you cut a couple of things here, you cut a couple of things there. God knows I have not been able to afford a puzzler. This is a faction where paying that particular price.
You are never gonna put a puzzler in a fucking vanilla
I
combined
have I
list.
have gotten it in a couple of times, and I've moved away from those lists, and I think that they are correct. The cost
Because
in
it's
that
so
case,
actively detrimental because Dr. Worm can't do anything until they both die.
it's yeah. I think you're still allowed to activate him. The wording is
You can't, he idles.
The wording is a little weird there. That's a
It
question as to whether or not
is.
it's actually intended. But you can take the
It
rant.
might not be intended, but that is currently sort of
Yeah.
the most
I'm
concrete reading is that
I'm
he sits in a corner fucking rocking back and
yeah,
forth.
I am familiar. I mean, it's not terribly difficult to get a puzzler killed if you absolutely need to do it something productive, but
That's true.
um I certainly I consider them better than Kestrel Colonial Force. I think VCA not by a
Okay.
lot, not by a lot, and they take a bit more. Probably the best way to put them actually.
I
They they
I don't.
they take more work to go over the
Yeah.
top of VCA, but they go over the top of VCA. The strongest combined army list is stronger than the strongest Kestrel list. The
But it's more
average,
fragile.
the average, only just the average combined army list might be weaker than the average Kestrel list, but when you get the pieces all working together, it is very
Mm,
close. Like this is
I think, yeah, I don't. I'm not. Look, you know me. You know how much I love me combined army. I specifically have bought a Defiance Caronted based on how much I love me combined army. I'm not seeing this one. I think you're a little bit border bash pilled.
yeah. I have definitely been influenced by playing way too many
Yeah.
practice games
I
with
think I
tactical
think they
awareness,
probably
Sheshkin, and
need to be. I
Achilles.
think they probably need to be an A tier.
I let me think about that compared. So compared to vanilla Yuching, they're very close to vanilla Yuching, actually. That's kind of
Oh yeah,
reasonable.
you've got like better guns in vanilla Yujing, and your hacking is like comparable.
You actually don't. No, you don't have better guns in vanilla Yuching. It's
You don't think so?
close. Well, okay. Sheshkin and Achilles and an Overdrawn and a Vector Plasma Sniper, you can often fit two or three of those in an individual list. It's
Yeah,
surprisingly easy to get the bitch you blind forever thing where you can put like -9 on every single face-to-face roll your opponent tries to make against you.
someone's been playing a few rounds of Dispatch
That was a
recently.
very good game, yes.
It's an excellent game.
It's
I
very good.
think I think vanilla Yujing. I like vanilla Yujing a little more. I think there's a little more play in vanilla Yujing personally, but I think they are next to each other.
Yeah, I think that I have never had even if it's not a tactical awareness Sheshkin game, I never have a Yuching game where something that like where just the game gets blown the fuck out off of the back of one model's performance, or even like two or three
That's
different models.
okay.
Um,
Sure.
combined army, like there isn't really a line between S and A, but if there was, it was having that
But
game.
I'm telling you to put a line there though.
If there was, it would be that, wow, that doesn't feel fucking fair. It would be that, like, your opponent sitting there being like, I didn't think that was a thing that you could do in Infinity. And PanOceania crosses that line just by looking at the entire list and going,
What's
oh,
yeah?
the fourth thing that I didn't think you could put in a fucking
What's
list.
your like defenses in vanilla combined? Like what do you like if you're going second, what are you is it just data artsy?
There's a slight capacity to accept casualties. You have to accept some casualties occasionally, yes.
Okay.
But
I think if
so no,
right.
genuinely, it is. I am willing to ARO with an overdrawn. I am willing to ARO with a vector under the right circumstances. I am willing to
Okay.
close in defend with Datarazi. I am willing to risk my fucking lieutenant because half of my army
What's
are
your
warhorse. I've got a
what's your
little bit of
vector
hacking.
link?
Hmm? Sorry, what?
What's your vector link? 'Cause I really
Usually
like that link.
it is vector, vector, unidron, usually a nexus. The Nexus counts as a
Okay.
Unidron, is an NCO, and that can get you Chain of Command into a list if you're running Sheshkin or Achilles,
Yep.
or it can get you something else that's kind of useful. It's just a nice, clean. It's a, just a.
That is it is a clean
It's
little
a
it's a
it's a
clean
very
little
clean.
link.
It will occasionally let you down. So I never want to ARO with that, but sometimes you just have to. And if you can find a spot where the
No.
vector is touching the back table just about, it's a plasma sniper rifle that your opponent is like, I'm
Yes.
not sending McMurrough up there. Um,
Yeah. I think I like vanilla Yujing more because of the defensive options.
that's fair. Yep.
I think there is just safety in defense, which you're not getting so much in vanilla combined. Again, if you're going to a tournament and going, I'm gonna win every lieutenant role, sure.
I
But Sheskin can be stopped.
Yeah, absolutely she can. The list in total. Here is the reason why I think Vanilla Combined is a little better than Yucheng. Is that those Yucheng defenses are not in it's you have a clean defensive plan, but they are not invulnerable. And
No.
especially like I have had a lot of experiences where I've just tested them, and the it's like playing into an old school Ariadna list where something has to reveal to stop you and then you get a kill. And especially Gudan troops are one of those things where you are desperately hoping the threat of them is realer than you never want to reveal a Gudan because it just places on the Zapper template and crosses its fucking fingers. And there are slightly too many things in the game that can push through a Yuching defense that you just kind of hope that your opponent doesn't. And if you're sitting there hoping that your opponent doesn't call your bluff, then it's still it is a good defensive. Like Yuching still has good defenses, and they have lots of other things going on. But I think combined army feel the elements in combined army
I
that feel
think we just
powerful.
I think we just have to agree to disagree on this
Yeah.
one potentially then, which is fine. We're allowed to.
I'm gonna put VCA. So okay, I'm gonna put VCA above Yuching. But this is me calling in I have agreed that
That's true. That's
Haqqislam
true.
is less than PanOceania. So this is the compromise.
You and I do get to be
Yeah.
bullish.
You you
We
get
get to
to
have some picks.
you get to have the next compromise. On which note,
Oh, I'd love to get
whereabouts
the
would you
next
put Vanilla
compromise.
more? Where'd you put Morats?
Still an A tier.
Yep.
Just the Warhorse, the faction, man. You just can't really argue with it. Like there are a lot of factions right now that are relying on like Zappa, Emirates, emitters
Mm.
to sort of do a lot of heavy lifting.
Holy
And the
shit!
Morat
Next
player kind of
next wave. Looking at next wave list, being like, ah yes, that's 12 troopers with EM weapons, and then the Datarazi arrives.
yeah, it's like there are just a number of factions where Morats look at them and just sort of start DX chopping their way across the fucking board.
Whereabouts in A tier would you put them?
Oh, I don't know. I like them a lot, but again, they're playing fair Infinity in the way that you and I are going to sit down at the table and we're going to punch each other in the head repeatedly. Fair Infinity, like they have the capacity to kind of blow up at times. I think the update to the Raicho is actually meaningful, and I think it might see some play in Morats now, which is really cool.
Yep.
Like a BS14 Warhorse, BS attack -3, armor 7 tag, like a true 3 wound model like that is really good in the faction. Because Morats just don't have BS14 until you get a 5-man link.
No,
Sorry, 4-man
I
link.
will play Soccer Rats a lot, but you definitely feel the like, oh look, I have just rolled 14, 15, 15, 14 for my attack rolls. Um,
Yep.
or the second you hit like a mimetism target, you're like, tens, buddy, you can do it.
Yeah, like yeah, tens. The difference between tens and 11s is genuinely stark.
Compared
Do
to,
you like
yep,
do you like them more than Vanilla Ariadna?
I don't. Um,
Okay.
I think halfway between Neoterra and Varuna doesn't feel bad though. Like that sort of feels like about the spot that they should exist in.
That
Yeah.
does feel like a happy place.
How much lower than Morats shall we rank Shazvasti?
I don't know, man. What has Lockie been saying to you about Shazvasti recently?
Oh, good things. Um, so let's put them next to Winterforce.
Oh, what if we make them? What if they're better than Winter? No, that's just wrong.
Okay, hang on. Let's load up Army and be like, just give me
Oh
a moment. Surely
no!
there's something in there. God.
We're gonna give like Lockie like major cognitive dissonance on this one.
I'm just gonna filter by disco balls because I think they've got a good one, right? Yeah, Tensho experts, um, decent access to visibility control because that thing counts as a Nox. Yeah, they're in this zone.
Yeah,
I like to dislike
like
Shazvasti.
Ducash is a trap, by the way. Please don't play Ducash.
But this is a faction with access to Victor Mesa. The Sphinx,
Yep,
if you can
Victor
afford it,
Messer is
is
really good
good.
now.
One of the yes, this is just a good link is Sheshkin, a Tencho, and then a Nox. That is just a good
Yep.
link. That's specialist visibility control, paramedic Nox probably, hacker if you want it.
And a special die on Chefskin.
Special die on Shishkin. They begin to fall the fuck apart after that, though, where it's like, all right, buddy, M drone, T drone, R drone, Q drone, alphabet soup
I have
drone.
seen some M drone like soup links with with Shaz.
Yeah, the Shaz have got the same curse that Tunguska do, where they have access to an FTO M drone profile, and so they are bolted to it, and it's a
Yeah.
fucking tragedy. Um,
Do you think, right? CB can give the Nocta for +1 SD and it'd be fine.
100% okay. They should do that next update. Absolutely.
They should absolutely do that next update.
Yeah, I mean, it
I
should,
will respect Noctifer if they have +1 SD. I
it
don't
should go
respect
up.
them
It should
now.
go up in points cost. It should go up to like 32 points, because it's 30 right now. But they could 100% give the missile launcher Nocta for +1 SD. It would be totally okay, and in fact, good for the game in every respect. And it would not. Oh my god, the fucking people will shit themselves and wail in the
The
street.
salt mine that would generate
Yeah.
is fucking hilarious.
It's fine. It's objectively worse than the Swiss Guard. Maybe 34 points, but I think 32 would be about right for that. But yeah,
Yeah.
they are probably worse than Svalaheimer's Winter
They
Force.
probably. I don't know, how good are 2 Speculos compared to all of Svalheim
Not
Winter
good.
Force?
Yeah, there are too many limitations baked into. I will put them to the left of Rammer Task Force because I personally dislike Rammer Task Force.
You personally despise Rama Task Force.
I'm just angry at them. I'm disappointed. But they are better than Rama. They are realistically worse than Svalaheimer, but they are not in D tier, which is a thing to be said. Having paused the recording just briefly so that a liter of hot tea could make a rush for the southern exit, we are now back with Onyx Contact Force. Having decided that Shaz very happily don't belong in D tier, Onyx Contact Force, who I am forced to admit are probably better than Shazvasti. God, they're an aged fucking sectoral at this stage, though.
They are just absolutely begging for an update. They were begging for fucking Team Achilles that were gonna go in there, but then didn't.
But fucking didn't. Yeah. Oh, the Corvus Belli never said that. They fucking did, but never mind.
They absolutely did.
The existence of Umbra Samaritans in this faction does not keep them out of C tier or indeed low C tier.
I don't think so.
No.
Just the complete lack of any vision control. Any.
At all. Yeah. Every faction every time we talk about any faction, by the way,
you have white noise.
I
That's
have
it.
I have
white
army.
noise.
You have white noise on some. The legates are quite good. Yeah, I have just so little to say about things that excite me with Onyx Contact Force.
There's just not. There just isn't.
They have the best bit and kiss profile with a unique +1 burst picture.
Yep.
Which is okay. Sphinxes are fine. Cascuders are cool. You can access Cascuda in vanilla combined if you're really gagging for it. Cascuda are like
cool.
Cascuda are the ultimate meme troop, effectively. Like there is no model in the game that memes.
So I call it it's the Ryan Kirby Delta.
Yeah, explain that. I explain that one for the audience.
Ryan Kirby is a player in Victoria, very well known for doing things like he took right after N5 dropped, he took a Tariq and 4 Kawaj to CanCon as a 1 list.
Yep.
And damn near came close to winning the event with it. He's been plugging away with vanilla combined Cascuda lists ever since, and he's been having the time of his life.
I can see that. For clarity, having sledged Rama Task Force earlier in this episode, at the time CanCon was played, Super Jump had not been adjusted, and those, as much as Quarij have like some limitations around their stat profile, at the time I think they could move 16 inches in an order.
It was something insane like that.
They could make 2 8-inch super jumps as a first and then second short skill, which was like, He also did a very cool thing there where he took a Beast Hunter as an ARO piece. So it was Tariq and 3 Quarijas, and they would just leave the Beast Hunter the fuck behind, and then come back and let.
I think it was Tariq and 4 Kawijas with the Beast Hunter. Like I think it was a 5-man.
Well, that's 6 troops if it's Quarij. If it's Tariq and 3 other.
Sorry, you're right. Tariq and 3. You are correct. Sorry.
And all of this
Yep.
is to say
Oops.
that I'm just looking for any fucking reason to say nice things about Onyx Contact Force. I like
Can't
Rodok.
find it.
I like
Rodok are
Rodok.
cool.
I like Samaritans. I like
No, hold on. I know something you like about Rama Task Force.
Rama Task Force or Onyx
Nick's
Contact Force.
limited Nick's Onyx Contact Force. Nick's limited insertion list that he played against you at CanCon.
Yes, I did. I liked that it existed, and I think Nick is a creative, analytical, fucking gentleman
Psychopath.
of a human being. Um, I could never play that list, and it's one of the things that I like about it.
No.
But I'm not
Yeah.
putting Onyx Contact Force anywhere above bottom of C tier because that list
That's
was
fine.
like a fascinating meme.
That's
Uh,
fine. Can you do me a favor before we move on to the next faction?
yeah.
Could you just move OSS next to Vanilla Aleph? I would like to just talk about them as a whole.
Oh, at the same time, that's perfectly reasonable. And we have a okay. Just get this one out of the way. Where do we want Onyx Contact Force to be relative to Shazvasti and Rama Task Force? Because I feel like those are the things we're mentioning in the same breath.
I think their numbers are probably I don't know. Sheskin's really good.
Yeah. And like Norkias is also good, but I don't know if I like Norkias. I just don't know if the infrastructure exists around
It's
Norkias.
more just you don't know. Like, do you like a Samaritan more than Cheskin? Because it's not Norkias anymore. It's a Samaritan.
He's still immunity armor. That's still a really good skill on a piece
That's
like
true.
that. The Samaritan can
There's a
absolutely enter
lot.
a marker state now though, and just be like, get fucked, old man. I can enter the marker state now. They
What
have got
does mean
access.
with the Marcus State
Do you
now?
know the most hilariously like sad thing about Onyx Contact Force is that
What's that?
they can take a linked vector and it's just a worse version of the same fire team that exists in vanilla, because in vanilla
That is absolutely
you can
true.
link a vector with some like
As
cheap utility pieces, whereas base and
yep.
void operators are like they're just this pile of rules that don't quite come together and are poorly cited and not very
No,
good. Um,
no, no, no.
I think vanilla. I think Shazvasti is a little better than Onyx Contact Force. I'm
All right, I'm willing to give it to you.
okay. And now something that will almost certainly be thoroughly non-contentious.
All
Where
right,
would you
Rob.
put
Can
next?
well before we hold on before we
Okay.
get to the contentious part of this,
Yep.
I believe you owe an apology to Next Wave
hmm
for an hour and a half long rant in the previous tier list.
I think that is a reasonable request to make. Having made that request, we can now move. All right. Um. So yeah, I will 100% admit I was wrong. I don't think I was enormously wrong, but I do think I was wrong about Next Wave. When they arrived, the the fundamental thing about Next Wave is that they are a faction that it has to work almost harder than any other faction for its bullshit. Now the bullshit in Next
Yeah,
Wave absolutely exists, and it will continue to
we
exist
really we really underestimated puzzlers.
even I mean I am on record as saying they were possibly my new favorite thing in the game and they were the perfect goblin bullshit. I did not underestimate puzzlers. Um I think
I
what
definitely did.
I think what I 100% did not. Those things from the moment I first saw that profile, I was absolutely fucking cackling, and I think the record will reflect that. What I underestimated was actually, and this is a little weird, the community, because I looked at Next Wave and I tried to build lists for them, and I could, but the sacrifices that you had to make to get your bullshit into a list, you were always leaving something behind. There's always something that it's like, fuck, I'm just missing this from the list. I'm missing that. I'm missing this. There are always compromises. And for me, that discomfort with writing those lists at the beginning of Next Wave's release cycle felt very strong. And in that discomfort, I'm like, fuck, well, if I can't solve this, I don't know who else will, which was a tremendously it's a very human thing to think, but it's very self-centered and
It is, yeah,
arrogant.
it is. It super
Um,
is.
and then
I definitely thought that way.
the community just rolled its fucking sleeves up, and like three or four people, one of the ones that I have previously called out is Big Cat Dino from the Discord, but there were
Yep.
just a bunch
Big
of
Cat
people that
Dino.
they just rolled their fucking sleeves up and figured out next wave list construction and where you could compromise and where you could cut corners and where you could fit things. And on the
Yep.
shoulders of those giants, we now collectively as a community kind of have the knowledge of like, okay, Here's how you make this work. And
I think.
go.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, I think Josh on the podcast made a really really good fucking point where next wave lists, I think more than any other faction, are incredibly personal to the people writing them. Like it is very hard to tinker with someone else's next wave list because it is the end product of so much tinkering. Like Josh is a perfect example of that. He has been plugging away with next wave since they have been released, and he has absolutely been rewarded handsomely for how hard he has worked with them.
And we're starting to we are now at the point kind of in the cycle where everyone else is beginning to play games against those people who have put all of that work in, and just something about the faction flip those switches in many people's minds. And so we're now beginning to see what next wave looks like when lists aren't just optimized, but where a list is built to play to a person's strengths and then a person's experience begins to complement that list. And the results are very. The list I don't think necessarily is like the next wave lists I look at and I go, here's how I would attack that, here's how I would attack that, here's where the weak point is, and then the player has to play the list in a way that compensates for that, that accepts where sacrifices can be made. One of Dante's lists for Border Bash was running 4 fucking forward observer,
Yes, it
wild
was
parrot, and
arbitrage.
and I looked at that and I went, that's kind of genius and kind of terrible. Next wave in a
Before
nutshell.
you ask, yes, he absolutely did coordinated order drop wild parrots.
Yep.
That did happen.
I think that list had more fucking Zapper and Emarat templates than I've seen in one place at one time in any list before or since. Um, but okay, we're just banking on these and certain other elements. I think there was a linked Tusa in that list as well, and so it's just
I
making the
think that
defense
list had the
happening.
Tusa, yeah.
And then I look at that and I go, well, what's your like? What happens if Achilles gets oblivioned on the first turn? I have been dismissive of people in the past who have said never take a hackable lieutenant because it will merely be oblivioned. And like, no, there are things you need to do to defend. But okay, like you have to have Achilles in a position where he's safe from that kind of thing. There are all of these things in play that have to happen to make that list work together, and there are concessions that have occurred, but then you see when the next wave players learn how to make the concessions happen and learn how to make the strengths flourish. It's like the top end, when you fit that stuff all in a list, holy fuck, black hearts are good. Holy, like Achilles, I
There,
actually am of the opinion should probably
oh,
be nerfed.
like there is there has been like over the weekend at Border Bash specifically. I noticed this a lot. People have a stark fucking learning curve when it comes to the dinosaurs. I heard so many people go, "How the fuck do I actually kill the stupid fucking the sword one, fucking
The
steel
steel
jaw.
jaw,
How do I
yeah.
actually kill a steel jaw? Because it's 2 wounds, it has armor, it has dodge -3, it has mimetism. They're like, how do I actually fucking kill this stupid thing?
It's it's not tremendously difficult, but if you've got the wrong gun in the wrong place at the wrong time, it feels like it is. And a
Yeah.
good next wave player will put the black heart in a position where the tools you have in place there to deal with it are the wrong tools, and therefore it's very fucking annoying. Um,
Yep.
every time a black heart's immunity critical comes up, and it's just like, oh, I have to fight it again now because it's not actually
You
dead.
yeah, it is yeah. It is really interesting watching next wave players. Like what are their like pieces they have selected? Are they a Tusa list? Are they an Achilles list? Are they a Skyhound list? Like Josh on the weekend wasn't running Tusa in either one of his lists.
Do you know what next wave are? Next wave are the fucking Rorschach test of infinity.
What do you
Where,
see when
where it's
you
just
look at
like,
the
what do you say?
fucking
It's like, oh, why does this next wave list have my dad fighting a bear? And like, why does it have my parents arguing? What does this next wave list show my childhood trauma? Um,
Why? I think because one of the things you've said as well is I don't know if this is it's not an exact quote, but I'm going to quote it to you anyway because that's what I do. The fucking the Ironside duo with the KHD. You're like, this is so begrudgingly playable.
yeah,
The KHD.
yeah, the Ironside killer hacker is you would probably never play that thing in any other faction if you were not being held at gunpoint. It is the most barely playable killer hacker, but it can duo with the Ironside heavy machine gun. Both of them do have a grab bag of useful skills. It gets you 2 models with tactical awareness that can move up the field together. If you want a specialist stapled to an Ironside, that's basically the way to do it. And then there is so much in this faction that has fucking mimetism that anything with albedo as a complementary modifier is worthwhile, and it's Ironsides. That's the
Well,
profile with albedo.
it's the combination of Albedo 3 and BS Attack Neg 3 instead of Albedo 6.
Yep.
Like they're paying for it's a perfect grab bag of ballistics attacks modifiers.
The fucking things are ballistic skill 13, and they will occasionally let you down, but hey, the heavy
Yep.
machine gun is armor piercing. God, it's expensive. I can't fit, and again, this is the Rorschach test, right? I can't fit Ironsides in my list because to fit Ironsides, I would need to fight, and I would need to cut my 5th, 6th, and 7th dinosaur, and I'm not willing to do that. But
You are the
other
lizard. You are the lizard queen. Yes.
but other people can. Other people can fit those things. I
Yep.
don't find that I need Tusa because I just put 2 of my 4 black hearts on ARO and just
I
have
I
fucking
have I have I have made those lists where I'm like, no, you don't understand. The Black Heart's a Tusa from Timu. Like they're doing his job.
yeah, yeah, it's totally fine. I can take 4 of them, and they have Panzerfausts. They'll do just fine. It's totally okay. Um, this is a
Uh,
lot of it.
and
Oh, sorry.
and the
Two.
Skyhound is the second best vehicle in the game, or the
It
first,
it
depending on.
yeah, it probably is. One of the things
It is two structure,
there
notably.
are a couple of factions that we are going to talk about where, like we've already mentioned, things change if they ever adjust vehicles. And Next
Yes.
Wave in particular, I don't think Next Wave gets cut off the knees, not even fucking remotely. But the
No.
Skyhound, when you take the fact that all of the rest of us right now are in the process of playing into next wave players who have mastered their faction, while we are still trying to figure out how you play against them. Having that like pseudo N4 Tohaa experience where you're like, I don't know what the fuck any of this does, and I just broke my jaw trying to fucking chew off its ankle. Um, when you add a vehicle into that, I have not figured out how to attack this mix, and you have all of these things that
Oh
like
yeah.
cover for a vehicle, and the vehicle gets to just do its shit in active turn. The Skyhound it's also a vehicle with plasma, and so
Yeah.
it next wave will come down a touch if, and they really fucking should, if Corvus Belli fire the scattergun and hit
Please.
basically every single flyer in the
Yeah.
game a little bit. And the Skyhound is one of the ones top of the list that needs to be adjusted. But
It's
it's
hit
not.
every single one of them in the game, and some of them deserve a little bit more personal touching.
And the Skyhound look probably it just needs whatever every other vehicle gets, and then just it probably needs to be very marginally more expensive because it's got a fucking mine dispenser and a plasma carbine on the same profile, and that's
Yep.
exceptionally good. It's flying plasma is like, oh, that's like 2 of the 2 best things in the game together.
Why can't I eat all this fucking peanut butter
Yep.
and all this chocolate?
And you can, like, the only time you can't fit a Skyhound in a list is when you're doing something like you're busy shoveling your 4th Blackheart into the furnace. When you're
Yeah.
running a full Team Achilles loadout because it's a scenario that Achilles manifestly wants.
Yep.
The Skyhound comes in at basically the same cost or a little cheaper than many of the other premium pieces that you would take, and it can just crack the game on its back if it needs to.
Oh,
Um,
absolutely, it can.
I would also definitely note that I think if we are talking about nerfs that next wave could occur, I do think it's probably time to just knock Achilles down a peg. I think when they were designing the faction, the designers really put a fuck ton of work into Next Wave. Like we have to reflect that Next
Oh
Wave
yeah. Oh
was a
god, yeah.
product of a tremendous amount of design effort.
Aesthetically, Next Wave is like the best looking faction
Well,
in the game, and it's not
mechanically, right?
particularly
Like
close.
mechanically, Next Wave, it has taken lots of people lots of effort to unlock Next Wave as a faction, and that's reflective of the design effort that went into it. But
Yep.
always,
100%.
what was always going to be true was that the players would always master Next Wave slightly more than the design team would, because there's more time and there's more people.
And yeah, it
And
turns out when you knock 14 points off the cost of Achilles.
well, so what happened with Achilles was that they really wanted to make sure he was playable in Next Wave, and they definitely succeeded. But his points cost is reflective of a level of mastery that the player base has since surpassed. And So yeah, he should probably not be 62 fucking points, 63 points
No,
for the full package
probably
there.
not.
He should be a bit more expensive. But between, like, apart from those two
Probably.
things, the main journey for Next Wave is that everyone else kind of has to figure out how to play against them. We have
Yep.
steadfastly refused to actually put a letter next to Next Wave, and I'm
Oh,
not
they're in A tier. They're absolutely in A tier, I think.
whereabouts in A tier.
Um, Depending on where you're willing to put it, around NCA probably. I really like them, and I
Let's
think there is more list variety than they are given credit for.
let's just move left to right, right to left.
Okay.
They are better than Corregidor. They are better than
Yep.
Tartary Army Corps.
Yep.
Often they will feel similar to Varuna, but I think they're more varied. The
Yep.
top end probably does have more. Nomads I'm too uncertain about, whereas Next Wave I know can be good.
Yeah.
And
Next wave have just enough to wound dickheads.
yeah, and then we get into Morats, Ariadna, and NCA. I
I think NCA, either side of NCA is where they stop. I think.
yeah, I am not sure where they sit to the left or to the right of NCA. I think right now, the inexperience that everyone has against them is inflating them slightly, as to the fact that because they're so compelling, we've had people who have done that thing where it's just like, fuck, I'm going to go all in on this shit, and any faction that you practice that much will have those kind of results.
Oh yeah.
But there are some really
I
good
think in
things
the
in there.
long run, NCA is probably going to prove to be better,
I think
and
so.
NCA is less affected by the inevitable scattergun nerf to flyers.
Yeah. This is the most of the time we have not adjusted any of these for what we think might change in future. But I think Next Wave here is probably, I think that feels pretty good. Neoterra, lest we forget, have recently had improvements, like the fact that they gained access to Racer X and the Maximus changes, etc.,
Yep.
are good for them. So yeah, and
Yep.
I think all of this talk.
Did they get Racer X or did they just get Racer bots in NCA?
I thought I may be thinking of Vanilla PanOceania.
You are thinking of Vanilla
I am
Pano.
thinking
They
of
did
Vanilla
not get
PanOceania.
Racer X
Yeah, they got
or
Racer.
Racer bots.
They got Racer bots. Did they get Racer? No, they didn't get Racer bots. What am I thinking
No, they did not.
changed? Huh. I'm sure.
It's the blocker change and the Maximus
And the
changes.
Maximus change. With that in mind, there's still Neoterra are just a fundamentally very solid faction.
They are. It's hard
Yeah.
to argue with a new one.
Yep. And a Swiss Guard. And and then bottom end, you've got the bottom end of Neoterra is still Forward Observer plus Forward Observer Auxilia. You
Yep.
can have tons of orders. Yeah, this is probably about right.
I think
Now,
so. Can
we
I, if I may just quickly,
yes.
I'd like to say hello to everyone who has skipped here from the start of the video. It's good to see you. Please, at some point, go back and watch the rest of the video. There's a lot of really cool stuff there, I promise.
Yeah, we've had some really good chats, and now we're going to talk about, basically in the same breath, Vanilla Aleph and Operation Subsection.
Because if you haven't noticed or you haven't checked Army for like a week or so, Vanilla Aleph did very recently get a extra little update where they picked up the Apsara lieutenant that was in OSS previously, and that has proven. I don't want to say transformative, but it has
Oh, it
unlocked Vanilla Aleph to an
absolutely is
extent that they
transformative.
weren't. Okay.
It is 100% transformative because they have gone from the change. I mean, to both factions, this has been a thing, but OSS is
Yeah.
fundamentally different than it was, 2 months ago.
Oh god, yeah.
But in
Absolutely.
Vanilla Aleph over the arc of N5, Vanilla Aleph have basically not had a
Been
clean
kicked
answer.
in the dick repeatedly.
Who the fuck was your lieutenant in that faction? Because you didn't have the hacker Asura, and then everything else was just kind of, the fuck do I know? And now they have a great quality, useful 20-point lieutenant with upside who is worth those points. And it turns out that when you are
Yep.
able to just carve like 50 fucking points out of your faction, because who the fuck were you taking before, and have a clean answer, the rest of the
Yep.
list just begins to work. And that is before other things that Operation Subsection have added to
Yep.
Aleph. I'm kind
Can we
of
talk about the proxy Mark IV? Can we
like,
just talk about that off the fucking cuff?
there are too many things to talk about. But let's just
Yeah.
start by covering start by covering why the factions we're basically ranking them together. Because so much this happened to Nomads and Corregidor, but there were enough differences there because Nomads still have many of the things they inherited from their sectorals previously. Aleph were in a
Yeah.
state where it was like, what the fuck even is this faction in N5? And then basically all of the important stuff from Operation Subsection landed in them. And so now
Yep.
Aleph are Operation Subsection without link teams, realistically, without many. There are some, but
Yeah.
realistically without link teams. But with access to some of the Greek heroes who are quite good and a few of the bits and pieces. And so,
So
yep.
a really good way to think about it is your vanilla Aleph lists in a lot of cases are 90% it's OSS stuff, and then you get one Greek hero of your choosing, and you get the new Agema Marksman missile launcher with the decoy and the +1 SD.
If that's the you pick like 30 to 60 points of cool non-OSS things, and the rest of the list is basically an OSS list. You might include a K2 Auxilia because they're cool, although they are kind of made a little obsolete by racer bots. But I personally am a huge fan of Penthesilea. I do like having
Yep.
a Myrmidian or two, and then you could take what was it? So the Agema Marksman is a very cool profile. Ectremoy fucking slap if you can afford one in a
You
list.
love Extramoy.
Yeah, because they're really good. Although the Ectremoy profiles available to Aleph are a bit weird. They don't actually have the cheap one, so you end up taking like
No, they
a
don't.
hacker for some reason,
Yeah.
which is a bit fucking weird. But then the bulk of the rest of the list is just an OSS list that's running without links. And it turns the fuck
Like,
out that OSS lists are really, really fucking good even without lists.
so OSS players, I think, before the update, they were crying out for a lot of things. They were crying out for a gun, like a HMG that wasn't a Dakini. They were crying out for some kind of like armor piercing at a reasonable cost. They were crying out for a non-Marut lieutenant, and they were crying out for like a cheap lieutenant option as well.
Hmm.
Boy, howdy, did they get a lot of what they wanted.
I yes, and to the point where actually every single individual change I think that has been made to OSS is so it's well-meaning, right? Designers don't set out
Yeah,
to fuck their game up; they 100% don't. But the cumulative effect of the changes to Operation Subsection, almost all of which would be like, "Wow, that's fucking cool" in isolation, have added up to a oh, we just took all of the brakes off. Um,
the
just
proxy Mark IV, like just
it was
it is point for point close to being the best gun in the game, like the best like heavy infantry gun in the game.
this is a position I've kind of held for a while, but is I'm very certain on now, which is that in terms of the competition for the single best way in the game to spend a combat group slot, there are many contenders, but the winner is a posthuman. Um,
Oh god, yeah.
the
Yep.
next closest is things like a gearhead and two puzzlers. Is very very good way to spend a combat group slot.
Yes, it is.
And then there are further choices down that a tag, a main battle tag, a character like Achilles. There are lots of things that provide a good return on that third currency we use to write our lists, but there is nothing short of a gearhead and two puzzlers that even gets close to within reach of how much you get out of a posthuman. And there are, look, there are not many things that will cause me to shadow ban a person from posting in the comments of my YouTube channel.
Rob, can you please explain? Can you please explain to the class why having to take two posthumans is not a downside?
But if someone is racist, sexist, homophobic, or abusive, or says something fucking stupid about posthumans, I don't want to read that shit. I'm not going to expose myself to that kind of toxicity. There are so many bad takes that have been made about posthumans because of I can't even address it. There is this thing for Canberra people who played War Machine back in the day. There is something called being Paul wrong. That's because there was a player called Paul who had this habit of saying things that were wrong, not just in one way, but in like three or four, all at the same time. You might also, if you've ever heard of a gish gallop, it's the rhetorical equivalent of
Mm.
a one sentence gish gallop, where it's just like I can't address all of the ways that this was wrong. And when someone says, "Well, posthumans don't generate an order," and are expensive, and it's just like I fucking can't. Anyone who says posthumans are bad is dealing with that shit, because every individual, it's not even like you can't start a sentence. You can't respond to someone who says posthumans are bad because they are so powerful that I just don't have time to circle back around and unwind all of the bullshit that has to go into that position. Every individual posthuman profile would, in isolation, be possibly the best version of its type of trooper in the game relative to its points cost. And you have three of them, and because they cheat combat group slots. And between the three of them, you still get one order for your combat group slots, and you don't lose that order until they're all fucking dead. And
Yep.
this, so we have, and this is part of like how the OSS archetype kind of has emerged, is that it's the foundation is posthumans, because you've got access to lots of troopers who are remotes with remote presence, who have structure. Cool. We're going to start with a 13-point willpower 15 engineer, who also incidentally ballistic skill
With
13,
mimetism.
mimetism, and no wound incapacitation. You could strip every skill, like every specialist skill of that, and it would still be one of the best profiles in the entire game for its points cost. Never mind that. We have
Yep.
a 13-point willpower 15 engineer with tremendous upside. That's going to work with all of our combat remotes. Things like a Zayn Rebot are exceptional in OSS now, because you just most OSS lists will randomly have one or two ballistic
Two
skill
rem
13 rim
drivers.
drivers. We'll have a Dickpal, possibly linked, probably linked, easy in a duo. So that's
Definitely
two
linked.
remotes that can get to ballistic skill 13. And by the way, having a ballistic skill 13 Zayn Rebot sorts like our casual defensive requirements. We've got plenty of other defenses because we've got racer bots, but cool, we've got an ARO presence that is eminently disposable and easily recoverable. We can still take two more posthuman proxies. At this point, you will usually choose between your preference of the Mark II and the Mark V as a midfield specialist. The Mark V is really nice and cheap. The Mark II is a hacker. Pick your poison. Jordan, I know you tend to prefer the 13-point forward observer. If I
Oh,
can,
I've found myself only taking two proxies a lot of the time now, but
there
if
are
I
so
have to
many
take a third,
there are so many good things in OSS that I have had some occasion to cut the third posthuman. But
yeah,
I tend to only do that if I know that I've also taken care of my specialist requirements. What I find is if I'm cutting, say, the Proxy Mark II hacker or the Proxy Mark V forward observer, it's to make sure that I have Nagas, a Dart, etc. in the midfield. And
yeah, totally,
you
totally, totally.
barely need to make that compromise, and then you just windmill slam in a Mark IV heavy machine gun, because a Mark IV HMG.
So, but can I just
Yep.
say about the Mark IV? Before these profiles were revealed, I had no knowledge of any of the posthuman stuff before it was revealed. I was like, you know, it would be insane. Like my wish list is like, oh, they make it BS14, they give it like mimetism or BS Technique 3, and they also make it armor immune. But that would be insane.
As a point of comparison, a Janissary heavy machine gun is ballistic skill 14, armor 4, BTS 6 with religious troop, ballistic skill attack -3, and a heavy machine gun. It costs 38 points. Comparing that to a Mark IV, the Mark IV is 1 extra armor, immunity arm, is 8
Immunity AP.
immunity
Immunity AP.
AP. Sorry, there's a difference there, but immunity AP is very significant. It is
Very, yeah, very big difference.
8 fucking points cheaper, and it cheats a combat group slot. Cheating a combat group slot should cost you points. Most of the time it doesn't, because it's accompanied by other mechanics that significantly reduce the model's points cost. But there is value in cheating a combat group slot, and the Proxy Mark IV does that on top of everything else. The sole
It's
thing
5 armor. Why is it 5 armor?
the sole thing that is a very minor limitation that is worth noting compared to a Janissary is that a Proxy Mark IV has a particular vulnerability to Oblivion, which can be used effectively as a
Yes.
kill switch. And that is the only thing that even remotely comes close to making any difference there. The Proxy Mark IV is otherwise insane in every respect. And because this is a faction that can have access to loads of mimetism and has access to white noise, you can always just use whatever visual mods that you best need. And we haven't even fucking gotten to things like the Tarxia Flyer yet, which is probably the best flyer in the entire
Yeah.
game.
Like to sort of put in perspective, I'm sorry to keep going on about the Mark IV. To put in perspective how good this thing is, before Border Bash, I was talking with some of the OSS players, and the thing kept coming up. How do I deal with this ARO piece? How do I deal with this ARO piece? How do I deal with this ARO piece? Turns out, if you aren't shooting at a tag, just fucking shoot it with the Mark IV. It just solves for basically everything.
And at zero risk, because it is durable and because it doesn't take an order with it when it dies, and because it can still be recovered. Frankly, there's a fine use
It's
of a
eminently
speedball right there.
recoverable. Like,
It
it's so recoverable.
So yeah, it's a very good piece, and that's not even scratching the surface of all of the things about OSS that are good. Now you do eventually have to make some compromises, but their midfield is phenomenal and can conceal a dizzying array of bullshit under camouflage markers. They even have with the
Yep.
very you called her the bougiest piece in Infinity, and I think it's accurate. But Dart at the 42
Yes.
point profile, if you can
The
afford her,
what? Like the white woman dog mum.
every point that you spend on her is worthwhile, but sometimes you don't have those points. But the Sharava is most of a puzzler. Now, hidden deployment is a very, very relevant skill, but a
Mm.
Sharava is most of a puzzler with close combat ability for half the cost. Because it just turns out they're having
Yep.
EM templates and incidentally Riot Stopper as well, so even more rats have to be a little scared of it, and you sometimes can't always afford it. But the Tarkshia is
Oh my god.
probably the
Yeah.
best flyer in the game. It is if you
Probably.
took all of the strengths of the Haqqislam flyers, the two of them, both of whom are very good, and I am of the opinion should suffer those generic flyer nerfs we proposed, and you slammed those two strengths together in a single profile that frankly is not too overcosted. 41 points for the multi-red fury is usually what I could take, but you can pay 34. 34 points is like 1 point more than either of the Haqqislam flyers, and this thing is grotesquely resilient. Um,
It is a bargain bin.
you can run the 34 point marksman rifle Tarkshia literally as a distraction carnifax. You can just move it somewhere, pop it in
Yeah.
suppressive fire, make your opponent deal with it because it's a multispectral visor suppressive fire piece, and when it goes down, it will leave behind a robot that you can restore to 3 wounds. That
Why is the robot better than the fucking flyer in some respects?
that particular bit where the fact that the robot that comes out and which you can recover is itself so strong is like, what the fuck is that pilot? Like, how does that pilot not play into the points cost? I really like the Zabak. I
How can
really
you
like.
recover it to 3 wounds? How can you recover it to 3 fucking wounds?
I like the
Sorry,
Zabak
3 structure.
3 structure, but yeah, I like. Well, a wound marker is just you apply wound markers to models with vitality or structure, so you were still
Yes, yes,
correct.
yes, yes.
I like the Zabak because it just has that good chance much of the time to leave behind the pilot, and the pilot is fine. It's a good little model to roll around, but there is a gulf of fucking, and it keeps its order, etc. There is a gulf of fucking difference between the Zabak pilot and the fucking Tarkshia operator. To the point where bailing out of the interception wing is almost an upside if you can make sure that that thing gets like it's just
It's because it keeps super jump jet propulsion for some reason. It still has rocket boots on.
yep, and the pilot is a ballistic skill 13 mimetism 6 like it's ballistic skill 13 mimetism 6 multispectral visor level 1 carrying most of the same gun that it bailed out with. It loses the multi ammunition, which is
and it
relevant.
and it gets cover.
And now it can take cover and it can be healed up to 3 wounds. Now, you won't be able to do that. It still takes orders. You won't do that all of the time, even with willpower 15 on
Yes,
engineer and ability to reroll. But just,
yes.
I. The usual disadvantage of a flyer is that it is a vulnerable and fragile piece. Part of why I like the Zabak is that it is probably the most robust, or it was previously the most durable flyer. It had a tendency to hold onto some value. The Tarkshia is all of that on steroids, which means it is a flyer with the most significant limitation having been removed. And that's kind of like a lot of what's gone on with OSS, is that there have been a lot of well-meaning design changes that collectively add up to a faction that has just kind of had all of the limiters taken off. Now,
So pretty comfortably in OSS, you can fit like you take an Apsara Lieutenant, you can fit Ataxia and the Proxy Mark IV and another gun of your choice, basically. Like you can fit like another 40-ish point investment, like Dart potentially.
yep.
And you can afford like two Nagas in the midfield, like the monofilament mine layer and the Carbonite Hacker, which is really good against opposing vehicles.
There's also a
And you just
phenomenon
fill a list out.
There's a phenomenon that I want to mention as well, which is so the dichotomy between Aleph and OSS. We will have to figure out which one we think is a little bit better, and then we'll just put them next to one another in the
Yeah.
ranking. I do like access to some Greeks in Aleph, but there is a thing in OSS that you get that is significant, which is that if the Aspara Lieutenant is tremendously useful for 20 points, and it's a huge change to the factions. She
Yes.
is hackable. for one turn until she
Yes.
summon masks, and then she's invulnerable to that, but she's hackable. That means that against vanilla Aleph, you can have a pretty good idea, alright, if I can just go first and jank a KHD or a Haqqislam for day kill or something like that, I can just kill a single wound piece, and yes, there are a surprising number of warhorses in this faction because
Yep.
netrods,
Because of
but
net rods.
I can buy
Just to
myself...
note with the Apsara though, she is hackable. She is only BTS 3. She is whip 14 and does have the firewall upgrade on the KHD.
Oh yeah,
It is just like it is not trivial to just hack her to death.
it is extremely not, but she is a single wound hacker, and you get one wound
Yes.
through, and you can
Yes, she is.
get a loss of lieutenant turn. One of the differences
Absolutely.
between OSS and Aleph, I do think access. I do personally. I'm very not sure where I stand. I do really like access to more smoke and the Greeks in
Yeah. Well, no access
operations.
to smoke.
If you're looking to counterplay an Aleph player and you go, aha, they'll be playing an Asparis, I will have this plan for how I'm going to maybe killer hack down the Asparis, and you pick your list, and your opponent goes, my lieutenant willpower is 15. You're like, well, that's
15.
fucking shit, isn't it? I'm now dead. Because next to the
What's the fact
Aspara,
that it's
you have the best
because
hacker in
Max
the
can
entire
also
game.
be a lieutenant.
Say that one again, sorry?
Because Max can also be a lieutenant in Aleph, can't it? Or does Aleph itself not get Max anymore? No, they do.
They get,
They
yep,
can take Lieutenant Max if they
yep,
want.
that's an option, definitely. Um,
Yep.
Absolutely a true thing, yes. The Aspara, the
We have to
point...
think about him now because he's good now.
I
It's
do
fucking
actually have to think
ridiculous.
about him now. But the point being is that the Asura list is still an entirely viable archetype, and that means that
Mm.
you can't just go, because one of the vulnerabilities of much of the OSS, like much of the vulnerability on OSS as a faction, is that many of the pieces are hackable. We mentioned about the Mark IV that it is more vulnerable than most heavy infantry to hacking because
Yeah,
Oblivion
Oblivion
is very,
just turns it off.
very good against it. However, any operation subsection list pairing can include, no, actually, I win the hacking war as a list option. And so they have, as just a central fundamental setup, it's very easy for OSS list to be able to do basically any scenario. Some exceptions, but
Yeah.
basically any scenario. Evacuation is like a
Just
bit of a
just
tick.
to note about the Asura, because it is worth noting,
You wanted to mention
the
this, yeah.
shift the shift to the +1 SD has made her way more resilient to hacking along with the ECM hacker neg 3. The loss of that +2 damage is like a stark difference. And over the weekend at Border Bash, because there were 7 OSS players, I watched a lot of Asuras bouncing off random BTS 6 hackers.
I can
That
absolutely
is just
believe that.
worth noting.
Yep.
And I think the multi-marksman rifle is better than the multi-rifle was. I think Ivory was making a case that it's actually worse. It is still a PS7 gun.
Yep.
You don't want to try actually shooting things with more than like 2 or 3 armor and cover with it.
The play pattern I think you need to have emerge with the Asura is that you actually don't want network projection. Although actually, network projection, sorry, is fine. You always want to be fighting your opponent outside of their firewall because she doesn't have the damage to punch through a firewall anymore. What you
Yeah.
want, therefore, is either a racer bot to zippity doo forward and place a deployable repeater and then really fuck your opponent up, or
To just
get
zippity doo dah forward.
fairy dust up on the Asura herself and then get forward and fight things
Yes.
inside 8 inches. But the fact that the Asura is I can probably win or at least stall out any info war game is a way of, again, removing one of the limiters that previously existed and actually does still exist. Absolutely. A vulnerability on Operation Subsection
Yes.
is that they don't like fighting through a network. And the Asura gives you a solve for that if you want it at list construction.
There is a weird amount of their stuff that has stealth though.
hmm And there are also
Like the Shavara has stealth.
some good unhackable pieces. I wrote a
Yes.
list with OSS for the Total Exclusion Zone Ruby Monday narrative campaign, and I ended
Yes,
up
you
just
did.
putting 2 Yadu in it and going, oh, I actually just like that. Cool, they're Albedo
Yeah,
troopers
this
and
is
there's a disco
fine.
ball. This is fine.
Yep,
Um,
this is fine.
so they're in a very, very strong spot. I've had a game with them. I felt like a little bit of a bully. The just strength across the board was like, this is exceptionally strong. I did not have to call on every strength in the list. the Posthumans pulled up and killed one thing, a Dakini Ballistic Skill 13 pulled up and killed another, a Zayn Revolt Ballistic Skill 13, again because of two different realm drivers, held things at game most of the
Yeah,
bait. The
you know
Tarkshire
what
just
is?
went
It's
ape.
the fact that you're not married to taking that fucking Probot Evo hacker anymore either. Like
Yeah, I didn't.
BS13 is just good enough.
hmm
Like it's just fine.
A total reaction
Like
bot that starts the game at Ballistic Skill 13 next to a Willpower 15 Engineer is just a huge chunk of defense. It's just like, yep, cool.
I
This
mean
it can
more for the Dick Parlor.
it can the fact that Ballistic Skill 13 on a total reaction bot can never be reduced to a point where it can't hit, which
Yes.
is one of the things
Yes.
traditionally. You can neg 12 a total reaction bot and it has to dodge. You can never totally remove the risk of a Zayan rebot with Ballistic Skill 13. So
Which is deeply funny.
many strong things. Now this leaves us with two questions because we've spent enough time now on Aleph.
Yes.
Firstly, do you think Aleph or Operation Subsection is the stronger of the two?
I think I might end up being wrong about this, and I'm fully ready to be wrong about this. I think Aleph is better. I think being able to take smoke and fully unlock the Marut is a big benefit.
Mm-hmm.
And I think OSS, OSS would, pay through the nose to get Penthesilea or Hippolyta, right?
Having a piece like Penny who can be like, because OSS sometimes will be my solution to a repeater network is to try and solve it with a bounty hunter or by getting around a wide angle with the
Yes.
Tarkshire, and Aleph can just be like, yeah, fucking Penny, go for it, girl. I think I
Go
agree.
for your life. I think Aleph is better.
And now where do we put
It's
them
just
in the
because you
tier
get
list?
all of the OSS stuff.
Yep.
Fuck. I really just don't want to knee jerk and say they're the best faction in the game.
It's very
They feel
it's
so strong though. They feel so strong. And we had 7 players on OSS, I think, at Border Bash, and there was one that converted to there might have been 2, I think, that converted to the top 10.
hmm.
Because there are
OSS
weaknesses there.
the big difference if we think about Border Bash, and Border Bash was the next wave in Operation Subsection Song and Dance. Every Operation
Yes.
Subsection player was playing with like what, a week to practice, like one
Yeah,
practice
they're
game,
like
two.
V1 lists,
Yeah.
right?
And so we didn't see enormous performance from them. They did totally fine. All of them were quite respectable.
Yep.
But I think the faction, I don't. This might be this. So there is a thing called the anchoring fallacy, which is where you judge something by
Yes,
how much
that's
it
what I'm
has
trying to
improved.
avoid.
And so I like genuinely, I don't know if we should be doing. I think they
It
are.
makes a fucking statement, though. It makes a fucking statement putting them up there. Again, if there was a a spot on the tier list for S until flyers are nerfed, right in there.
I think we may have to
It's
create that at
just
the end of this. I think there may have to just be a
maybe.
the holding
Until
holding
then, do
spot
they
and
sit there?
holding spot until flyers are nerfed.
Yeah.
But
Until then, do they sit there though?
do I think they are stronger than vanilla combined army? We have
Yes.
only seen the V. So yes, because I am been cooking on VCA, and I have lists that I'm very happy with and I really like. And we have just started with Operation Subsection. Yeah, and
So
the Operation Subsection.
you know what makes me really concerned about that, like the VCA matchup, right?
hmm
Like you are how high on Sheskin? And what happens when Sheskin walks into an OSS deployment full of fucking remotes?
She can eat the posthumans. I mean, I'll tell you what she does do, which is she really does not want to. She does not want to take that dodge on 15s against a
The
fucking,
monofilament mine.
or the riot stopper even. But
Oh yeah, that.
do I think now? Here's a question. I think from me is, do I think that they are better or worse than Haqqislam? And then PanOceania.
I think they fly harder than Haqqislam
They
does.
they do, and they cheat. They fly a hard. They are mechanically in every respect except for the existence of Saladin. They are
Yes.
the mechanical elements to them are so very good. I'm not sure. It is a statement. This is a knee jerk, but I
This is
think
a fucking knee jerk, yeah.
it's the reason why I am tempted toward this is very specifically that we have only just seen the version 1 of what Aleph
Yeah.
can do. with
Like we
best
haven't we
deals.
haven't let the fucking psychopaths in the IGL cook for like 3 months yet, right? Like
Um, I do like one of the interesting things about Next Wave is that because Next Wave posed such an obvious list building challenge to people, that people rolled their fucking sleeves up and got that shit sorted. Whereas I think there's definitely a world in which every Operation Subsection player, bar maybe like one or two, writes the V1 list, wins 3 games with it, and go, right, job sorted, never have to change.
yep,
And they end up in the Bakunin spot in 6 months' time.
yeah. So like I've been talking to Ivory, and I think they're pretty locked in on OSS or vanilla for BCB. I'm frightened of what they're going to come up with in fucking 2 months.
I'm trying to say something. Look, Ivory will find a. There's never been a player better at scraping defeat from the jaws of victory. Finding
It's
some
true.
some
Yes,
way,
it's true.
usually just the dice at the
That is
11th hour. But so I have
yeah.
absolute confidence in the ability of if anyone can find the most improbable, unfortunate, like heartbreaking story of a way to lose a game with operations. They need to just figure out how they like that one time they transferred that curse to Val and janked the
Yeah.
Specfire. They will then be unstoppable. Like the year that Ivory learns
Yeah,
how to filter their curse into a
how
voodoo
to
doll,
how to Etsy witch someone.
yep, they will win CanCon. But yeah.
Absolutely.
Let us
That yeah.
consider if toward the end of the video we add um holding pattern until flyers.
It's gonna be so funny for the OSS and vanilla players who have listened to this part of the video, have now exited out of the video, and then when they see the tier list posted later into Discord, they're like, hold on a second, what the fuck?
Yep. We can do that rounding out at the very end.
Yeah,
Still
very end feel
Phalanx.
correct. I think there's still an ATF action. Like they got a small buff with the new Agema marksman.
Yep.
Like that is a real profile. Like decoy camo one use, MSV2 +1 SD missile launcher for 28 points.
It's very good. It did lose hidden deployment, but it is very good.
It did.
Um, and it's still everything else about Phalanx is all of the things that have historically been strengths still exist. Where it's still this faction that you try and like grapple with the fuckers, and they're just
Yeah.
slippery. They're just like, oh my god, it's got
Like
mimetism and it dodges very well, and I can't get it in close
yeah.
combat.
Like
Um,
Agamemnon is still one of the best tags in the game, and it's Remprez as well.
yep. Probably. I feel like the Tartary Corregidor zone, I think, is probably pretty fair for
Yep,
them. Um,
that's fair.
better than Bakunin. A little bit, yeah. There's just when the edges for Phalanx emerge, I feel like the sort of the position here for Phalanx is they're very good, but you're totally allowed to feel like occasionally like you are allowed to feel like you are the one doing the work with Steel Phalanx. It's not a carry situation.
Yes,
This bottom of A
absolutely.
is the like no. This zone here, like to the right of Morats, is the
This is
this is
some bootstrap shit.
this is
Like,
this is a very good faction, but you did the work. You're allowed to believe that.
yeah,
That's actually true. That
absolutely.
is actually true for every single faction, up to and including PanOceania. But to make a joke out of it, this is the it's no, it's not your faction. It's you. You're very good.
Yeah,
A
yeah.
tier
It's
bonus.
the bootstraps delta.
Yeah. Um, and
Oh man,
now Tohaa.
I know you're so. If I may, do you reckon Ed feels like more comfortable with Tohaa now that they're about as good as Spiral Core were before they were removed?
I don't. Ed's inner world is because he is a private person. I am going to respectfully decline to speculate on
Sure,
Ed. Ed is the kind of person where it does not feel right to me to extrapolate how he thinks from how he's just a private guy.
sure, sure,
Um,
sure, sure, sure.
Now, my thoughts on Toha are a little
Yeah,
bit how the mighty have fallen. I think
good. Fuck
Yeah,
'em.
I think top of C, I think is where they are at the moment, which saddens me because I really like them and I want them to be. I want
Did
Tohaa
you
to be top of B, but
did they pick up many points with the viral and the breaker adjustments,
in
or not
practice,
much?
no, because a lot of viral
Okay.
stuff got cheaper, but then a lot of combi rifle profiles were removed, and so now, like the tack wheel, for example,
Uh,
you just can't take a combi profile. So the tack wheel is,
sure,
I
sure,
think, the tack
sure.
wheel is overall more expensive. It got a viral weapon, but it's more expensive because you're taking a combi, and I was just
Sure.
using it for smoke. Um, They are if anything, still top of C, because there are a lot of really cool and interesting things that they can do. But the fundamental position for Tohaa is that the whole rest of the game now just does what they do, but better. Everyone
Yeah.
has gotten access to veteran troops and mimetism and multi-wounds. Everyone has access to multi-wounds.
They are just a faction where you play them because you do want to feel smarter than the person you are playing against.
There used to be it used to be that there was this interesting uniqueness to them, and
Yeah.
it could produce these play experiences where it was always a little bit different to everyone else. But everyone
Yeah.
has got Eclipse now. Every fucking faction in the entire game, with very few exceptions, if they wanted, can access Eclipse. Tohaa have more of it. Tohaa still have the best Eclipse in the game, but it used to be that that was genuinely rare, and now everyone has it. I really
Yep.
like visibility control being common because I think that's one of the most interesting tactical elements of Infinity. But it used to be a unique selling point of Tohaa, and now it's not. And then the other unique selling point of Tohaa was that they just had this surprisingly high wound count that gave them this cushion. They were never the best gunfighters, often they were quite average gunfighters, but they had this cushion of efficient wounds that meant that they just could absorb that damage, symbiomates plus the wounds, and everyone's got multiple wounds all over the place now. There are loads of hackable heavy infantry that have got multiple wounds. There's no wound incapacitation troopers, and so the remaining things about Tohaa that are fundamentally unique are just very limited, and it's left the faction
Yep.
in a point where I'm waiting with an awful lot of copium on my breath for Varangian Dog to come in and save the faction. And he might, genuinely, could be
Yeah.
really fucking
How many
cool.
factions are getting the fucking Varangian dog?
A
Like 3?
surprisingly large number.
Oh,
But
okay.
the important ones are Tohaa, and I don't care. Just to be
Okay.
perfectly
Yep.
blunt.
Sure.
Um,
Absolutely.
so yeah, and yeah, I think as much as God, I love me Tohaa. They're very near and dear to my heart, but they're a top of C tier faction these days. And
Yep.
frankly, in and amongst these Ariadne and things, you could even move them a little bit to the right, but that's sort of where they are.
I think so.
Okay, you tell me what you think about Druze.
Oh, just fucking put them in D tier.
Better or worse than US
Like,
Ariadna? I don't know either.
fuck, I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah. You know what? Put him fucking yeah. Put him to the right of Ariadna. Fucking
I think
USA
so.
deserves it.
I think
I
so.
just have nothing good to say about Drews. Just nothing.
There's
There's pitches. You get the best pitches in the game. There
yeah,
you go.
yeah, still zero range band for fucking ever. The fact that the pitcher nerf, technically speaking, nerfed the one interesting unique selling point of Drew's is kind
I
of
know. It's really funny. It's
um
really funny.
yeah, they have the Pathfinder Tactical Awareness Dronbot. There's a good warband selection that does not carry a
Yeah.
faction anymore. They Do you
No.
know what Druze honestly remind me of? Is there
What do
was
they remind you of?
somewhere the law of equivalent exchange where for every
Yep.
action equal and opposite reaction, for every benefit, something has to be sacrificed. And I feel like
Yep.
the
Yep. Yep.
current state of Nomads is that there has been someone somewhere, fucking some Masai Moran, fucking siphoning off medium infantry energy out of the Druze for years now, and that they've just been pooling that
He's
somewhere,
just been bottling it.
and then they've distributed to the Nomad Nation, and now Corregidor and Nomads are like, oh yeah, it's good to be medium infantry with these new supplements, and Druze are just like, please, I'm so weak. I've been using Druze, Arslan, and Brawlers for so long now. Please, anything. Um, Armand Lemuet
Oh
is
my
in this fight. He's
god.
fine. Armand is fine, but
He's
yeah,
he's fine. He's exactly
yeah.
fine.
All right. Now, Ikari Company, I do have some good things to say about. Not
Not about the fucking lieutenants.
not good. It's fine. You just take a fucking 9 point Kasatsu dickhead. It doesn't matter at all. And actually, Kasatsu are the thing I have to say about Ikari Company,
Yeah, there you go.
because they're Kasatsu and Tankos. The closest salt. If you want to fucking sword someone to death, and for some reason you are not comfortable playing Shinden Butai
You're not a
or Avan,
JSA player?
and you're like, JSA is just too weeb for me. Like I can't play
Yeah, no,
JSA.
it's if you want to play JSA, but JSA is too good. Like if you're Val won't play JSA. He will play Akari Company, though he did give up on Akari Company. So,
But Kasotsu, like, not quite Kestrel Colonial Force Phoenix, but Kasotsu are
no,
one of the most interesting and
best
compelling
slime
line
troops in the
troop for
game.
cheap. And around that, you can slap an awful lot of like subsidized shit into a list. Tenko are just good. Tenko, the 19-point Tenko profile with
Yes,
a disco ball is just good. Since we're taking
yes, he
2,
is.
we may as well put a Daiyokai into the list. It's not the best heavy machine gun in the game, but it'll do. It's an NCO for the 2 Kasotsu. We'll do a Kasotsu Haris team that'll maybe move up the board somewhere. Karakuri if you feel like it, Scarface if you feel like it, and then a bunch of cheap shit that kills things. We better have one specialist, so we'll add a Pathfinder. And that's it. That's your
Just put
list.
him in the put him any either side of Shazvasti. How does
I
that
I
sound?
would rather play Ikari Company than Rama Task Force, and I would probably rather play them than Onyx Contact Force.
There you go. Look at that. I fucking
Yeah.
banged it right there.
This is a me rating to note. The Onyx Contact Force definitely do have some things about them that are solid, but I would rather play Ikari, and it's because Kasotsu are
Sure.
good. Now Starco. Uh,
Yep.
don't interrupt me. I'm having a fabulous time writing the shittiest
Don't
links.
interrupt me. The Starco players have no interest in anything we are going to say about Starco. They are having a fabulous time. They do not want to hear anything we have to say.
Are they
You are
better?
all masochists, though.
Yeah. Better or worse than Drew? I think they're probably better than Drew's.
They're probably better than Drew's.
Are they better
They're
than
probably
US
better than
Ariadna?
USA as well.
Yeah, they're. I I really like Devil Dogs.
You
Okay, that's
do.
it. Cool. I've said it. Ralph Spectre exists in Starco.
Ralph Spectre exists in Starco.
I think
Like
Starco.
Linked Now exists in Starco, and like Ariadna's like, oh no,
Let's not go
not
overboard.
Linked Now.
I need to open up Army and I need to have a quick look because I need to convince myself that Starco are not also better than Rama Task Force.
Okay, if Starco are better than Rama Task Force, they swap spots with Rama Task Force.
Yeah, there's Jaguars in this faction. There's Ralph Spectre. There's the world's jankiest Link. There's an actual fucking hacking device
Such
plus.
it's Hayden fucking cooked, but that was such a
There's
fucking excellent
Mandinos.
meme.
There's I yeah, I think this is happening.
All right,
Yeah, I would rather
all
play
right,
Starco
fine,
than Yuching, than Rama Task Force rather.
all right.
Hang on, I just noticed the Anaconda. Fuck. Fuck.
The anaconda on its own is like, oh, but you can harass the anaconda, Rob.
You can duo the Anaconda. You can
Yeah.
harass the Anaconda with 2 brawlers. That is not good, but you can do it. What are our wild cards? You can harass the Anaconda with 2 diggers. I don't give a fuck. That's playable. It's not good.
Okay.
It's not good, but you can.
Sure.
You can harass a
Sure.
trip hammer. God, this is Starco in a nutshell. Just, just take that same meme Hayden did and just put a
Don't
fucking trip hammer and
just
2 diggers in it.
yeah. Don't interrupt me. I'm having a fabulous time.
You can do, you can do Emily, who is a specialist,
Yep.
and a
Oh, for
digger.
fuck's sake. We're starting with Emily Handelman. All right.
She's a forward observer for 22 points.
Uh
Or a
huh.
brawler. No, you can't do that. I'm just looking for things that we can link with the trip hammer or anaconda. You can go a brawler something, the cheap brawler,
Oh my
a digger,
god.
and a trip hammer or an anaconda.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Mm-hmm.
modestly. That's a Starco fire team. That's a Starco fire team right there.
You are
God,
just having a fabulous time.
it feels so good, and then you confront the fact that you're rolling 5 dice on 13s with no mods and no visor and no ability to see through
No.
anything and no
So,
warhorse.
would you rather play Starco or Onyx Contact Force?
I would rather play Starco, but I think that's probably still unfair to Onyx. Onyx are a faction with plasma.
Okay.
Whatever else you might say, Onyx are a faction with ample access to plasma.
Fucking Dashat are better than US Ariadna, probably worse than Rama Task Force.
Dashat Company have got a defensive plan at least. They're still D tier. I'd rather play them than
Yeah.
Rama. The
Okay, sure. You know what? You go for it.
it's just so fucking hard to defend with the Rama Task Force list.
Yeah, totally.
This is probably unfair. This is okay. Okay, now hang on. Look, we've got to.
No, no.
This position for
You made your
Starco here.
bed.
This position for Starco is being made entirely on the basis that they are a faction that you can have a fabulous time with.
It's the basis of exactly one. Put him at the top of D tier, then fine.
Yeah, I think
There you
so.
go.
I'm being
There you
so
go.
unkind to Rama Task Force there, but I'm just every
You
time I
are
write a list with them, I just feel like this my soul is leaving
the
my body.
Rob the four Rama Task Force players are going to be really upset with you.
There's like one guy that really wanted to be optimistic about them. Are they better than Dash Ad Company? I got a flyer. They're better than Dash Ad Company. Dash Ad
There you
Company.
go.
We've just not even bothered talking. Look, Dash Ad Company do have McMurray and they do have a
This is
defensive
nothing. This
plan.
is nothing to talk about. Like,
It
just play Haqqislam
here is
or
here is
just play
how
Jing.
here is how Dash Out Company list building goes. You go, ooh, McMurray, you put him in the list. You go, ooh, Mimetism Libertos, you put them in a list. You begrudgingly add a lieutenant. You realize you need to put 2 more irregulars in there to get anything happening in terms of specialists. And then you're just like, oh, I mean, you can get a Zencha. You can, I think. God, I'm gonna please tell me
Get
I
one
haven't. You
Zencha.
got one Zencha. And then the top end, like I have a Magariba Guard in at least one vanilla Haqqislam list. Genuinely, I do. Because it is better
Yep.
subsidized than it would be in Dashat. And that was Dashat Company's
Yes, it would be.
only fucking selling point was that, and like this is, I have wanted to rank them higher than they were literally just off the back of N fucking 3 fond memories. Because in
No,
N3,
N4.
no, N3, because in N3, when there was no combat group limitations, the ability to put
Oh, sure.
two tractor mules and 3 Fanus remotes in a list and just be like, orders, was genuinely a selling point. It was really good. And it made everything
Yeah, but then
else
we're
kind
playing
of function.
N3 and no one wants to play N3 again.
And those days have passed. They have long since passed, and there is just nothing. There is nothing going on at the top end. There is like one trooper in the entire faction worth north of 23 points that I like am willing to and okay putting in a list. And then you hit the Magariba Guard. Like Odalisks are genuinely one of the most interesting things about Dash and Company right now. And guess what? They can be taken in vanilla Haqqislam as well. And you
Yep.
can't. I have tried actually. I've done some lists that are, and I've played vanilla Haqqislam lists to make aggressive use of Odalisks, and you just can't carry a game with them. They're cool. Like the rework for Odalisks is like, wow, this is an interesting troop. It does these different things. There's a linkable breaker rifle marksmanship that's pretty solid. But they're a really interesting like troop to splash into a list. Fuck it, they're better
In
than Ramatar.
Haqqislam.
Yeah, I mean, even in Dash Out Company, but Dash Out Company, just the list doesn't come together, and you end up in that situation where you're like, you want to take probably 2 Libertos, and you want to take a
You'll
McMurray,
take 5. You're talking about a list with like 6
and
irregulars.
then you put 2 Hunzakuts in, because like you put 1 Hunzakut, and even with just 1 Hunzakut, you're at 4 irregulars. And the problem with a Hunzakut, the big problem with a Hunzakut in a Dash Out Company list is that if you're taking Essentia as well, the Hunzakut often doesn't want to spend its order. And that means you're really fucking straining at those command
Yeah.
tokens. And so then you're like, well, actually, the Hunzakut needs to get cut. At that point, we only have 1 midfield specialist. And what the fuck else are we spending points on? And it's not Catarans, I
Yep.
sure as fuck tell you that. And so it just doesn't come together. And then you have this horrible situation where if you want a lieutenant decoy, you have to take 2 generic Ghulams, and that's 2 more combat group slots that you just do not have to spare. It's very awkward building Dasher
It's
Company lists
grim.
these days.
It's so grim.
There's things to like, but it's just like, oh god, just let me play. There's a fucking Slogger happening in Brisbane right now that they're starting with 150 points, and there is some psychopath out there playing Caledonian Highlander list at that level because it's how his mind works, and I treasure my friendship with him very much, but I hope he's at least being a good sport about all of that. Dash Out Company at like 150 points, fuck yes, I will take all of that shit, and I'll play a 15 order Dash Out Company list at 150 points, and that probably wouldn't be very fair.
Yes, you will.
But
I think you're actually only allowed to play 1 combat group.
oh, my dreams of traveling to
You can
Brisbane
play
for a
Magarica Guard.
single.
You can
I
play
just put a fucking
Magarica
Magariba
Guard.
Guard in the list, yeah. And then lose to and then just lose to Caledonia because my
Yeah,
defense
but
is
just lose the
Libertos,
Caledonian Highlander.
and
Yeah.
you just have like a fucking Cameronian who's like just bounces through the Libertos and gets into the backfield, and I'm like, okay, that's true. Libertos are not what they used to be.
Oh, yes.
Probably better than any of those things, but not necessarily fantastic is White Company.
Yep. It's the best NA too, not particularly close.
No, it's not. Do you think they're B tier-ish?
Yeah, they're B tierish.
Yep.
They're in that sort of from assassin down
Yeah.
area.
I think I
They better
think
than Kapukaki?
they're very similar to Kapukalki. There's some cool
Hmm.
things about them. There's some stuff that I like. It's very easily to accidentally build yourself into a corner that's like a better version of Svalheim, a better version of a bad Svalheimer list, where you just
Yeah,
accidentally put your
I've built White Company lists that I'm actually kind of happy with. Like I had to build one for the Pimp My List episode, and I was like,
yep.
this is fun.
You just need to
And like
force.
you put a hideout with a
Yep.
Jujak, and you're like, yeah,
Yep. Just force yourself not to once you get a White Company list to like 17 orders, you're like, okay, 17 wounds. Get a White Company list to 17 wounds, and it's like, okay, this is the first draft. Anything that preceded was like, we don't save those lists. You get this list to a point where it's
no,
not just running Nisei and Kahu, and all
yep,
right, cool. Very close to, yeah, it's the Tunguska, the Kapukauki, the all of this kind of stuff.
yep,
There are definitely some
yep.
profiles in here, like how many profiles do Chaxa Longarms work for? Ah, they work for White Company and Tohaa. And I wouldn't have known that without looking it up because I've never put them in any list ever. But you do have Smoke and White
Oh
Noise.
god,
How are we for Disco
yep.
in this faction? We have
I
none.
think you have like
There is zero
you
Disco
have none.
balls.
I thought you had at least one.
No,
Okay,
there are Eclipse grenades. They are limited to Senior
okay.
Masakare, which is like, that's a long walk for a short drink. Um, but
No, he's pretty. He can link pretty well though, can't he? In White
yeah, but he's
Company,
a
or is
25
it
point
just
single,
Karika he links well?
25 point single win mod.
Oh, true. Yeah,
So
true.
Disco would be better, but they've got visibility, smoke shooting, albedo. No, I'm not sure if there's any albedo in the faction. There might be. There is not. They're definitely dated. Is probably the best way to describe them. They're a faction that was designed for N4. They picked up some profiles for N5, but the faction design has not really ever been looked at since, and it's just the legacy of that N4 strength that's like carrying them along. Next to Kwapu Kwauki is like pretty much it. Kwapu Kalki has actually look. Kwapu Kalki has a better tag and a flyer, so I think
Yeah,
it's
totally.
sort of this. All right,
I think I can. I think I can accept that.
it's yeah, it's they're still a B tier. There's enough cool and interesting things, but they are long in the tooth now. On the other end of the spectrum, and definitely feels like they're more recently modernized, mostly because like oh shit, you can link Okokaba bots with actual guns. O12.
True.
Not
How are
actually.
you feeling about O12? You just played against O12. How do you feel about him after that?
Well, then I went to try and write some lists, and it turns out that Omega Troopers are actually really fucking expensive, and so are Gammas, so it is difficult to fit everything. Um,
They are quite expensive.
I think, notwithstanding that we do find like O12 B tier, and in a, I think they are next to the Shock Army of Acontecimento. They feel like
Yep,
sort of about here.
I like them more than Shock Army.
Um, that's more than Shock Army post OSS profiles.
Mm, true. I think some of those profiles are hard to fit in Shock
They are
Army.
difficult to fit in
Like
Shock Army, yeah.
there's a lot of push pull going on in Shock Army.
Um, but
I
look,
think you can go either side of it and be happy.
yeah, I think so. I think so. I think there's going to be some like JSA stuff landing in here that will push this all to the right.
Yeah.
But for now, I think this is fine. Um, I
Yep.
think we can probably put them to the left of Shock Army. Moonrakers
Oh,
are a very nice, clean addition to a faction.
they're
Varangians
just
are solid.
excellent.
Ment agents are good. And then you get to your
Yep.
gunfighting options, and you can do all of the things that you want in O12. They
Yep.
are still a
Like that
faction.
Vidoc, the little Vidoc link was really nice.
They're still a faction that is fundamentally like they've got the cheapest hacking device plus in the game, or second cheapest. I think
Yep.
Oahu might be cheaper. They are still
gestures, I think.
they are a faction that is fundamentally very fair, and you can easily run into the situation where you load up on all of this stuff and then you realize that your bottom end is troopers that have two numbers, not one, in their points cost. It's a lot of like
Yep,
12, 13, 15, 17, 18
yep,
point pieces, and you're like, oh, I
yep.
actually can't afford everything I'd like at the top end. Um, and I'm also increasingly of the opinion that the Firebat is probably the worst flyer.
Oh, yes, probably.
It's just really expensive. It's just expensive
It's
for.
just yeah, it's just really expensive and it's just okay.
Yep. Beer stack plus one special dice is definitely very nice. The fact that you've got a
Yep.
variety of profiles, but it's I just 35. There's a performance expectation that happens where if I have like a 27-point flyer and it doesn't do very much, I'm not too fussed. If I have a 36-point flyer, I can't afford for it to do nothing. And so
Yeah, it needs to do stuff.
OSS would barely notice if flyers got nerfed, and in fact, if there is a flyer nerf, you could almost sneak in a cheeky little firebat buff to accompany it if you were doing that, and no one would
Yeah,
particularly
totally.
notice or mind. Yeah, like for now, this is upper B, but I think they might shift a bit.
I can see it.
Starmata are just very, very similar to O12
Yeah,
fundamentally.
I've always been pretty meh on Starmada, and that hasn't really changed. But I'm not bullish on them.
No, neither. And this is pretty vibes, but like one of the big differences is there are selling
No
points in Starmata
Moonrakers.
that I just don't particularly care about. In fact, I think like yeah, the what gets me with Starmata, and this is not a reason to hold a faction back. Holy shit, I just do not give a fuck about their midfield. And there are a whole bunch of like premium heavy infantry that I don't care. I like beta troopers
The
actually
the
quite.
midfield is the most like you just get. It just needs to click a button. It just needs to push the button.
22, 20. The Sarko is ballistic skill 11 with a regular ass boarding shotgun or a regular ass submachine gun. And just people are like, no, it's really good. I'm like, guys, it's a fucking zero that costs 10% more points. I know that a wild parrot is cool. I know that Climbing Plus is sometimes useful, but it's just a very expensive zero. It's not.
I know. Wyatt Parrot is cool. It's
it's
true.
it's just not particularly good. And that leaves
Yep.
Starmada in a case where there are some interesting and useful things, there are some interesting and useful links. I do genuinely quite like beta troopers. I'm going to click on them right now and be like, oh, I forgot that they're all this expensive, but I do still like beta troopers, the linkability of the Epsilon, but
Come on, Rob. Let me hear the word. Click on Beta Troopers.
yeah, they're not cheap. They're a little expensive. They're a little spanny, but like the 27-point Doctor linked
Yeah.
with an Epsilon, the Roadbot, like
Yeah.
this is not an era where the Roadbot linked with the Oko breaks the game apart. That's a very
No, not
sensible
anymore.
and modest link these days. I think we put them a little.
Yep.
They're in Hassasin Baram territory.
Yep.
Yeah, they might even be near the Tunguska
I
Kapukauki.
I'm not gonna stop you as you keep sliding him down. Like just so you know, like
Yeah, no, that's
you can
okay.
move that as far as you want. I'm not gonna stop you.
I'm just trying to. Do I prefer them to White Company? Yes. Not by a lot, but I do prefer them to White Company. Do I prefer them to Kwapu Kauki? Not really. They're probably a little
Yeah.
better, but like the defense, they've got all of the same fucking defense problem. There's no Moonraker here. God, there is no
No,
Moonraker
you
here.
feel that.
Secu droids are it,
No,
buddy.
you
Yeah.
feel that.
Yeah. So they're in the
Yep.
Kwapu
One
Kauki
sec.
zone.
Yep. Don't
Okay.
forget, you can only link one Sekudroid in a fucking fire team for some
It's
reason.
it's not even a particularly good like hard AROing with a Secu droid is just well, it's got two structure, I
Yep.
guess.
Yes,
God
sir.
God help you if you're doing that. Yep. And then Torchlight Brigade.
I'm such a hater of Torchlight. Not even a hater. I'm just so disappointed in them.
I found a meme the other day that I had made back in the previous edition that was so happy about the existence of Silver Star Primes. And now that is not a thing that I really am enormously of any particular opinion about. Silver Star Primes are fine. They're fine. They're good, even. Not linkable anymore. That's absolutely not a thing. It's still a very good gun platform. That's
Yeah,
it. That's what I've got. That's everything I've got about. And Moonrakers.
that's yeah.
Yep.
Moonraker's yeah, Moonraker's good. We'll have a Moonraker.
Yep. 2 Moonrakers and a Silver Star Prime that you can't fucking link. And then it's Jackboots and Vidocs and Hippolytas. Like, Hippolyta is good. Can get that in other factions.
Yep.
Striders were so good when they released, and now I'm just like, I guess it's still fine. It's still a light shotgun +1 burst
Yeah.
forward observer for 29 points and ballistic skill 12. Yeah. Yellow Jackets, fine. Hellblazers, fine. God, this faction is just far too honest.
Yeah. It's far
Like,
too honest and everything is costed way too fairly.
that's kind of the gist. It feels a little bit like, and what that actually feels like is all of these discounts that have materialized in the game from like a hackable heavy infantry. You should get a discount for that. It's made multi-wound troops more affordable. It feels like just no one in the Silver Star costing department got the memo on that, and they're all still costed
No.
like N4 troops. Like,
Yeah,
there's a
100%.
fucking 34-point Strider, and yes, it has NCO, but it's a no wound incapacitation heavy infantry with ballistic skill 12. It's like you can get perishingly close to an actual gun on a midfield troop for that, and I don't know why it's as expensive as it is. Yellow
I
Jackets
don't
are
either.
Yellow Jackets are in that same vicinity as the other multi-wound heavy infantry troops, and they have mimetism, and those guns are fucking anemic. Their
Yep.
submachine gun, their submachine. It's like, what if a Bearcat couldn't kill anything? Oh well, it wouldn't be very good. That's a Yellow Jacket, baby.
There you
Um,
go, buddy. So where do they sit? C tier?
yes, yeah, and are they have two Moonrakers and a Silver Star Prime, but oh, French Merovingia. Can I put can I put Torchlight Brigade to the
Oh
right of French
no.
Merovingia?
Oh
I
no.
probably can't. I probably can't. Even I probably can't. But Vistral's,
Probably can't.
I mean,
The best spec fire in the game, Rob.
it's more. This is more of the I am comparing Yellow Jackets to Equip Mirage 5.
You are doing that.
But Torchlight does have actual guns. Hang on a second, I'm going to do
Yes.
the acid test yet. They have a disco ball on Cyclops and Cludges. I hate those troops. I do like Cyclops, but the Cyclops disco ball profile is... No, it's fine.
Expensive.
It's a 13 point, it's a killer hacker that you're like, I don't really want to take this. I have a better killer hacker. No, bitch, eat your vegetables. Have your fucking disco ball in this faction. Yeah,
Yep.
they are better than French Merovingia. I think they're probably not much. They're probably worse than Caledonia though. They have a clearer defensive plan, but
Yeah.
not by much. And Caledonia can just, if you disrespect Caledonia, they just go through you like a hot knife through butter. And as
They
mentioned,
yeah.
there are Caledonian lists
There is a
these days,
Cameroonian in your DZ. He
and
has just appeared there.
there are Caledonian lists that are figuring out defense, and because of that,
Yeah.
it's like, well, actually, is it because you can afford to pay the premium in Caledonia to be like, no, fuck it, I will just take 2 Beast Hunters. Yes, they're a little expensive for what they do, but it's a heavy flamethrower and a Panzerfaust. Tempt me
Yep.
at your peril. Um, that is pushing.
Fall on top of me so I may destroy you.
Yep. Okay, and now, never mind that there's I accidentally added an extra Starmada, extra
You did.
Starco.
You did that last time as well.
It took me 2 fucking hours to put this tier list together and only have one mistake because it's this endless repetition of copy paste hyperlinks so that I
Copy
can build the
paste,
tier
copy paste,
list.
copy paste, copy
And
paste. Yep.
invariably at some point you accidentally add 3 fucking PanOceanian symbols. Not PanOceania, it's the first one, but like you get like 30 factions deep and you add Merovingia for the 3rd time and you're like, I'm fucking done with this. So I just accepted one mistake and it was Starco.
Absolutely. Yep.
They'll
That's
disappear by
fair.
the end of this when everyone screen grabs the thing. So we have
Yep.
3 factions to
Absolutely.
go JSA. And we
Where
are
did vanilla JSA go, Rob?
well lower than either of the other ones. But
Yes, absolutely lower than the other ones.
I think they are They are about Tohaa. They are
Yep.
they're better than Torchlight.
You know what?
Yeah.
You know what? Put them ahead of Tohaa. Fuck Tohaa.
I don't know if they are better than Caledonia. I don't think they're better than Caledonia or Tohaa. I don't
Okay.
think. There's still some very solid things going on, but they are fundamentally discombobulated. Like JSA,
They're very discombobulated.
you'll have the occasional person who will put the fucking work in to try and make them function, but they are a very,
Yes.
very awkwardly designed vanilla faction because there
Yes.
isn't enough breadth in the rest of JSA to pull together a faction that is itself
A vanilla
unique from its
faction. Yep.
sectoral. And so you just have all of these bits from JSA with no fucking links. And like, oh, you can technically do some links. You can link Karakuri. There are some bits and pieces, but it's just like,
The value proposition of vanilla JSA is like, have you ever wanted to play a Hadamoto and a Shikami in the same list? That's it. That's your value proposition.
I think actually it is a Hadamoto plus Tenkos and Senbutai, who are an impetuous disco ball troupe, but Lord knows you are not hurting for disco in JSA Shinden Butai, so you could just very
No,
easily have, like, if only
just
there were
Tanuki are mythical creatures known for their big.
big disco balls, yep. So yeah, I think despite all of that, like JSA still have enough things going on. They don't fall into D tier, but they're better
No,
than
definitely not.
Torchlight and a little bit
Yep,
worse than
100%.
now. In terms of factions that are actually pretty solid, we have Shinden Butai and JSA
You've had
Oban.
like a bit of a renaissance with Shinden Butai.
I have a list that is still sitting on my list of factions and list I want to play, which is finally rolling up my goddamn sleeves, cutting the what's it called? Starts with the Shizoku unit, heavy infantry,
The
and
Shizoku HRL.
putting a
Yeah.
fucking Tanuki HMG MSV2 into the list. And I looked at it and I went, this is it. This is what I want. Now, I wrote that list like almost a year ago.
Yeah, that's a long time
And
ago.
it's been sitting waiting to be played since. But actually just like, yep, cool, that's it. That's the thing. I just need smoke shooting rather than trying to just gat away with BS13 Mimetism 3. And all I need in Shinden Butai is just enough gun that I can then clear off a few things that would present an issue when the disco goes down and the fucking two separate Hadamoto Imperial Guard hit my opponent somewhere in the midfield of their deployment zone, because fuck, they are a fun profile to play.
I
This list manages.
appreciate the logic of taking the Hadamoto Red Fury because it's cheaper and the gun is not to kill, it is a gap closing tool.
In the version of the list that runs that Tanuki HMG, I've managed to save just enough points to have both Hadamoto have Spitfires. That's part of why I want
Oh,
to play it.
nice.
It's one of those ones where it's always just you needed 1 point, you did not have 1 point, you cut the thing.
Yep.
But I genuinely want to play this list, and everything about it looks pretty solid, except for the fact that I have to somehow defend with it. And I am probably defending with those Hadamoto Imperial Guard, if I'm being perfectly honest. It does not defend. There's two Kyojin killer who are like, they're just doing the same thing that Caledonian list is doing, which
Yeah.
is they're like, our job is to be in the midfield with a flamethrower and a flamen spear and fucking die for the cause. And that is a price that we will pay in order to buy a first turn. You're going to be down 2 irregular orders. You can suck it up. You've got NCO. It'll do.
Yep.
I think they push
You
up.
got 2 lieutenant orders, it's fine.
Yep, absolutely. And the once you actually you have the turn, you white knuckle through the defense. There is some defense there. Like, I'm going to be putting these guys above, for example, Kapukauki, because
100%.
two Kyojin killers is a defensive plan. And then once you get your
Yep.
first turn, you have 2 linked Ballistic Skill 13 disco balls, a pair of Hadamoto, smoke shooting, and it just fucking goes. Like, the Hadamoto are a joy. They are just a joy to play. And the second you get them into close combat, you're like, yeah, I'm just the best. I'm just the fucking best. Because I have
I'm
CC.
literally the best Infinity player to ever pick up the fucking game.
The fact that you can walk Hadamoto into close combat with Achilles and be like, nah, she'll be right, let's go. Because
She'll be right.
they have
Fucking.
they have natural born warrior. Like, a Hadamoto can close in on Achilles, and Achilles is like, I'm supposed to be the protagonist. What's happening here? The fucking anime music is playing. And then the
It's the
Hatamoto,
it's yeah, it's the Hatamoto coming at you.
yeah.
It's literally Achilles is like suiting up, and the Hatamoto is just running at him. He's just fucking necking from a fucking tinny, and he's like, "Nah, but she'll be right."
And
The
it's
most Australian Hatamoto of all time.
to be fair, like I would feel nervous running a Hatamoto into Achilles, but of any troop in the game, it's one of the ones with the best chance to take him down. It's going to have it has a
So
margin of
like
advantage.
I would feel nervous, but I've got two of them.
Yeah, if the first one fails, the second. If the first one fails, the second one will go in. She'll be right. And I've got chain of command in this faction. Um,
Exactly.
so I don't think that pushes them up into like they're not an A tier faction, but
No.
Hatamoto are a joy to play.
I
Tanuki are cool.
honestly honestly I would have them almost at the top of B. They're so cool.
Have them what?
Have them near like the top of B. They're just so cool. Like
Yeah,
I'm
fuck it.
more enthused to play them than just about every other faction in B.
I kind of agree actually. It's trading an awful lot. The biggest problem is that their total reaction bot sucks absolute shit,
Yes,
and
it
you
does.
don't really want to.
It's it is not a trooper.
Yeah.
You do not put that in a list.
And
It's
the
great because you Shin and Butai, you just need to buy the one remote pack because one of them is a flash pulse bot, the other one is a missile bot, and you're
yeah,
fucking sorted.
the Raiden Zenzunubutai is a worse defensive piece than the equivalent in JSAO Barn, but
Yep,
the Kyojin
worse than the
killer
Ryukin.
and the like you do
Yep,
at least have the thing where like genuinely when I said I will use the Hatamoto as defensive pieces, I actually wasn't fucking kidding. Where the
yep,
Raiden, so the Kojin killers buy you a
because
first
you've got
turn.
Yamabushi as well.
Yep. And if something breaks through and the Hatamoto are like, all right, that's fine. The Hatamoto can't be flanked in the sense of like they have nanoscreens and mimetism. They're actually not easy
Yep.
to shoot. I've had a fucking flyer get into an Oban deployment zone and just be like, why won't you fucking die? Because there's this Hatamoto like dodging inside eight
Yeah, the
inches with
Shinden Butai,
nanoscreen.
yeah, the Hanamoto was just like, I have the power of God and anime on my side.
They are. I mean, I want to play them more than Bakunin. They are probably
Yeah.
not as good as Bakunin. And they are,
They honestly have some of the same weaknesses of Bakunin, where
yeah.
like you've got these like really good hackers with pitches that are just vulnerable. But
Mm.
I'm more afraid of a Shinden Butai player pushing towards my DZ than I am a fucking Bakunin player.
They have honestly, there are a lot of the same vibes as like a Caledonia list, where
There is, yeah.
if you disrespect them, there is a Hatamoto stabbing you very, very quickly. Um, I think I'm gonna pop them very slightly to the right of Invincible Army, because
That's fair.
as much as you can sometimes face check the Invincible Army, they have a defensive plan. O12 have a
They
defensive
do.
plan. Um,
They
I
have a
am
defensive
I
plan.
am putting Shinden Butai above Acontecimento because when the offense in Shinden Butai pops off, it is clean and very good. Um,
Yeah.
whereas in O12, you're like, my specialist is an Oko Copper bot. My defense is a combination of careful ARO pieces and Moonrakers. Um, but yeah, good on Shinden Butai. Oban
But yeah,
being the
meanwhile, the Shinden Butai player is just fucking naked from the tinny going, nah, she'll be right. We'll get to my turn.
there is a there is definitely a there is a tension to it. I think is definitely a thing, but
Yes.
there's a tension to the first turn. But if you have the willingness to live through that tension and sacrifice courage and killers and whatever else needs to be done, then getting your turn with Shinden Butai has many. It's just Hatamoto are just so good.
It's fucking rocky. You're just like taking punches and you're like, all right, it's
Yep,
gonna be my turn
yep.
soon.
It's when the
I'm
hat
not unconscious yet.
when you get the line with the Hatamoto, and it's even just like you will kill things with those Spitfires. You will get flank shots and just rip
Yeah.
4 dice on 16s, and they can't shoot you back because you're imitation with a nano screen. You'll get plenty of normal person kills, but when you get the Hatamoto into close combat, and you're just like, alrighty, you just like they desperately like this poor linked fuckwit desperately ballistic skill attacks you at +3 -9, and you're like, okay, and I'll be rolling 2 dice on 26s, and that's going to be yes, please take 6 saves. Yeah. Now JSA Urban as our final faction,
Yep.
who are they are B tier, but I think they are B tier and they're good, solid
Yep.
Very B tier.
On the back of fucking Keisatsu.
Keisotsu and Yan Yans and Yojimbo, ninjas are solid these
Yarn
days.
Yarns have genuinely been so good for
It's
fucking Oban.
It's a super jump. These days, Yan Yan are a Fizz 14 source of smoke with super jump and impetuous jet propulsion.
Yep.
And they're not a faction carrier, but they're just nice. They're just solid. Tenko Zen Senbuttai are
Yep.
one of the best sources of disco in the game. And then you do start running into the how do you actually pull a list together and make it work? They're much
The
more in
difficulty
the
I always see with them is like, what is your gun? Like, what are you actually trying to shoot someone with?
your gun is a
And then
disco
the
ball.
answer is just it's the Omni Man meme where it's like, that's the neat part.
Yeah,
You don't.
So you can have a burst. You can very easily have a high burst smoke shooting Rushi very easily.
Yep. You
You
can.
do probably the trickiest fucking choice in JSA Oban is like, what the fuck is your one Harry's team? Because God,
Mm.
they would really like two because the fat based Harry's team can only be a Harry's where you have a Rushi, the
Oh.
Karoshi Rider, and a biker, and you need to have the Aragoto
Yeah.
to form the link and to get the bonuses, and it's just like, oh god, this space, so much space occupied by this team, but they're fun and fast and cool. You want, I think probably the answer often is that just don't link the Tanko. It's fine. They just impetuous forward, fire their discos and reload, and then the Daiokai does
Yeah.
not need to be linked. It's still a gun. It'll shoot
Like,
some things occasionally.
yeah. And if you like want to do it, you can also do like the Tanko Duo for like the Musashi delivery system.
You can, you
If you are
can.
that guy. I know that guy. Love
Yep.
you, Josh.
There's a weird thing that happens with JSA Oban actually, which is that they're not nearly as good as you would think at close combat unless you take some strips specifically for it. Because
Yeah.
Tanko are coming in
Because
with
they don't have MBW.
yeah, well, Tanko come in with monofilament, which will let you the fuck down the second you have to use it. And
It's
so
a lot,
you
yeah, it's a lot of PS8 zero armor. God, I hope you fail the save.
please, oh, he fucking rolled a 7 again. The Yan Yan are not close combat troops. They got CC-22, but that's it. That's all they do. So you
Yeah.
really are looking at things like the Shikami, which slaps, any of the Damaru, but they are like they're very good, but then you have to have a delivery system for them. You have to pick a trooper
Yeah.
that's your thing that will kill things in close combat. Frankly, it should usually be a Damaru Batai. Realistically, you do not need to spend the points on Miyamoto Masashi um, just to have the actual best weeaboo swordsman in the entire fucking game. But
Quite literally the best.
yeah,
Everything
actually
goes black and white. You get
just
you get Kurosawa vision when you play the fucking Miyamoto Musashi.
he is fought just about to a standstill by a Hatamoto Imperial Guard, but even then he is better. But for the
Yeah.
FTO version, he's 25 fucking points, and 19
He's
points on
expensive.
19 points on a Damaru gets you most of the way there with just as good a weapon. And then you've got things like the
And
Shikami.
Berserk.
And definitely it is a faction where you're like, what the? Did you have a firepower superiority plan? No, I'm going to take 3 models with disco balls. She'll be fine.
She'll be right.
Yep. I've had good fun with them, but yeah, they're in the Starmada. They're in the Starmada zone, which is still a B tier, still a B
Yeah.
tier faction, still a B
It's
tier
still B
faction.
tier. Still B tier. Absolutely
This is
still
this
B
is
tier.
good, kind of like middle of the game. You take your strengths, you take your weaknesses, you take your limitations. Probably Starmada is better, but I think JSA probably get
Sure.
a point for style.
Sure.
And that is
Alright.
every faction in the game, and now we need to do quality control and think about if we're adding an extra.
Yeah, the adding the
Do I
flyer
add a
holding
row?
his own tier.
Add row above, where we will color it like in pink or some shit,
Yeah, there we go.
and we title it the pending flyer nerf
S tier.
holding space. Yep.
In brackets S tier.
Where we
I
put
fucking love it.
like. And at that point, we have to do something like this because Kestrel Colonial Force aren't really pending flyer nerf.
No.
But you do have
That's
like
so funny. So funny.
fucking PanOceania still sitting the fuck up here on
Dude,
their
you
on their
can't
high
argue
horse.
with it. They're so
Yeah,
good. You can't argue with it.
they are very, very strong.
Like,
And now
oh,
I
it's
need to.
like, oh no, the red eye was slightly nerfed. I'll still take my free red eye. The ducks at the park are still free.
How do I make this all fit on a single screen capable? That's the problem. I have to get the goddamn. This is going to be very awkward in the video edit, but it'll do. There we go. Good enough. It's all on screen now. It's all in one place. Here's your ugliest tier list ever created
So
because of.
does anything else need to be moved around, or are we happy?
Um, One of the interesting things, frankly, is that I think Haqqislam will stay in S tier after the flyer nerf, but it will be affected.
Yeah.
Okay. What are we? Okay, let's have a quick scroll through all of these many things that we have.
Yeah. A
Next
lot of
wave,
things.
Neoterra. We've got. I think we can be proud of our work here. I think this is. I think
If we
this
can.
is. We looked upon this and think it good. Tohaa and C. I think the D tier needs to be considered. Am I treating Rama Task Force too harshly?
I think you're allowed to be harsh.
Ah, they just annoy. They just frustrate me. At a certain
Actually,
point.
you know what, Rob?
Hmm?
I'm using my second.
Oh,
No,
yep.
actually, Kestrel get to stay in S tier. There we go.
That's. Do they? Do they though? Do they?
They can either stay in S tier or you can swap vanilla combined in Jing.
Fuck. Hmm. This is the choice. This is the choice I'm being. So, it's either Kestrel in S, or we do
Yep,
this.
yep. Or we do that.
That's difficult. I do not believe Vanilla Yujing are that good. I do think they're good, but I also don't think that Kestrel are. Are they S tier? There's many good things in Kestrel. They are very good. You can build a Kestrel list that's got like 3 tags in it, and it still works. You can build any
Yeah,
Kestrel
you
list, and it
can.
still
It's really
fucking works.
stupid.
Yeah,
It just works.
yeah.
They have new Dart.
It
I haven't
just.
even tried to build a list with new Dart
Oh,
yet.
that's yeah. I should get around to that because she's. They can absolutely make new Dart work.
They can afford the bougiest white woman in all of Infinity.
Yeah. Any other?
Right. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you get what you want with Rob. You give him two really impossible choices.
It's called compromise. Negotiation is
Yeah.
absolutely allowed to occur. Still, Phalanx, do any of these A tier factions, and I'm just saying this because it would make the tier list look really neat on the end screen, do any of the A tier factions move into B? Do still Phalanx become
I
top of B?
don't.
There's a little bit of an
Mm,
argument that Phalanx actually belongs sort of comfortable, like top of
it's
B, but
either it's either it's either Phalanx or Corregidor. Because I think Corregidor is definitely suffering a little bit of anchoring fallacy, right?
yeah, they are. I think they are. Not hugely. Not hugely. There's a bit of an argument for this actually, where you have
Yeah.
Corregidor, Phalanx, where it's just like, no, let's just be disciplined about this. Let's not overrate things. Top of B. And then when we do that and we look at A tier, and it's like, at this point, everything in A tier I feel deserves to be there.
Yeah.
Everything in A tier you make the case for, and you're like, yep, 100%. Whereas B tier is the like, if you're not sure, Corregidor, the top of B tier, very good,
If you're
very
not
good.
sure, Corregidor.
If you're not sure, Corregidor, okay. I think we're good. I also think we're good because that
That
version of the tier list fits much more neatly onto the screen.
that the pending flyer nerf holding space S tier is just the most fucking comedic thing.
And yet, God, I really
Like
hope that they.
how badly affected are vanilla Aleph and OSS by the flyer nerf?
Oh, they'll still be top of A tier. They'll still be. It's the
Yeah.
Tarkshire. The Tarkshire is fucking cracked. They might even still be like if people
It's
come up with some good stuff. Like there are so many. I mentioned I wrote a list that for Operation Subsection for like literally nothing with infiltration, nothing with airborne deployment, nothing
Yeah,
with any
nothing
of
with
that.
forward deployment can do anything.
And it was still fucking excellent. And you could easily
Yeah.
do the same thing, cut Ataxia and add Dart, and the list. I think you could almost exactly cut Ataxia and add Bougie Dart, and it's like, oh, that's a fucking good list still. That's very good. So I think it is
Yeah.
accurate to say pending flyer nerf holding space S tier because Kestrel and PanOceania, if the red eye gets adjusted, they'll be like, oh yeah, it's very reasonable. I will spend some of my several $1 trillion on some other toy instead.
Yeah. I will instead buy a different toy.
I will not. Oh, dear, it looks like we're wintering on our third super yacht for the for the winter.
Yeah.
Whereas
We
in
might have to sell the
yeah,
fifth vacation home.
like it will affect Haqqislam. I don't think
Yeah.
Haqqislam is a double flyer faction, but I do run a single flyer in almost every Haqqislam list, and a little bit of a nerf to the Zabak is like, okay, brings the faction down a touch. It might push
It does.
Haqqislam. I don't think it pulls Haqqislam out of S tier, but these three are all the ones that are in that like just waiting to see if their position of privilege will be adjusted um,
Yeah.
in whatever coming balance patches occur. And if there are no coming balance patches, God, flyers. The new player experience is particular. Like there are a few things in the game where
That's yeah.
you put the thing like the first time a new player plays against Caledonia and they're just like, oh, I'm dead. I'm like, yep,
Well,
Infinity.
why
Sorry,
is the
mate.
dog in my deployment zone?
He's so fast. Impetuous, irregular, and he's there. Like,
It's
oh,
like that.
good
Yeah,
game.
it's like that. It's like a Swistle as well. That
But
feels unfair the first time you get hit by it.
the fact that every single fucking flyer has the capacity to do that if you don't explicitly know how to defend against it, and that even if you
Yeah.
do, they have the same phenomena as like McMurrow, where it's just like, okay, my plan for a flyer is that I will be able to fucking oblivion or carbonite the thing if it breaks through, and then it finds a
Yeah,
little
well, it's
hole
the
and
fact
it's
that like we specifically called out in OSS like this fucking Naga profile is there to deal with
mhm,
flyers.
and it can't be everywhere and etc. So
Nope.
they occupy so much mental headspace, and you have to. It's specifically the mental effort. Like Infinity is an enormously mentally engaging game, especially when you get to your active turn. The decisions that you have to make and the decision space is larger than any other game, any other war game. It's
Yep.
tremendous.
Oh, for sure. It's insane.
The fact that you have to exercise all of that foresight in your active turn and deployment just to establish a defense that might be able to hold a flyer because a flyer can occupy a position anywhere in an enormous bubble in the fucking sky above any of the buildings and any of the high ground, etc. Just it puts a defensive load on players that
Yeah.
I am actually of the opinion that people can meet. People can learn to play and defend against flyers, but the
Oh,
game just reaches a
100% they can.
reaches a point where it's like, actually, is that just too fucking hard? Is that just a bit too fucking much? Should we just dial this back so that the amount of mental effort and
I
the
think I think sorry, go.
no,
Sorry, you
you go.
finished that off.
Yep, that's it. That's the whole
I think
point.
you're making a oh sure. I think you're making a really good point. I think it's also the fact that it's not like they need to be that it doesn't need to be a drastic nerf. It literally just needs to be we're just dialing back how fast these things move. Like that's all it has to be. And you have already gone a long way to sort of helping that mental
Yep,
load be eased.
because most of the stats, like even something like a red eye, like the Tarxia and the Tarxia because of its durability and ability to be reconstituted, and then the Skyhound because it's a flyer with fucking plasma and a mine dispenser, etc.
And a mind
Um,
dispenser.
which means it's always
The, fuck,
valuable. But then you get
the
to
fucking
things,
mind
you get to
dispenser.
anything below that, even like the Red Eye, the Zabek, the Hatham, and they're all just rocking Spitfire adjacent guns, and
Yep.
the Spitfire adjacent guns with no cover and like some collection of visibility mods, and that's none of that. Like all of that is fine. All of that is totally okay. It's just that they positions that they can be on the board are so much broader than any other piece that mentally conceiving of how they might attack you is sometimes just a bit too fucking much. And
Yeah.
dial that back in the first instance, you can leave most of the rest of them intact. Most of the rest of them. And we can see how they go.
this feels like the most interesting tier list we've actually done. Like of the ones we've, this feels so interesting to look at.
As much as we have spent a bunch of time talking about flyers, actually that is a really interesting mix. Like, there are different factions all over the fucking joint. Even the D tier stuff, like everything north of Drew's, I would at least play on a dare, except fuck Grammar Task Force because I have personal distaste for it. But even then, I
You
could find a
hate
way.
Grammar Task Force so
Um,
much.
but then, like everything in C tier, there's this big bulk of interesting factions. One of the things I've had a little bit of concern about actually in N5 is there a homogeneity effect occurring where it's like disco balls where it's like, holy fuck, everyone's just got access to clips.
Yeah.
But then you look at, especially those, like you look at all of A tier and you look at all of B tier and then you look at all of C tier, and there is enormous differentiation between what makes many of those individual factions strong. Like, what makes Corregidor relative to Steel Phalanx? What makes Invincibles relative to Shinten Butai? What makes Imperial Service relative to military orders? Like, some of the strengths that have emerged that are moving factions to new positions are things that actually are interesting and enormously unique. And then you look at the whole top. Is there is there are 3 combined army factions, but they're all very different.
They're insanely different.
There's one
Yeah.
Nomad faction. So we've got Ariadna, Jing, PanOceania, Nomads, and combined army, all in A, and then north of that we've got Aleph and Haqqislam. So like a huge amount of the game has at least access to different capabilities, different power, different interests. It's really
Yeah.
cool. It's a very
This
interesting
is, yeah.
fucking tier list. You're right. And Ivory, if
This
you're
is.
still
This
listening
is
at this page, Ivory's going to apoplexy, but that's fantastic. That's the purpose of a tier list.
100%.
All right. I think we wrap that up there.
There's gonna be another very grumpy voice note sent in group chat.
You're a hater. You're a hater, Mr. Snowden.
You're just a hater, Rob Cantrell. You're
Alrighty.
just a hater.
So we'll wrap that up there. To close this video out, firstly, Jordan, thank you very much for your time. Are there any shout outs you'd like to do? Lost Lieutenant podcast?
Yeah, look over at Lost of Lieutenant. I think in the next couple of weeks we've got a Border Bash recap coming out that's going to be really cool. We've got a interview with Dante, the winner of Border Bash, that I'm really looking forward to. If you saw the one we did with Rob earlier this year, it's going to be very much in the same vein as that, which I really enjoyed as a conversation.
That's a good time.
And then Josh and myself are also going to do a sort of deep dive on next wave list building, kind of a extended version of the talk that Rob and I had to hopefully kind of help people figure out how to play into next wave and maybe to get people to step off the gas of no, we need to fucking hit next wave with a bunch of bats.
For my part, firstly, everyone, thank you very much who has made it all the way 4.5 hours deep through this video. It was a good time recording it, but definitely time to end the recording now. As a quick reminder, all of that
Yep.
YouTube stuff, hit like, hit subscribe, all of those usual YouTube things, and if you'd like to support the channel, there is an affiliate link for the Corvus Belli web store in the link below, which actually works now. That's really nice to hear, as well as a
Hey.
Buy Me a Coffee link and the option on YouTube to become a channel member. All of your support is, as always, greatly appreciated and allows for videos like this to be recorded and basically making time inside what is otherwise a very busy life. I had a great time this evening. We'll do about, as always, channel produces about one Infinity video a week, plus occasionally covering other games. I take requests from channel members and supporters on what topics would like to be covered, although, of course, this tier list video has been a little while in the making, and I'm very glad to have the tier list, all factions Infinity, June 2026, done, in the bag, dusted, and we'll see you all next week.